of an observer who's different from BMLS 69 on YouTube.
No,
I'm talking about that specific observer. I'm not talking about pictures. I keep saying that, and you keep stressing pictures.
Maybe you need to show us specifically what it is you're talking about.
Yeah,
because you seem to be talking specifically about something. But
sounds like
of course I can.
That's what I thought.
Of course I can do that. Yeah, I'm choosing. Of course, I mean that would be ridiculous to be talking about vague things, right?
No, that's not cherry picking. To clarify, whoever said that, do you know what cherry picking is?
But it sounds like you're thinking about something specific, but talking about.
Yeah, I'm thinking about a specific problem I'm trying to work out with respect to you guys' argument.
Cherry
is
picking.
That fair or not fair? Or should I just be talking about vague things that have nothing to do with your points that you're trying to make? I'm just trying to figure this stuff out.
You need to present
honestly.
the evidence that you're talking about. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, but
thank you, Jim. That's the best answer there is. Instead of no, it's not doing what you're saying it's doing. That's an infinitely better answer. I appreciate that, Jim.
No, but
sure.
But the thing is, you said the black swan pictures with the oil rigs, right? You said
I didn't say anything about pictures, and that's for the third time.
I don't know what the word is that you used, but that
videos
in the context
really
talking. That's what I assumed. Okay, so that's my bad. So can you clarify or put more context in what it is you're talking about?
Videos, not pictures. But
okay,
let me go get them.
Videos. So, and these are videos of the black swan, right?
I think he's talking about other examples of this, not necessarily at that location. I think.
Okay.
No, I'm talking about the same location.
Oh, right.
I'm talking about the same exact location right in front of the steps. Yep. Same location.
So
same horizon, same distance.
So what does I don't
more or less.
Are you trying to say that it's consistently this way? Is that what you're saying?
Regardless of the different time of day, yes.
So you haven't seen videos where the horizon is closer than from that same user on that same video that the black swan comes from?
Well, I've seen a video where BMLSB takes a still from someone else, but I haven't seen the videos that I haven't seen the ones that he's actually taken himself. There is one, the one I've seen, I think Xanax share around, and that's not from BMLSB, nor is that at the same exact location. It's not near the steps like all of the other videos that I'm talking about. In fact, the videos that I show actually have him showing that he's near the steps versus maybe the video you're talking about. If you're saying that this video also shows him at those steps in that same location, I would love to see it.
I don't know the exact location, and I guess you're going to say, oh, well, he's moved 3 feet to the right, so it doesn't count or something, you know. So, but I know on the same video that the black swan comes from, we can see video of the oil rigs taken on a different day where there's less refraction and the horizon is in front of the oil rigs.
Yeah, that's what I was leading to as well.
So I'm not going to bother finding it at the moment, but it does exist. And
but remember, I said all of the videos that I have actually have BMLS B69 showing his location. Is the video you're talking about doing that?
Well, it's by him, so I imagine so.
No, I mean, I would need you to produce that because I haven't seen that. I know what you're talking about, but I've only seen the video. Because someone else was just in the 24/7 server saying that, I think it was Sheeple. He shared me a video from another user who says that video is from BMLSB. We tracked down the video from BMLSB, but he's only showing a still, and it's not necessarily
there you go.
his
Walter's
video.
just posted an image from it. Look.
And that's a nice.
Correct. The video.
Well.
Correct. The video that this is from is just a still image. It doesn't show his location like all of the videos that I'm talking about. All of the videos that I'm talking about show his location, aka he just pans around, shows you where he's at, and then he zooms in to the horizon. This is not doing that unless you have a video. I mean, if it doesn't matter, then I'm wasting my time talking because you're saying
kind
it's
of
the same
are,
location.
Elijah.
I'm saying how would
The
I?
only way you're going to get
I'm
Jem.
almost done. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Hold on. I'm saying, how would I know that this is the same location? I don't care if it's the same user.
Yeah, but if there was a video though, right, that did the exact same thing, would that make it any better for you as far as evidence goes? You know, because I've got heaps of still shots, you know, out of aeroplanes and stuff, you know, and like where distances are measured, and we can work it out mathematically where that horizon should be, and you know, it's pretty damn close.
Rich, you've had one too many. Look, Elijah, I was going to say the only way you're going to get Jem off the globe is by debunking the moon landings, because he thinks that we went to the moon. He loves the moon landing idea, and if you can show him a way that it's not possible, it's a hoax, a fraud, he'll probably have to concede, right, Jem?
Yes, I would.
Right, the pictures have to be fake. The whole thing was fake. So I think that's where his kind of go-to is. Like, I don't think he likes the horizon or the opticals. Like, that doesn't really do anything. It's just an observation, you know.
That's a huge ask, Spurs.
No, I'm just saying if Elijah had anything, like if he knew about like the moon landings or anything, and then could just show how it was questionable. That
would even
be
possible,
way.
Spurs?
What?
Is it even possible?
Well, that fucked it up, KIMO.
No, I was saying that if he's getting stressed, like, oh well, the only way he's going to get you is with the moon landings, is what I'm saying. That was my point.
But that image isn't it from the same guy? I always thought it was.
I got that off the flatearth.ws website, actually. I haven't been able to find the video where it's from. I'm not sure who it's from exactly.
I can get that for you, because Sheeple just shared it around, and it BMLSB explains how this is possible, but he doesn't say at all that this is his shot. That's my only problem with that. And let me correct myself. All of the videos aren't in the exact same location, because I have one from 8 foot behind some guardrail. That's the one that's actually either at dusk or dawn. But there are a couple that are in the same location. One of these days, I'm just going to go down there myself.
But doesn't the lack of distortion of the oil rigs kind of say something in the picture that was posted?
So you care about lack
if we don't
of
know where it
distortion?
was, if we don't know where it was taken from, it's not. I guess it's not that much use to us, is it?
Must be.
Although, well, having said that, he can't be lower than the beach, can he? And the Black Swan is said to be taken from 1 foot. So he can't be lower than that, can he?
Well,
and it's bent to hell, you know.
Yeah, and I would I mean, I just being honest, I have to say, yeah, he definitely looks at least 1 foot, and at some points higher than 1 foot, and he still gets that image where it's cut off. But
right.
I don't know where that's taken from. That's the only problem.
Well, we know.
I wish I could say, well, yeah, I can't explain.
Well,
it.
we know it can't be taken. we know it can't be taken from lower than 1 foot, don't we? Reasonably.
Does it matter how high it was taken from?
Right. So
I mean,
for
really
things to
doesn't
be
matter.
obstructed, it needs to, and for you to have any other excuse for it, it needs to be, it would need to be lower, wouldn't it? It would need to have been taken from lower than 1 foot, and it can't be.
Wait, what are we talking about?
Or below a table.
It must have been taken from 1 foot or above, right? And there's still obstruction.
What kind of obstruction? Is it physical?
Yeah.
How do you know?
It looks like it.
How do you
It's
substantiate
observable.
physicality?
Here we
Well,
go.
What do you mean?
we're
Oh, here we
looking at
go.
the ocean, and the ocean is physical.
Okay, but is the location that's obstructing your view physical?
Yeah.
So even if it's a refracted image of the physical water, the refraction itself is also physical?
It's a
The
physical
black swan is
obstruction.
refracted. Not that picture. That
Light is
Refraction
physical.
itself is physical?
Yeah,
Oh,
but
well,
light is
light's physical. is what you're saying.
obstruction.
Actually, can you substantiate the,
Refraction
substantiate the
is a
physicality of light?
description of- refraction.
heat.
Substantiate the physicality of light.
Look at the photograph.
Substantiate the physicality of light.
You can feel it.
You can feel light or you can feel heat.
It has momentum.
Well, light.
Okay,
can
that means
see.
it's physical?
Light pushes WITSIT.
All right, you're in the
Light
dark
pushes
room.
what? Wait, light
The
pushes
light
what?
on, you can see.
Anything.
Well, because you semantically
Anything.
tried to say that it was still okay to say it was physical because light's physical, but you know what we're talking
Well,
about. It was
what?
actually a
Okay,
red herring.
okay, then it's not physical. How does that?
Okay.
Where does that get you?
Well,
Let's just call
welcome-
it not physical.
okay. Welcome to Flat Earth, bud.
Well, what does that help?
Flat
How? How does that make the Earth flat?
Because if the horizon that you are claiming has to be a physical obstruction,
Damn.
if it isn't physical,
I hope
your
you're
entire
Pick
claim
the wrong
falls on its
fucking
face.
session.
Well, what you just said is refraction isn't. You
No, no.
said, or light isn't.
Yeah. If
That
the-
doesn't mean the. How does that make the ocean
This is
not
being
physical?
recorded. This is funny. So
You
I
say that every
said,
time,
how do you
never
substantiate?
have to look-
Yeah, because you people, I just think it's funny. You act like it's just gonna go in the ether or something, but it's fucking permanently documented.
When
so,
you go back and listen,
no,
you
Tom,
always
shut
find
the
out that
fuck
you can't
up.
quote.
No one cares.
Like right
so
there.
I asked him
Like right
simply. I said, how do you substantiate it's a physical obstruction? I said, is it physical?
because
He
you-
said, yes.
Because what you wanted to do, you could feel the argument being lost, and you wanted
No.
to get it into.
I didn't hear the
let's-
first part of the
let's
argument. I
talk-
was eating a
let's
chicken
talk about the
biscuit.
evidence for the physicality of light, and totally change the
No,
subject.
you changed, dude. You
That's
said
true,
that the
true.
light's physical. That was my response to your diversion.
Just,
So that's true. That's
no,
true. Wait,
no,
Scott, are
no,
you
no,
going to
no,
admit
no.
that? This
No,
is
you-
bad. This is
that's correct. That's exactly what.
It's exactly what happened. So, but what I'm saying is, I just asked, is that a physical obstruction? You said, yeah. I was like, okay, well, how do you substantiate it's physical? You said it's water. I said, well, if the water is being refracted, is the refraction of the water physical? And you said, yeah, light's physical, but now you're walking back and saying no. So, okay, if the refraction isn't physical, then how do you know that you can somehow use that to substantiate your physical claim?
But I just think
Doesn't
it's,
matter
it's
what you
how you're
say.
it's how you're describing it. It's just the use of words. It just
If
doesn't.
It doesn't
the
matter
actual
what you're
obstruction
saying,
you're
it's still
seeing isn't
physically
physical, how can you
obstructed.
use that to claim
the
a
thing you're
physical claim?
seeing. Look, if I see an oil rig on the horizon and there's no refraction, and then I see an oil rig on the horizon and there is refraction, in both cases the oil rig is physical. It doesn't stop being physical because it's refracted.
That's not analogous.
Well, it's what you seem to be arguing.
Well, no, we can go substantiate
That
the
if
physical
things are
reality of the oil
refracted,
rig.
they're no longer physical.
That's not
is what you're
analogous. We can go
arguing.
substantiate the physicality of an oil rig.
So, Jem, in this
Right.
image
In
here,
both cases.
Jem, in this image, where is the horizon, the physical horizon? In the image I just posted.
Where the
Somewhere between
sky
you and the farthest.
Really?
where the sky
Oh,
appears
you're
to meet the
ranty now,
water.
Kimo.
That's the physical, the geometric horizon is what you're saying.
Well, I'll say it's the physical horizon.
Well, that would be the geometric horizon.
Wouldn't it be fair to
Well,
say
is
it's
there-
the horizon that's
But that's not
obscuring both?
debatable. That's not debatable. So
I think it is.
how? This is what your
Yeah,
model
the
claims, that the
metric
physical
is
obstruction is Earth curve.
So hold on, let me make my point here. Hold on a second. So Jem,
But the physical horizon can appear refracted.
No, Jem, hold on. Let me ask my question about this picture.
Hang on, let me finish the sentence. So the physical horizon can appear refracted. So it's in a position which is not the position that we would calculate the geometric horizon to be.
Right.
So you can say, I don't know whether you want to call it, still call it the geometric horizon. You can if you want. It doesn't matter.
This isn't
it's
about
my explanation that counts.
Bro, this isn't about what we want, right? Like, the geometric horizon is a physical curve of the Earth, and so if you're saying that's what's obstructing it, and then you're also saying that it isn't physical, well, that can't be.
I've never said it isn't
the
physical.
same.
At no point have I said that.
Okay, so the horizon is an apparent location that's physical, but it isn't the geometric horizon. Is that your claim?
I don't really know what that means.
Well,
Okay,
I think the post that picture that KIMO put up, the geometric horizon and the apparent horizon would almost be coincident.
You think it's the
Well,
same?
how do you
Okay,
know it is the geometric
okay, fine.
horizon?
So you're saying that that's. So what I'm asking, the water behind that geometric horizon, Jam and Rich,
Well,
are you saying the water can now loom up and create another horizon behind this geometric horizon?
I'm talking about your picture with the sailboat, right?
Yeah, the one with the boat. Yeah, the one with the
ship.
boat. So what I'm asking is, the water behind that we can't see. Are you saying that water looms up, and then it will create another horizon 10 miles away?
No, I'm saying that
Go on.
the fact that there is a very clear horizon there obstructing that ship.
Yeah.
If you did the math, the geometric horizon and the apparent or physical horizon, whatever you want to call it, would comport with each other, I think.
But I'm asking about the water behind that horizon. The water behind
hang on,
it.
what picture are you talking about now?
The one with the boat that I posted originally. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
there's no
Yeah. That water behind that horizon. Will we ever see that water behind it? Will that water ever loom up behind this horizon?
Yes, we could. Well, yeah. If the refraction was bad enough, sure.
But it will loom it up, and then we'll see another horizon
as well, right?
The horizon would apparently shift, yeah.
So I've tracked down
But it would
the
bring
video.
the whole ship up as well, and it would be distorted as hell.
I tracked down the video.
Great, let's see the video.
Yeah, it is from BMLSB. Let me get that for you guys so that you have it. Where did I just see it?
Just chuck it in the debate chat box, mate.
What is it? Magnification. Yeah, here's the one. One thing that I did notice is that there's a huge difference in the swell. You know, so that right there is definitely going to affect things 9 miles in the distance.
You can't really draw the conclusions that you are doing from the Black Swan then, can you? Because this could be an effective swell.
Yeah.
How have you verified?
How do you substantiate physical location? Jesus fucking Christ, it's not complicated.
Well, how have you verified
that video?
Have
But
you
here's the
verified?
thing.
Well,
But here's the thing.
is he not going to answer this?
When the okay, I'll show you with the screenshots. So here's screenshot 1 and 2, right? So in the second one where it says magnification, that's where you see what appears to be obstruction to the oil rigs. The one up top, the one that should.
We've lost you.
Well, the issue here is it can't just say that, well, we know that this is a refraction of the physical curve because we know the Earth's a ball. That's what's in contention. We're trying to figure out, how do you know there's a geometric curve? If you never see it, how do you know it's there?
No, you can measure it.
How do you measure
and
it?
You can see it.
Wait, how do you measure it?
I already said this before.
Say it again.
If you really want to, if you really want to go back to,
Photographs is how we measured the Earth?
No.
No.
How do we measure the Earth? You said we could measure it. How do we measure?
You said, how do you know it's there if you can't see it? And I'm saying, I have seen it.
From space?
Yes.
So you've been to space?
No.
So you haven't seen it from space? Oh, you trusted
I've
the
seen
authority
photographs
that
and
gave it to
video. How many times? Jesus.
you trust the authority that gave it to you, even though they doctored like global temperatures all the way back to the 50s, and that's been provable and talked about in Congress already. So you fucking trust a provably fraudulent source of information. Sounds like you really put your whole worldview on like a very solid foundation there.
What do you mean
What
about
you just said is
temperature numbers?
What you've just said is
they fudged the numbers all the way back to the 50s.
Hold on. So who has been convicted of fraud?
I never said anyone was convicted.
You said provably.
I said that this was addressed in Congress.
This
was addressed by Congress.
Fraudulent.
Yes, I said NASA's provably fraudulent.
Who has been proven to be fraudulent?
As in, they make fraudulent claims because they went all the way back to the 50s and doctored fucking temperatures. All the way back to the 50s, bro. Okay, I will prove it. And then this, just like every time I prove everything, you motherfuckers will whistle right past the graveyard.
Hey, don't get that other citation that you never brought before. I'd love to see that one too.
Yeah, he did. He brought it, and then it was like, oh no, you don't want it.
I just.
Did you bring it finally?
What I wanted to see.
I posted 3 links, and he said he only read one of them, so he's a little behind.
What I want is proof of fraud.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, if they said that here are the temperature recordings from the 50s all the way to now, and then in 2012 they went back all the way to the 50s and they made a correction of the actual temperatures themselves to show the inclination consistent with the postulation of climate change, would you consider that to be an honest fucking action?
I wouldn't consider it to be proof of fraud in any way.
So they went and doctored the fucking numbers to support some.
Not true.
Yeah, they went and doctored the numbers.
Look, your argument is that I cannot trust pictures from space because the source is, quote, provably fraudulent, unquote.
Yes.
So where is the proof of this fraud?
They changed the fucking temperatures.
Let's see it.
Okay, I'll go get it, but you'll whistle past it. You'll whistle past like a bitch.
Well, I
haven't.
Hold on. Can we just establish for a second?
Wait, can I get a promise that I'll get a concession once I go get it? Because last time I took like 10 minutes to go get something, and I got 5 people all lying about what they fucking said.
I'm still waiting on that other one. I'm still waiting on that other one.
I posted 3 links. You haven't even responded to the first 3 yet.
Last night and didn't come back.
I posted the first 3 links before I left, dumbass.
Can I just establish for a second?
I posted 3 links.
No, for God's sake.
Can I just establish for a second? So is the claim here that NASA was like saying that the temperatures going back like 50 years were one thing, and then later on they said, whoops, we were wrong, here are the actual numbers, and there's like some inference being made here that the original numbers must have been doctored because they later made a correction.
Well, it was something kind of like that. It's something kind of like that, right? Like that's kind of their official explanation. Not quite. They don't say that the numbers were wrong, right? They just say that they weren't actually factoring in everything, and it's a speculative doctoring of the thing to make sure that we are careful. And if anything, we overestimate the inclination of temperature. That's what their official explanation is.
Okay, so
we're a long
I don't see how you can infer fraud.
Right.
Well, okay, this is what I'm saying.
It wasn't just fraud; it was proven fraud.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Because they originally claimed that climate change
is the fraud here.
Yeah, that's why I got to keep it running. Curve, you're a fucking idiot, dude. I've challenged you one-on-one 10 times.
You're a fraud. Why
are you scared to debate me if I'm such a fraud?
By the way,
WITSIT,
I mentioned you in the chat, and I gave you the results of the measurements of curvature of the Earth. Maybe you should familiarize yourself.
Okay, what is it? What type of measurements? Why don't you just say it? I've already read your fucking random claim, so tell me what it is. What is it? Tell me now. What's the measurement of? What's the measurement? What's the measurement?
You'll whistle past it. Watch, you'll whistle past it.
I guarantee I won't. I know more about y'all shit than I do.
I provided you with the citation.
So what is it? Tell me what it is. Do you not even understand it?
Read it, dude.
You can't even say what it is.
I can, but you
can't. What is it?
Read the citation. What are you talking
about? So is it geodetic surveying?
Go and read it.
Oh, you're
I
about to get
provided you with
fucked
the
up.
measurements.
Oh, you're about to get fucked up. All right, I'm about to go get this.
You're
You want
you're
a citation now, you want him
it's
to
so
read it. What do you
ridiculous.
ask for?
Is it geodetic surveying?
You're a child.
That's one way we mentioned.
Oh, he
it,
actually.
You're so dumb.
Wait, where's it at? What's the time? This is so funny. What's the time?
Does geodetic surveying make the claim that it can measure curvature of Earth?
Well, every time
no.
I ask how you substantiate the radius, all the Globers say
that's a
geodetic
yes or no
survey.
question. Does geodetic surveying claim? I'm not saying that it does. Does it claim that it can measure Earth curve?
No, but Globers claim it does.
Now that I want a citation for where it discounts that, because according to what I've read, going back
Many
to the
Globers have said
1850s,
that.
Wait, let him finish. Let him dig his own hole.
going back to the 1850s, are claiming that.
Oh, really? So you don't understand geodetic surveying then? So do you have to have? Wait, time out. Listen here. I'll end it real
Let him
quick. Do you have to have? No, I don't want you to explain it. Answer my question. Do you have to have data? Do you have to have data? Do you have to have? Do you have to have data from plane surveying to begin with?
I see you're trying to avoid the point I'm making.
No, this is the first step of geodetic surveying, dumbass. So, do you need plane surveying? Do you need? Is this obfuscation if it's the first step of geodetic surveying? Is that obfuscation?
Can I get my sentence out without?
He's not going to answer, and then y'all are going to aid it. Yep, of course.
No, I'm trying to reply, and you didn't let me, WITSIT.
You're going to aid it. Yep, go ahead.
Why are you doing this? Why are you making claims about things you don't know?
I know more about it than you do, guaranteed.
I don't give a
Why
shit
do you get so
what
much
you know,
wrong?
but you made a claim.
Do you need
what I
data
said.
of plane surveying to begin with?
No.
You're afraid to answer.
To begin with.
Okay,
You
so
don't
Scott,
need it.
was that Scott that said no? Or is that
Yeah,
Xanax
you
or
don't
Scott?
need
Y'all
it.
sound the same.
Yes, you need
It's
it.
me.
Okay.
It's me, Scott.
Okay. All
There you
right.
go.
So
Prove it to me.
no.
Prove it to me. Prove it to
Okay,
me.
I will. You're a fucking idiot. Okay, I will. And
Go
then
ahead.
you have to
And
take
while
that
you're at
data.
it- While you're at it,
then you take that data.
While you're at it, bring some proof that we don't look at the satellites for DirecTV. I want to see some proof that we look at radio towers. You said.
Page, you just people don't research your claims. Then they say sometimes it actually still won't. Then they say I'm about to cite it, and you're gonna feel like a fucking idiot.
Just post
It
it so I
shows
can
your
read it.
total ignorance on the concept of broadcasting signals and directional
You do
areas.
realise that
Well
actual
done. Let's
satellite
clap
dishes
that
are
This is
man
so
down.
funny, dude.
Let's clap him. Let's really do
You're an
this
idiot.
and say, wow, you know nothing about radio signals
I'm about
and
to
how they're transmitted
radio signals.
and the properties of directional aerials. Well done.
Hey, to do geodetic surveying, do you have to have data from plane surveying first?
No.
Yes, you
off the top of my
literally
head, honestly, don't
do.
know.
Dude,
No, you
Scott
don't.
doesn't understand at all what's going on right now. So I'm about to
don't
decide
No,
it.
it's an absurd thing to say if you think about it.
Can I just finish this point very quickly? Considering what you've just claimed about directional
WITSIT.
aerials
I
and
thought
the
you didn't do
origins
drugs.
of signals, I think that really calls your ability to judge anything into question. So I've got a problem now with the claims you're making on geodetic surveying without you producing evidence.
I'm about to, you little game of pussy bitch. That's to talk when I walk away.
Listen to you. This is not the. This
Well,
is not
then
how
stop
people who are
talking when I
winning
walk
talk.
away. Like he's acting like
You should
I'm
be able
not
to
gonna
handle
go.
that. You're an adult. You're an adult, dude. Just
So why don't you talk to the little gammon? Wait, time out. Wait, time out.
Crybaby child.
Yeah, but why don't? Hey, Scott. There we go. There we go.
Meanwhile, I've been providing
Scott,
proof.
why don't you check them?
All right,
dude. I'm fucking leaving.
All right, guys, Elijah, go.
Sorry, Elijah.
Yeah,
Scott,
I mean,
I posted evidence of geodetic
I'm
surveying.
still on these long distance observations. But I don't want to just go straight through WITSIT's point. Just note 9:25 a.m. or 25 past the hour, and put a pin in that. Go ahead, WITSIT, or whoever turn it was to go.
No, you can go ahead because I'm gonna get all the links and post them all at the same time, and then we're gonna watch them all whistle past the graveyard.
Don't forget about the Dish TV one.
I'll wait for that then, because I don't want to. I do want them to answer your point because they're trying to shimmy out.
No, you can go ahead and make up another one. I'm gonna get all of them, bro. They're not gonna be able to ignore.
Okay, let Foolish get in now because he was part of that. So go ahead, Foolish.
All I'm expecting from you, WITSIT, is academic documentation backing your point up. I don't want to watch some fucking idiot on a YouTube video I want you to go to the Academia for Geodetic
Yeah, shut up,
Survey.
bitch.
And if you can do that without...
I've already done it. Shut up, bitch. I'm going to get some more.
WITSIT.
Looks like you got some reading to do.
Interrupted the end of his point. Cursed at him was me. Like, dude, that was.
He said we don't want some fucking stupid YouTuber from Flat Earth because I never do that. So he's strawmanning a stupid ass argument.
Well, let him finish.
So
Tell him with kindness,
are we
bro.
looking at in this?
Tell him with kindness after for 6 hours they fucking talk about my personal life. They dox my city. No, shut up. Shut up. They dox my city. They dox where I live. They dox. Shut up. This server has doxed my age, my city, where I live, what I do for a living. Oh, now you want me to relax. This server.
You come in here.
You are freaking out now because I called you out.
It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
So is that so do you advocate the behavior of doxing on your server? But y'all don't fucking stop it for 5 months in a row.
I've even defended.
Well, listen, hold on, guys. I mean, you have hold on. Let's not pretend that I'm being good cop and Woods is being bad cop. Just like Scott's being good cop and Curved has been bad cop all night.
Yeah,
both of us have elements of that.
No,
I just said that both sides are doing it. So stop fucking pointing fingers and get back to the information.
Bitch, I've not been here all night. So
well, see, that's what I'm saying. I haven't been here all night. You were here when I was here. We both took a napsies. And obviously we both woke back up.
All right, here we go. I'm about to read it now. You ready?
Bitch fest.
All right, you ready? So, geodetic surveying is the branch of surveying which deals.
All right, let's just shout, just call each other names for a bit.
Geodetic surveying is the branch of surveying which deals with it. Geodetic surveying is the branch of survey that deals with areas so extensive that it's necessary to take into consideration the true shape and dimensions of the Earth. Its primary objective is not to determine the exact figure of the Earth, but to establish a very precise and rigid control for coordination of all other surveys. This point is often overlooked, and the quote-unquote scientific aspect is sometimes stretched to the detriment of the more practical side. It is true that the Earth's dimensions must be known to enable the exact computation of positions, but it is also evident that before these dimensions can be determined, it is necessary to carry out the geodetic trigonometrical survey. Actually, the position is that geodetic surveys are carried out firstly to establish rigid coordination of all surveys, basing the computations on a previously known value of the Earth's dimensions. Secondly, as the Earth extends or is completed, further data becomes available for a check on the figure used or, if necessary, for the calculation of another figure to fit more closely the territory being surveyed. Every single one of my claims is proven right there. Now watch all of you whistle past it like I
don't think it is. I don't see where it says what you said. And here's a different quote for you.
What did I say then? What did I say, Scott? What did I say, Scott?
Let me listen. You
whistle past it. Go ahead.
Nobody interrupts you. No, you have to read the whole thing and nobody interrupts you. Just relax and listen.
I'm next.
He just whistled past it though.
Anyways. But can I just say something without you interrupting?
No, fucking respond to my point first, Scott.
I am. Now just relax and listen.
Okay,
Jesus
walk past
Christ.
it. Yeah, go ahead, whistle past it.
I'm not walking past it. Just relax. So there's two things I have to say. One is that what you said was that the first step of geodetic surveying has to be planar surveying. Now I don't see where you are getting that out of that paragraph, but you can talk about that in a second. Don't jump in. Don't jump in yet. But the second thing I'm going to do is show you a quote from a geodetic surveying manual that tells you what the first step is, and it's not to do planar surveying. The first step in representing positions on the Earth has always been the building of a model of the Earth. So the first step is you got to build a model of the Earth. Then,
right, stop all the stupid noises.
So where in your paragraph do you get this idea that planar surveying has to be happening before?
He just meant you need to do the full model first.
Look, I'm going to get the...
I was next. I get in 2 seconds. So yesterday, someone tried to get an agreement with Toy Brandon talking about, do you agree that once we put all the, let's say, satellites up in the air, they're going to network together and you're going to be able to get the shape? Toy Brandon actually didn't give an agreement, and I was like, I thought it was an automatic agreement. We found out now that is not an agreement because these guys are right. You are assuming the shape before the survey.
It's not assuming the shape. You have to have a coordinate system to put the points on.
So yeah, that's our point. That's our premise. Welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
If you want it to be accurate over long distances, you must use a spherical model.
No, you
It will
don't.
be
You need a
inaccurate
3D
over long
realm, and these
distances.
things can
Yeah.
tell
Wait,
each
wait, wait.
other
Oh,
where
wait,
they
wait.
are
I know. Hey,
relation
over
to each other.
what distance?
And the 3D open 3D space would map out with these things.
At
Suck
what
it.
distance?
Get 'em
At what
with it.
distance do you have to use
Oh,
geodetic
no.
surveying? You said over vast distances. At what distance do you have to begin to use geodetic surveying?
Over longer distances. Short
What
distances
There's a
distances?
not
specific
require
number,
it.
bro.
What's the number?
There's a
I know the
specific
number.
bro.
Eli knows
it's
the
not a
number.
sufficient thing.
What's
like
the
to say,
number?
oh, it needs to be over 5 miles.
12
or something like
kilometers.
that.
You don't need anything.
We know all about that
doesn't want
shit.
to understand
the
the
way you guys
point.
think about things is so funny.
Satellite B is
I
so
know,
far
it's
away
very
from satellite A.
Yeah,
and so far above
whenever
it,
they
so far
listen, they
below
have
it.
to
You don't need
listen.
no fucking pre-existing skeletal model to fucking wrap that shit around.
Dude, the data.
Where do you
The
think they
data.
got that
That's
Listen,
weak sauce,
the
dude.
data
That's
up to
literally
12
the first step.
kilometers is obtained via plane survey.
Don.
So,
This is objective, and y'all are about to get dismantled again. I'm going to get the other article. I'm going to get the other article.
Oh,
and I linked it. I didn't. By the way,
Let me answer Scott. Let me answer
Scott, time out real fast. The paragraph isn't the whole article.
Time out. Let me answer Scott. It's implied when you already have data that you have to put to a model of the geo.
Where in that paragraph does it say that?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
There's a point that everybody seems to be missing in the lovely
It
paragraph.
said you just read where it said it had to you build a model after you have the data points.
So
what do you mean?
Start with the model. That's the very first step.
I just want to get a quick point out.
Go ahead.
The problem I've got in that is if you listen to what WITSIT said, basically what he was saying in that geodetic surveying is that the results will either reinforce or falsify the model proposed. That's the whole fucking bit that everyone.
I didn't hear that.
Out.
I did not hear
What's
that
your
part.
point, though,
Point
Phil?
Wow, what an idiot! It says the opposite of that. It says the opposite of that. Wait, no, time out. It says the opposite of that. It says if it doesn't match, that you can actually add figures to account for the differential to make it match. So you're an idiot. It literally says that.
You have to do planar survey.
I'm about to read it because now you lie everything. You lie about everything.
Okay. All right.
This Jim did.
Can you post a link to that complete citation? Because
already did.
I've seen it many times before, and it doesn't say any. All it says is that
the audience hasn't seen it. Let's post it. Let's not go from your memory because I don't trust it.
I posted it right then before I posted. I posted it right before I posted the quote.
Behavior, you could mute him since he doesn't listen.
Yeah, I mean he's had multiple strikes, Jim.
But it said
it's
the 24/7 thing where Stacey B posts it all the time. It doesn't say anything. It's just they're confused.
Oh wait, you just said it didn't say they could factor in if it was off and make it right. Is that your claim?
The one I don't. Are we talking about a different one? I'm talking about the one.
No. We're talking about the one I read.
Right.
So now he agrees.
No, it does not say that in any way. Not at all.
Okay, it says if necessary for the calculation of another figure.
Complete misunderstanding.
Yeah, you have to keep cutting me off. If necessary for the calculation of another figure to fit more closely the territory being surveyed, which means if the territory being surveyed doesn't fit the figures, you can add another figure to make it match.
So where does it say the first step has to be planar survey?
I'm going to get that one. Yeah. Okay. So just a second. That was a different one.
He'll be back tomorrow with it. Don't worry, Scott.
Wait, we meet tomorrow. It took me 4 minutes to get that one, dumbass, and you haven't even responded to it yet.
And don't forget to get that Dish TV one, the one that says.
Oh yeah, make sure y'all keep obfuscating away from y'all just claiming we measured the earth.
I just want this citation.
Hey, how do you establish plumb?
You just hang on plumb. What do you mean?
Okay, then how? Okay, do you? Whenever you interpret that data, do you have to make sure it's relative to the center of mass?
No, you just can look at the line. What do you mean?
Okay, so the plumb isn't relative to the center of a sphere.
Well, the plumb represents the gravity vector, so it's going to point towards the center of mass.
Okay, so then plumb on a sphere is different than plumb on a flat Earth, right?
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, thank you. So in order to interpret the plumb, which is the base requirement, the leveling procedure for geodetic surveying, it requires the spherical assumption and interpretation of plumb.
No, it's the observation that the zeniths don't line up.
You just lie about everything.
Two different points, and you're going to discover that they are not parallel. That's all you really need.
That's reinforced by an
no, it's about applying
observation. It's reinforced by an Alberuni observation. It's reinforced by geodetic surveying, which is then confirmed by observations from space.
Wait, Alberuni? Oh, wait, you're saying Alberuni found the radius?
I have a question real quick. I have a question real quick. You're telling me that the elevation at point B is lower than point A? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Nah. Elevation the surface, and the surface is level with the center of mass.
No, but what I'm saying is, you're saying that there's a difference, and if it's downward, that's fucking up your refraction argument.
So we're saying that the plumb line is not parallel to different spots. That's it. That's what I was saying.
So you're seeing the horizon what, lower or something? I mean, not the What are you actually? What are you saying is different?
I'm saying that the gravity vector.
Well, that's what I said.
Along with the surface. I'm saying that the gravity vector is curving along with the surface of the Earth. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. So it's curving down, so you can actually see the difference between where you're standing.
No,
just being biased. Yeah, because you're just being biased, Triple OG. Why do you class it curving down or curving up?
Imagine. Can I hold on? Can I just say? Imagine you're on a perfect sphere, with absolutely perfect sphere, okay, and it has a plumb line, it's a gravity vector. Everywhere you step, that plumb line is not going to be parallel with any other point, right? But yet the surface is all even, right? It's all the same level, it's all the same elevation. It's perfectly smooth surface. So
no, it's not.
The gravity vector changes as you walk across this perfectly smooth surface, and yet the elevation of the surface, you would say, is all equal.
Right, where's the perfectly smooth surface?
Let's say the ocean.
Let's
pretend it's
so can y'all provide geodetic surveying done over ocean? Y'all just make shit up. This is so funny.
But it doesn't.
It's not experiment. That's how we get the physical radius.
But what it says in the citations that I've seen is that it's going to be different due to the difference in because of the gravity.
Well, the gravity is going to be different everywhere. Every point on the gravity vector is going to be slightly different.
But that's the opposite.
What do you mean?
Like you have gravity doing different things at different points.
Yeah, at every point, the direction of gravity is slightly different than at any other point.
So how are we talking about? Whatever. I don't know.
Is that weird to you?
If you walk around a roundabout,
I think I just want to say that if the horizon is lower,
remember that gravity always points towards the Louise, guys. Gravity always points towards the center of mass, right? It always points towards the center of the sphere. So if you think about being on a sphere, like imagine a sphere, right? If you think about it, if it's always pointing towards the center of the sphere, anytime you move, you're going to change where that arrow is pointing, right? Because no point on the sphere is the same direction to the center. It all points inward, right? So every single spot has its own arrow, basically.
Technically not true, because if you go up or down, the direction is still the same. But other than that,
I said on the surface. I said on the surface.
I thought you just said on the sphere.
Okay, so you do understand that you do understand what the premise is, right? It's that it requires a different interpretation of plumb with a spherical assumption.
It's not a
which is what's in contention. So that's a revocation and begging the question fallacy. Try again.
You just look at the plumb and they see that they're not parallel, and now you know.
No, they adjust it with the interpretation. Dude, you don't even know what's going on. So do you know what a curved plumb is? Hey, do you know what a curved plumb is?
You look at two plumbs, and if they're not parallel, then that's a direct observation. You don't have to assume anything.
Hey, how do you map out a curved plumb from point to point?
Do you disagree with what I'm saying?
How do you map out a curved plumb from point to point?
Do you disagree?
Yes, clearly. Yes, I clearly do because I'm asking you a question.
Why?
Because you can't map out a curved plumb.
What do you have to assume there? Two plumbs.
You have to assume
that tells you something. What does that tell you?
You have to
two plumbs that are not parallel.
Wait, over water?
Wait,
anywhere. If you have two
over different. What do you mean anywhere? So on topography with different elevations.
Let's say you're at the same elevation. So
over water.
Anyway.
Well, this has never been done, Scott. So cool fucking fairy tale.
Well, if that happened, what would that tell you?
If that happened, then maybe the Earth would be a ball.
Maybe.
If we could go to space, maybe that would all be real.
If the Earth is a ball, yeah.
Welcome to Global Earth. What's it? Welcome to Global Earth.
So provide the evidence of where they did it over long distances of water.
You just did it yourself. You just said that would mean we're on a ball Earth.
No, I said maybe there would be some evidence for a ball Earth. Then provide it.
Okay.
Can you provide it?
You just told me. All you have to do is see the two.
I said, no, dude, you said that it happened over water, and I said, no, it didn't. You don't.
Your room is still.
You said it was a thought experiment.
Or anything? It's still
You're
there.
an idiot. You said it was a thought experiment. You said it was a thought experiment, dude.
Wait, we have a place for him in Globe Earth?
Relax.
Wait, time out. Scott just said the plums wouldn't be parallel because that would mean the Earth's a ball, right? Because they're not parallel. I said, wait, was this done on topography with different elevations? He said, well, same elevation. I was like, where was that at? Oh, well, it's just a thought experiment.
Yeah, just thought experiment.
Yeah, but what's it?
How do you welcome him to Globe Earth?
The elevations are relevant to the parallel relative nature of Bob, Bob?
Yes, think about it.
Well, you're actually an idiot, huh?
Think about it.
He just said if you see two plumb bobs that aren't parallel, and if they're at different elevations, of course they're not parallel.
Think about the flat model and the round model. If you're gonna have a downward plumb, regardless of if you're halfway up a hill or not. The hill isn't gonna make your fucking plumb go aside from Cavendish effect.
You think that's analogous?
Yeah.
No, it's not. You're claiming plumb is relative to the center of our Earth. That's 3,900 miles away.
Regardless, a mountain doesn't matter.
No, it's not regardless of anything, dude.
You might not be able to see the plums like next to each other on the horizontal plane, but if you could get their vector off from center for some reason, like you know what I mean? They're going to go straight down regardless.
No, but this is the thing, my friend. Straight down is different on a flat Earth and a globe Earth. You know that, right? There's no straight down. Down is relative to center of mass.
Mountains are irrelevant.
No, I'm talking about plumb, dude. Establishing plumb. That's the first step. That's the first.
You're saying you want these things to be on the same horizontal plane as each other, basically?
No, I know what plumb is.
So
whatever you
changed.
How is he
No, yeah, you already have to have the planar data beneath 12 kilometers, which none of you do.
Second step.
I should know what data you're trying to collect.
Established that all plums are parallel.
What? I never claimed that, did I? Did I claim that? Wait, did I claim that?
That's what you're claiming.
Well, that's what I'm claiming. Explain me, Curve, how you're so smart. You know what I'm claiming.
All these, and you deny that they diverge from parallel. So what does that leave you with?
No, I didn't. I did not deny that.
Yes, you did.
Okay, I denied the causation claim of it. You said it was because the Earth's a sphere. I said, oh, is it at different elevations? He said, this is a thought experiment over a magical fairy tale of water.
Anybody?
Imagine Curve being so stupid. He's literally arguing Scott's thought experiment right now.
No, you denied. You directly denied the fact that
can't argue a thought experiment. It's not reality.
And you denied it. It's nothing to do with Scott's experiment.
No, he has the thought experiment.
Hold on. You have to think about it before you go.
You're supposed to substantiate your physical claim, and then you come in here talking about, oh, well, this is just a thought experiment. It's not actual physical evidence. I'm fucking
You need to agree on the thought experiment on the outline of the field experiment, so that when they show you the field experiment, you've already agreed that it's satisfied. You have to do step 1 first, bro. It's okay.
What do you think step 1 is, Don? What are you arguing there?
Well,
he's saying if your thought experiment, it's your argument, you should have thought about it first. So it's here's the father of modern geopolitics.
Ask Don a question.
Here's the modern
yeah.
father of geodesy. Okay, in spite of the fact that the surface.
Why is WITSIT talking?
Yeah,
I think I answered Curve. I just said because normally, like the brainstorming process is like the first process in many.
WITSIT was talking.
Okay, well, that's it. Go ahead, WITSIT.
No, Dawn. This is your turn to talk.
I talked.
Okay, then you're done. Then mute yourself, please.
What if the plumb lines were at the same elevation, but they still pointed in different directions?
What if the plumb lines were in planes? Who cares?
Everyone say the thing I chopped out. It's a crap.
You've muted the guy that was destroying your fantasy.
Sorry, was I not
guys.
talking, KIMO?
That's why it's silent. Because WITSIT was asked a question and he can't respond because he's been muted.
Well, I haven't muted him.
I'm just saying the guy that is destroying this fantasy here, there's a good reason probably. I mean, you have to censor it, right? This is the idea, is to stop the flat earth.
No, I was just trying to get Dom to answer something, and WITSIT just wouldn't shut up. He barely stops talking, KIMO.
Does anybody else think brainstorming and agreements isn't the beginning of a process?
Well, we do have a lot.
So y'all asked me to go get the citations. I spent the time to go do so. Can I actually specify them, or are you just gonna not let me talk about them and then you're gonna whistle past?
Yes, but please stop spamming the chat. Do them one at a time, and let's go to the specific thing that supports what you're saying.
I didn't spam the chat.
Post a link to a book.
Yeah, that's dude. What the fuck? You just don't seem. Oh my!
I need
God,
the citation from the book. We're in a conversation. You can't expect people to read a whole book.
No, I didn't ask him to, man. But you won't let me explain my.
Supports your argument.
You won't even let me though. So I didn't. Did I ask someone to read 900 pages of fucking numbers? Did I say that?
It just show us that. Look, all you've done is spam the chat. I looked at the first couple of links.
Stop fucking whining and let him fucking speak his mind, Gem, for fuck's sake.
All right, this is the father of modern geodesy. He said, in spite of the fact that the surface of the earth cannot be reached everywhere, it has been made possible to have a general knowledge.
Post it.
I already did.
So we can see.
Post it again for the fourth time. Okay.
It's at 46 minutes past the hour.
You need to post things one at a time, not 8 things together that don't tell us in any way how they support your argument.
Okay, the father of modern. I guarantee you, I get interrupted again. This is the fourth time I've tried to read it. The father of modern geodesy. In spite of the fact that the surface of the earth cannot be reached everywhere, it has been made possible to have a general knowledge of the shape of the earth through the existence of a simple law of formation of the shape of the whole body of the earth. This is a law of formation of which the factors are the gravitation of mass particles and the centrifugal force created by the rotation around an axis. So literally, it requires gravitational pull and axial rotation to even interpret the data with the spherical assumption. Father of modern geodesy.
Now that's the biggest problem. Do you ballers understand that? I mean, how?
Wait. Can I jump in here? It's actually, is it a sphere or is it a geoid?
It's a geoid.
Well, hold on a minute.
Okay. Now before we continue, one more thing, Jim, if you don't mind, I would like to post this definition of a geoid. I'm sure you've read it. Where is it at? I got a lot of stuff here. Shit, it should be right here.
What this tells us,
a big poo-poo. Here it is. Okay. There it is right there. So what's a geoid? The hypothetical shape of the earth coinciding with mean sea level and its imagined extension under or over land areas.
Why is Brandon muted, by the way?
Oh my God. And hypothetical.
Oh, the word imagined.
And hypothetical.
Why is Brandon muted?
What was the argument about this passage?
Imagine thinking hypothetical meant factual.
Right, let's deal with.
Hey, dumbass Curve, can you respond to my premise?
It is. Sea level extending through the land masses is hypothetical. It doesn't actually do that. Did you know that?
Did you know the Earth's not actually a ball?
Flatards know that the sea does not go through the continents.
Curve, if I'm a flatard, why can't you respond to the premise I just read?
Because
I'm trying to.
Anything.
You don't even understand it.
Yeah, curve dipshit. That's because they're talking about gravity in that instance.
Guys, Elijah. And what Elijah just posted.
So everyone doesn't have to respond to what I went and got.
About the theoretical gravity.
What is your point?
So they requested I go get it, and they can't respond to it.
What is your point with the geoid, Elijah?
Let's let Jim respond.
Oh yeah, let Curve skate past my fucking facts that I went and got upon request.
Your point is that no one is responding to your point.
Scared.
But no one can respond to your point.
Curve said no. Fuck Austin. Let's talk to fucking Eli. That's what he said.
I know, but we're going to get the people that want to respond. So just relax.
A little.
No, your point currently is no one is responding to your point, but no one can because you're making the point that no one is responding to your point. So what this says is that in spite of the fact that the surface of the earth cannot be reached everywhere, it's been made possible to have a general knowledge of the shape of the earth through the existence of a simple law of blah, blah, blah. But that that tells you is that we measure the Earth to be curved in places that we can reach.
So did you actually just skip the premise?
So
what's my premise, Jim?
Your premise is that we need to know all these other things about gravity, etc., to have a knowledge of the shape of the Earth.
Are you saying that we don't need to account for centrifugal force to interpret geodetic survey?
No, what the thing is actually saying is that we use the properties of gravity and centrifugal force to make measurements that tell us that the Earth is curved. That's not what it says. Actually saying. That is what.
That's not what it actually says.
Why doesn't
it says
the first part of chapter 1 of this book that he's citing, where it says that the Earth's surface is more or less the shape of a sphere?
Okay, so that doesn't mean they proved it. So anyway,
well, what about from his own shit?
Imagine being that stupid.
Why does the definition
surveying is the surveying of the Earth's surface, making allowance for its curvature and
making allowance for? What does that mean?
Making allowance for its curvature and giving an accurate framework for smaller scale surveys. So it means that they take the curve into account.
No, making allowance for. So they have to update the data based on a spherical assumption.
For curvature, then. Why is that even
why
in
are you obfuscating away from the fucking premise?
I'm not. I'm asking why is that in there if there's no curvature?
Obfuscating.
Oh Jesus! Fuck you, Charles.
See, this is what y'all all say. WITSIT.
You're too hyper, dude. You need to just relax.
Though. It is. You're obfuscating.
It's disgusting.
And Scott's like, "Oh, Austin, why? How dare you call someone out for obfuscating?" Oh, WITSIT.
I don't know what your name is, WITSIT, but you are hyper.
My name's Austin.
Take it down a notch.
Yeah, if y'all can stop fucking strawmanning and interrupting and obfuscating, then I would
He's been doxxed. You guys know what his name is.
Yes, quite right. So I mean, we have to look at the
doesn't know my name.
We have to look at the premise, and I think that's the thing that WITSIT wants is the premise, Veach. And if you avoid the premise, then he's going to get upset. I'm going to get upset. We're all going to get upset because you're avoiding the topic.
There's no excuse for the hyperness.
Well, there is an excuse because we've been lied to. We believe that you guys have lied to us. So if you're trying to have a regular conversation with honest people, then obviously when we ask a question to an honest person, they're going to say, yeah, we understand your premise. And you wouldn't just overtalk me, Mr. Scott, like you're doing right now. You would listen to what we're trying to say, and then you respond in kind, right? Yeah, even JJ's upset. We're all upset. And that's why...
This is what they want to do.
Yeah, this is why we get upset, Veach, because you're not answering what we're asking you, all right?
Okay. So I don't think that's true. I think we are answering what we ask us. In fact, we're trying, and we do answer what you ask. We're trying, and in the process of doing it, we get interrupted, and WITSIT gets hyper, and it obfuscates our ability to do it. And then he complains that it hasn't happened. But if everyone just relaxed, allow people to say, "What's that?"
You're lying. Two people brought up separate points. Two people brought up separate points.
By the way, your interruption
so if everybody would just relax, and we could. If everyone could just relax and we could listen to each other, and by the way, be generous that not everybody's the same. Some people might have a slightly orthogonal point, but we're going to get to the people that are going to be strict on. Everyone just relax and be patient. It would be so much more fun.
Okay, so the point is, it says it's been made possible to have a general knowledge of the shape of the Earth through the existence of a simple law of formation. Now, this is a law of formation of which the factors are the gravitation of mass particles and the centrifugal force operated by the rotation around an axis, which means the resultant of gravitation of mass particles and centrifugal force being resultant of rotation around an axis is literally the factors needed for the law of formation used to come up with a general knowledge of the shape of the Earth, meaning the assumption of centrifugal force and axial rotation is required to even go on with the interpretation of the data.
Not true at all. Doesn't say that in any way.
Okay, you do.
What it says
what does it say then?
Well, it says that we can measure the Earth in certain places. Where we do that, we find it to be curved. We can't measure the Earth everywhere, but we can extrapolate from our We can extrapolate from our wider knowledge that the shape of the Earth, and I think that this includes things like the fact that the Earth is oblate.
All right, that was obfuscation. So, that was literally obfuscation.
How is that obfuscating? I addressed directly the words that you said.
No, you
How is
didn't.
that obfuscation?
No, you did. You never
What
even
what am I trying to make the point that it isn't? What did I say
Okay.
that is obfuscation?
I'll
Because I'm getting sick of this. You just add it's obfuscation. It's a red herring.
It
It's
is.
this fallacy. It's that
It objectively
fallacy.
is.
Shut the fuck up.
just
I
say
did
that
not
You're spiraling.
obfuscate anything.
You mad, bro?
I addressed direct.
All right, now we've pissed Jem off. Come on, everybody relax.
Yeah, you
We're
did.
going outside as well. Come on, let's reel it back in and get back to the conversation.
Obfuscation
Jam,
of
control your
anything.
emotions, man. Jam, mate. Honestly, dude. Crack. You.
I'm
All right, so look, here's the deal, man. My premise, Jim, you said that earlier, bro. Like, I heard you. You said that earlier. That's about the first sentence, and you go on with these extrapolations of opinions. But you didn't fucking address my point. You said we can get a general knowledge of the shape of the Earth, and then you stop reading. It says, through the existence of what? A simple law of formation.
I said
and then it explains to you what the fuck that is.
I said about wider knowledge of the Earth. So, and that includes that.
It says the only way we get to it says the way we get to the general knowledge of the shape of the Earth is through the existence of a simple law of formation. That is my premise. So the law of formation,
and that
the
gives us
factors are gravitation and centrifugal force.
And that gives us things like the oblateness, but it does not mean that our measurements that we take in geodetic surveying measure it to be flat, or that they don't measure it to be curved, or that they're irrelevant in any way, or that they require some previous premise.
No, dude,
it
it also is
say that at
it's
all.
required. Dude, it's also required for plumb, dude. Do you not understand that? In addition, sometimes, yes, it is, because, dude, sent down is actually relative to the center of mass. Okay, so what the plumb is going to be fucking going down to will be relative to the centrifugal force, dude. How do you not understand that?
However, we can observe it, as Scott pointed out, and that those observations do not require any previous idea of what's going on. We would just observe that two plumb lines at two different locations weren't parallel.
That's not what happens.
Well, that is what happens.
No, it's not. So would you like to cite one time that's ever happened?
Well, that's what geodetic surveying derives for us, doesn't it?
My friend, even he admitted that this was just a thought experiment, because I've researched the fuck out of geodetic surveying, and to get one of y'all to actually invoke a certain one is like pulling teeth. So I decided to go research it my fucking self.
Plum. I thought you were arguing that they used plum in geodetic
They have
surveying.
to, yes.
Right.
Of course
So
they do.
there you go.
There I'd go, what? It's about the
There you go.
interpretation of plumb. It's relative to centrifugal
In geodetic
force.
surveying, they would use plumb at two different locations, and they would determine via the geodetic survey that they were not parallel.
That isn't
there
true.
You go.
That's patently false.
Well, how is it patently false?
Okay, because you established plumb.
Circular reasoning.
Show how that is. It's not circular reasoning.
Yeah, it is.
How is it circular reasoning?
Because
all I'm arguing is the observation of non-parallel plumb at two different locations. So
non-parallel to what?
Reasoning?
Non-parallel to what?
Something we observe.
Non-parallel relative to what?
To each other, dude. That's
To
what
each other.
non-parallel means.
Okay. So does it have anything to do with being relative to the Earth, or just one another?
One another.
Yeah, you don't even understand.
I do.
So they have nothing to do with the relative nature of plumb and Earth.
We can go on to make conclusions.
He said what? Like it was a dumb question.
We can go on to make conclusions about the Earth as a basis of that observation. But
No, we don't.
Still an observation.
We don't want to make unfounded, unsubstantiated bullshit claims. Can you
But it's
concede
not.
that in order to do geodetic surveying,
this would be part of the foundation for it.
do you agree that geodetic surveying requires the law of formation?
We're literally talking about the observation that leads you to the conclusion.
Does geodetic surveying require the law of formation?
What is the law of formation? What do you think they mean by law of formation?
Yeah, the formation of the Earth, the dimensions that are
No.
formed via the centrifugal force. Yes.
That is not what they're talking about when they're talking about a law of formation.
So it just says that it's literally what it's talking about, but it's not?
That's not what they're talking about. What they're talking about with a law of formation is it's a way that you can form a model. And the way you form that model is by using the observations. That they're taking measurements with gravity, measurements with centrifugal force in different locations, and they're using that data to form a model of what they're seeing.
I literally just said that.
That's what the law of formation is.
I just said that. I said the law of formation is used to come up with the dimensions of the model.
You said it was the way that the Earth was formed.
The dimensions of how the Earth is supposedly formed. The dimensions. That's the model, right?
That's the model. But
So
it's not
I
how
actually
the
said
Earth
what
was
you acted
formed.
like you were fucking
Got
refuting.
nothing to do
What a
with
joke.
how the Earth was formed.
I didn't say how it was formed.
You did.
No, I didn't.
No, not how it was formed. No,
I said
Paul.
the dimensions of the formation of the Earth. Good try, though. Nice straw man.
WITSIT.
Yeah.
Do you think we live on a perfectly polished sphere?
No, it's no. We don't live on any type of sphere. But according to your little religious leaders, it's an oblate spheroid with a differential of the elevation of Mount Everest at the equator, but it's negligible. And if you were to shrink it down to a pool wall, it would still be as smooth as a pool.
Okay, so you're saying the globe Earth side is saying we live on a perfectly polished sphere where everything is going to be.
I literally just didn't say that.
Wow, this gypsy dude doesn't hear well, does he, WITSIT?
Oh no!
Is anyone going to call him out? Is any of the Globers going to call him out?
Gypsy didn't
Nope.
say
Crickets.
that. Stop strawmanning him.
Still
What a
by
fucking
saying
joke.
oblate spheroid, you're still dodging the question. There's no humps, bumps.
I just said it's an oblate spheroid, and in fact, there is an elevation difference of the elevation of Mount Everest at the equator. So how the fuck is that no bumps? How the fuck is an elevation difference of Mount Everest no bumps?
Okay, you're dodging the flat part too.
No,
There's
you straw man to me. Admit you straw man me. Is a Glover going to come in here and say that and admit that he's straw man?
Differential, so it's smoother than a cue ball, but it's a bump, but it's not a bump if you're far away. So,
But who cares?
Some call it a bump, some don't call it a bump. Let's argue over bumps, guys.
Yeah, because he can't argue.
So, Gypsy, what was your point anyway? What's your
I'm
point?
going on the flatter sections. I'm
So
going on the
useful.
flatter sections, okay? And here's my point that anyone can do. Grab a telescope, look at the moon. It looks like a round disc in the sky, right? Zoom in with the telescope to the edge, and I guarantee you, you zoom in good enough, you will find flat sections, flat horizons.
But what's your point though? Still
You
no
doubt
point
that
there.
you just like.
It's something anyone and everyone can do. There's no science. There's no nothing behind anything. Getting deep into information
That's irrelevant.
about anything. You and anyone can look at it and see that there are flat sections on a round fucking ball.
Wait, how do we know the round ball part?
So the water, if there was water on those flat sections, would they be flat, genius?
Yes, they would.
What about if there was water on the curves sections?
Also, the moon is much smaller than the Earth.
Oh
You know
my
that,
God.
right? The Earth is 198 million square miles.
Hey, you do
And
realize
I'm
this
going
wasn't
off
about
of
the moon.
something
This was
small.
about geodetic surveying.
About seeing flat sections or bumpy sections on a massive object that you guys
But no
are
one said that
ignoring.
you wouldn't. No one, you're straw manning.
It's the biggest irrelevant nonsense.
So funny, and none of the Globers called him out. So the actual argument is
I'm
about
a
the.
Glober, remember though? I'm a Glober, so
I never called people that don't call
I got
themselves a
kicked
Glober.
from your little group because I'm a Glober.
Well, I didn't kick you, did I? And you could have just DM'd me. So you can still DM if you want to. This is a law of formation of which factors the gravitation of mass particle central force created by the rotation around an axis. Can someone actually respond to the premise? So we can move on.
How does it negate the measurements that show the Earth is curved?
The measurements don't show the Earth is curved. You take point to point, and then you have to add an arc to the data. Did you know that?
Well,
No.
if you
Hey,
made
someone just
enough-
said no. It's objectively what you do, dude. It's This is why I started studying it, because you people don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, can I respond?
Please.
If you make lots of points to points, you will get a curve.
Not true. You're
Yes,
just saying shit.
true.
So whenever you go from point to point, do you have to apply an arc?
It wouldn't matter, would it?
Yes, because the arc is where you come in with the spherical part.
Apply an arc.
If you do point to point to point to point to point to point, you get an arc.
No. If you go from point to point,
Yes,
but
yes,
if it's
yes.
on a ball, there would be. if you go from point to point, but there's a ball, then there would be an
How far
arc
apart are the
point to point,
points?
right? It's
Well,
over 12
your
kilometers.
Your points. I don't think your points would arc, but you would see the land under you could.
No.
do an
From
arc.
point to
It would,
point,
it
the
would- it
line
just-
would arc.
No, no, that's a
it
straight
just
line. One
depends
line
how-
is straight.
how-
With it.
how-
Guys,
how-
point to point, it would curve.
So you'd have a hump in the middle, but
Yeah, that's an
the
arc,
line,
bro.
With it, a 2-point line can't curve. It's a straight line with it.
No,
It's
I
not
know.
gonna curve.
that's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying because
And I think
they.
he's
Are
wanting
you
to
confusing
agree
then
with you
with
and
it?
just saying,
Yeah,
okay, but when
point
you
to
do
point on a
multiple
flat
points,
Earth is
then
a
you'll
straight
notice
line,
it.
but on the ball it would curve, right?
Yeah, so you have to add the arc. You literally have to. I just now read how you do it. I
could
just
measure an arc
You don't. How do you measure an arc then, Jim?
in the way I've just described. by
Oh,
doing
describe it
over
again
multiple-
then. Do you have spherical
do
excess?
it over multiple points.
Okay. Do you have
You
spherical
don't just
excess
do it
those
over
points?
2 points.
Do you have to account for spherical excess?
The measurements would show spherical excess.
Okay. How so?
Well, that's what the measurements show.
That's not true.
Well, yes, it is.
Okay, so if you map out a triangle and you put it on a ball, the ball will come up through the triangle. That's called the spherical
actual
excess.
geodetic measurements.
There you go.
The actual geodetic measurements show spherical excess. There you go.
No. You just are
Yes,
so
yes,
lost.
yes.
Okay, so when you take the planar points and then you
Address
map
that
them out onto a
point.
ball.
Address that point. You're talking
trying-
about
I'm
spherical
trying-
excess. You brought it up.
I'm trying to.
How do you account for it in the actual measurements? Why do those
Okay.
measurements show a spherical excess?
Okay, so whenever you map out a triangle and then you put it on a ball, the ball will come up through the triangle. That's called spherical excess. It's the part of the hump that comes up through the triangle, right? Now, the way that you know what the spherical okay, so what is spherical excess then?
Excess of the angles that would normally add up to 180 on a flat surface, but they add up to more on a curved surface. It's not what you described.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
So that just shows how ignorant you are.
Hold on. So how would you plot the points from A to B and see an arc?
Again, you don't do just 2 points. God,
Okay,
that's
A to G.
difficult.
I don't know.
It doesn't. Yeah, you do. How many points do you do? 3, right?
Well, when we've done geodetic surveying, it's many thousands of points.
No, you do 3 at a time.
But they link them together, right?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, sometimes they can't even match the fucking terrain, so they have to work it out. And one of the ways that one of the factors they use to work it out is they say that if Plum is theoretically going all the way down, right, that because of gravity inside the Earth, that somewhere deeper down in the Earth, it could actually cause it to fluctuate back and forth, that Plum would be relative to the gravitational flux. This is the actual fucking... This is literally a fucking explanation. And that, so if it's a little off, it's probably because that was fluctuating a little bit because of the gravity in the Earth. So that's convenient because we can't go
So there's
3,000
an
feet
error
down and
margin
test that.
in
So
our
that
measurements.
makes
Okay.
right. That makes the claim unfalsifiable, right? If you're ever wrong, you can just say,
No.
"Oh, well, we were just wrong because gravity moved in
It
the
just
Earth."
means
I
like
promise.
all measurements, there's an error margin. It doesn't make it unfalsifiable.
What was the agreement that you guys didn't have? Was it about the chaining of all these points? Jem said yes.
He said that you don't
Or-
have to apply an arc to it; they just show the arc because he doesn't
But
understand what they do.
If you look at the surveys, they are literally that. They are these chains of points going across the land.
But why?
So-
why
so
do
wait, they
these
measure
chains
with
of
chains?
points have to have a prior model?
No,
Why can't you
but
just have
I
an
don't mean
open
actual
3D
chains,
realm
but they
that
do
you're
use
chaining
chains
the
in the
points
measurement,
into?
but
Why?
I
Why
didn't
can the
mean-
points not dictate the thing afterwards? Like why? I understand that somebody else told me that they don't work on the flat model, but why do you have to have a globe model prior? Why can't you just have these points and reference them from each other, up or down, how far apart? Why would you have to have a model prior? That's really getting me. I don't like
And
that.
dude,
at all.
someone read it earlier, bro. Someone read it earlier that they have to have the geoid to start off.
Yeah, it doesn't
That
makes
is
no sense
derived.
at all.
Ultimately, though, that is derived from our measurements.
No,
that's not
geoid
what
is
they
a
said, though,
hypothetical
Jen.
model, dude, and then you
Right,
take that
which
and you
is
take the
derived-
measurements and form it into it.
Was
That's not
derived,
true.
Which was derived from our measurements.
What measurements?
Oh, from other measurements. Okay.
But not from geodetic, not geodetic surveys, right?
From
Because that
geodetic
requires
surveys. But you're kind
no,
of
that
walking past the point.
requires
Why
the
would that
geoid,
be
dude.
needed?
Wow,
Why
I'm
would
about
they
to
have
prove
it
this
from
wrong.
other measurements? It does not seem necessary to me. Like,
He
if I
doesn't
have a
understand,
network
dude.
of drones and satellites and they can reference each other, I don't need any prior model. They're going to show me they're going to show me the network.
Right, because this is the point I always make. The French-Spanish geodetic mission in the 1750s went to measure the Earth at the equator to settle the argument of whether the Earth was oblate or stretched at the poles, whatever the word for that is, which I don't remember. But clearly they could not have had a model to start with because they were formulating the model.
Not using geodetic surveying, that's patently false.
You can tell me all these validations that they've had, but the point is still going to stand. One
They were
said
making
they
the
have to have
Let him finish, man.
Two, I would not even
Let him
want
finish.
it. Even if we had it, I would not want it. And two, they're saying they have to have
Why
it.
are you talking? Shut up!
I'm trying to make the point. I saw you flash while I was talking, Jem.
Shut the fuck up!
Damn, homie.
You're lucky I can't find you in the list.
Man, damn, Jem.
But why can't you? I was in the middle of speaking. Totally forgotten the point I was making.
Well, don't worry, it wasn't going. I actually agree with Jim on this one. I'm not gonna lie. Like because he was only a sentence in that time. Like if you interrupt him after like a minute, that's different. Like Jesus, at least let him like fucking, because I know how annoying that is. But the point is, though, objectively, it says that it requires that, right? Basing the computations on a previously known value of the Earth's dimensions. Like that's a requirement, bro.
Well, again, my point is that previously known value ultimately had to be measured at some point. And I'm giving you the example.
They say Al-Biruni measured it.
The example of where it was and where there cannot have been a previous model.
Yeah, Al-Biruni.
Because they couldn't agree what the model was at that time.
But they agreed on the radius value, right, bro?
So hang on. So somebody went to measure it. A team of people went to measure it to find out, to settle that argument.
What, the oblate part, right?
Right.
Right, but my point is the dimensions were already agreed upon. The dimensions specifically being like the radius value, right? Like that was already agreed upon. They were just trying to figure out how to map out the radius. They already agreed on the size, and they attributed that to Al-Biruni. So they had the dimensions. Then they go out and they do geodetic surveying beyond 12 kilometers. And then they apply that with an arc from point to point. They then apply plumb relative to the center of mass. They then apply that and the data acquired to the previously established dimensions. And sometimes they're not exactly right. And they say, well, no shit, because we're just guessing, right? Like the Earth is flat some places and not some places, which is logical. So they have to fucking fudge the numbers when it doesn't match. And I just now gave you a specific example of one of the ways they do that by saying underneath the Earth, gravity can actually affect plumb. So it'll make a mess of the numbers. So my point is the numbers aren't right. And the only way you can know the numbers aren't right is to have a parameter of dimensions to apply it to, dude.
And can you demonstrate any of these assertions at all?
Can you establish that the French-Spanish geodesic mission were reliant upon Al-Biruni's measurement?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to cite what you're talking about specifically, sure, I'll show they definitely use the radius value. It's a no-brainer.
But no, you said that they were reliant upon Al-Biruni. So you need to know that the radius value that they're using was derived 800 years before, 700 years before, and that no measurements were taken in that 750 years that they used for that. So
no measurements of the radius were no.
Seriously, so you think that Al-Biruni made his measurement 1,000 years ago, and then for 750 years, nobody else made any kind of measurement of the Earth? That's what you're saying.
No one else measured the radius of the Earth, that's right, and he didn't either.
Well, what do you mean when you say the radius of the Earth? Did anyone make a measurement of the Earth from which they could calculate the radius?
Not without already knowing what the radius was supposed to be with the Al-Biruni method. So, Jesus Christ.
So if they measured they had some method, whatever method it may be, of measuring the circumference of the Earth, or part of it, they would not have any. They would still have to go back to Al-Biruni to work out the radius, even though they knew the circumference from their own measurement.
You just said part of it. You said part of the circumference.
Well,
what is part of the circumference?
Parts of it. Maybe several parts.
What does that mean? What is part of the circumference, bro? Not the circumference, right?
Well, not all of it.
So it's not the circumference.
I don't know. Do you know what part of means?
Yeah, so it means it's not the circumference because circumference is all the way around, bruh.
Right. So part of it is not all the way around. It's part of it.
Well, what the fuck,
How
dude?
is
I
this
can measure
difficult
100
for you?
yards in. Listen, I can measure 100 feet in my yard right now, and then say, "I promise this is 100 feet of a triangle." What the fuck does that mean? This is 100 feet of a triangle. Wait. If I measure 100, let me give you an example, bro. I'm almost. I'll do it concise, bro.
I'm saying that in the 1750s, we got measurements of lots of the Earth.
Yeah,
that we could use to calculate a circumference and thereby calculate a radius.
Wait. How do you calculate the circumference?
But your claim is they were reliant only on Al-Biruni. So how have you established this to be true?
Because if you don't have the full circumference, the only way you could ever reverse engineer the fucking radius or the circumference would be to have the radius. The only way you could actually substantiate or reverse engineer the circumference, if you don't have all of it, it's to have the radius value and then to fill in the gaps objectively. That's basic geometry.
It's just not true, is it? If you've got,
let me I want to address Jem when you're done.
If you can extrapolate a radius from a number of circumference measurements, then you can have a circumference.
You can't do that. What you just said is impossible.
Number of circumference.
Yeah, like how are you going to extrapolate a radius from a number of unfinished circumference values?
Of course you can.
No,
okay, please explain.
With assumptions, you can. Yeah, with conceding that you have assumptions, you can do that.
With the assumption of the radius value that came from Al-Biruni.
Yeah, like with the. Oh,
if you don't have the radius value, you can't do it. That's objective.
Again, you need to establish that it was from Al-Biruni. You keep saying that. How do you know
well, that too was attributed to establishing the radius in your religion.
No, it's
and
not.
he made maps.
Wait, who came up with... Okay, who was the first...
No, listen. That is who is attributed to establishing the radius in your religion.
No, you're religion. I'm not religious.
I'd never even heard of Al-Biruni until about 6 months
ago. Yeah, of course you did.
Yeah, because you don't even understand your own religion. Dude, it's just like a zealot Christian that's never read Genesis. That doesn't mean he's not a fucking religious zealot.
You need to establish that these people were reliant on Al-Biruni, and you're just saying that.
Well, okay, if they didn't get the radius from Al-Biruni, where'd they get it then?
Well... I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, well,
what they just verified what he said.
Hold on.
Get out of this.
Hold on!
I've barely fucking spoken.
Good! I'm speaking. He made the claim. He has made the claim that they got the radius from Al-Biruni.
Well, it was published,
his claim. It's
well, that's
not
the official narrative, yeah.
We're dealing with his claim.
That's your model's claim.
So how have you established that to be true?
Because I know it's not true. So, but your religion claims it's true.
I mean, it is true.
No, your religion claims it's true, Jim.
No.
I don't claim shit about Al-Biruni. You know how stupid it would be for me to say Al-Biruni fucking got a radius value from an apparent location? I just lost brain cells just saying it out loud together.
The claim is that Al-Biruni made a calculation of the radius of the Earth. Our claim is not that everyone has been reliant upon that for the last 1,000 years. That's your claim, and I want you to establish it in some way. How?
Okay, you specifically invoked something from a couple hundred years ago where they settled the dispute between it being oblate or not. Now, I asked you to cite it specifically, which of course you did not, and that way I could look and see if they did have the radius value. Listen, this is how we could do it, Jim, if you'll calm down. Now, we know that he wasn't actually perfect with the radius, right? He was a little off. So if the number that they're using is the exact same number as Al-Biruni, even though it was a little off, then we'll know he got it from there, right?
Not necessarily.
Oh, not necessarily. Well, can you provide it anyway so we can see what the radius value is they used? Because they had to have that, so...
No, they didn't.
Okay, provide evidence of it. That's your claim.
Of the Earth.
How do you do that?
The point is, they specifically did not have that information. They were getting that information.
Provide the evidence then.
What, you want me to provide the evidence that the French-Spanish geodesic mission occurred?
And yeah, I want you to provide the documentation so I can see
Okay,
exactly
well,
what
I'll do that.
calculations they used.
I'll do that. There's a couple of books on it. It's quite well known. But
you can just type the name and I'll look it up, dude.
But before I do that, let's get back to your claim that the French-Spanish geodesic mission were reliant upon Al-Biruni and had got their radius value from him. So how have you established that?
Yeah, just go ahead, man. Go ahead. That was the 5th time you said that, dude. I've already responded.
So where's your evidence for this claim?
I already said.
Or are you just going to concede that you made that claim and you don't actually know if that's true?
Yeah, I said I don't know for sure because you haven't actually cited it. But what I do know is that you're. But I've already said that. I said that I don't know for sure, but your religion's.
This is the first time.
It's probably because you were fucking spiraling, Jim.
And it's kind of irrelevant. So you're admitting even if there was another.
Well, no. I'm not admitting I was right or wrong. You've yet to provide the evidence.
So you're admitting that you made the claim without any.
Yeah. I made the claim somewhat assumptively, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Now, Zach, you don't even know if what I said is true or not. Would you like to provide the evidence so we can find out?
I'd like to ask, was the Al-Biruni method different than the French expedition method? Because if not, it's kind of a relevant point anyway.
Well, yeah, how did they determine the value of the Earth or the metric of the Earth? Well, just type it in. I'll Google it myself.
Shift your thing.
Every time I wait on Globers to get the evidence, they don't. I have to look at it.
I'm doing it right now as we speak. Shut the fuck up.
Okay. Well,
Jim,
I'm not gonna send it anyway. It'll be something that isn't the calculations.
But it's like if they use the same method as Biruni, then you can keep saying, they rely on that dinosaur tech.
Right. What I'm going to give you first of all, before you all go mental, is the wiki page, so that you can begin your research.
Okay. Jim Panda, do you try to OD on blue pills every morning? Because I think without the blue pill ODs, you might be a cool guy, But I think that the blue pills are just, kind of keeping a gap here. Dude, have you ever taken the red pill? Did you throw it back up? Or you don't want to take it?
The red pill. Do you mean, do I believe internet bullshit? No.
Do you actually independently verify things, even if they may make you uncomfortable?
Do I independently verify?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you diligently research things, even if you have some emotional predisposition or bias against it?
Well,
because I did that with religion, right? Like I did that. Like my parents, I was like, damn, if this book is false, then my parents are dumb.
I don't think anybody does anything without some bias.
Well, I put my bias aside and I went and looked into the efficacy of the scriptures without like my family emotional bias.
Well,
it's just an example.
I think that we can claim that we have.
For example, my mom lost her store this year because the government shut everyone down, right? My mom lost her fucking store. She worked her ass off for it, dude, for like 5 years.
Man, that
and
sucks.
She couldn't afford to pay her. Yeah, she couldn't afford to pay her rent and shit. And like, dude, it's like it would be more comfortable for me if she lost it for a legitimate reason, But after my research, my opinion is actually there's tons of red flags, and I don't think it really was a legitimate reason. But I can't like not go research the truth about all of this because I want it to be true. Like my mom wants it to be true too, because she can't face the idea that the government just fucking made her go bankrupt or like fucking bankrupted her store. So she won't look at the evidence I send her. But so I'm just giving two examples of like, dude, sometimes just because something's gonna fucking suck or be uncomfortable, it's like, dude, that's independent of whatever the info is.
I don't want to be mean with it, but you better be ready to move and be a warrior on stuff like that. Because if you find out abuse like that and then we don't do anything, we're beta cucks, bro.
Yeah, that's true, but I couldn't even get my mom on the team with me. Like, my mom was suffering from cognitive so hard because she wanted to be... Also, she was, like, wiping water bottles down from the grocery store and shit. So she went 0 to 100, wearing the mask. So, like, 5 months in, after losing her store, if she was going to have to admit that it was all bullshit, she should have never listened to him. Because she technically could have kept going to work and she wouldn't have lost the store. But she listened to him. So she's kind of stuck now.
So was that the reason why you started to believe in flat Earth? Because of
that happened this year, dude. I heard about flat Earth 5 years ago.
WITSIT.
All right, we can move on. I wasn't trying to divert. I was giving an example.
Let me ask you something.
Can I ask you, Jem, about that point I kind of
Well, I was going to say, I think you should be wary of believing that you've reached that you've reached a position of not being biased about anything.
I'm not gonna say I can.
I think we're all biased about.
Sure, probably to an extent. Sure, to an extent. But I try my best. Like, dude, I would rather America have really gone to the moon. Swear to God, I would have rather them go to the moon. I swear to God, I would have rather weapons of mass destruction been real. You know. But I just fucking don't. I don't think that's true, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't. I'm sorry. I love America. Like, I love it. It's my country. I'm free. America's corrupt as fuck. I'm not gonna pretend they're not because it's my country. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Jem, can I ask you what you think about the thing I was trying to ask about the modeling of the GPS network? 2 minutes about that?
You can, but I don't really know much about the GPS network.
Well, it's just a logic. It's just a logic thing, and then just me and you. Go ahead. So, point one is, I don't even see it necessary to have a pre-model or pre-understanding of the shape. If I have beacons or whatever, a network of things that can map each other, all I need is like an empty XYZ space, and the references, the
I agree.
Right. So that's the first half of it, and then the second half is like, it seems like that the GPS thing was saying, so that they had to have it. I'm like, I don't even want it at all. I don't think we need it, and then they're saying they have to have it. Doesn't that seem weird?
Who is saying GPS?
Yeah.
Who is saying that specifically?
So the thing that WITSIT brought up, it was saying that they have. Did you miss that about an hour ago? It said that they have to have a model. WITSIT, can you pull that back up again?
Yes.
So
it says you have to have dimensions to compare it to.
He's talking about the very first quote, WITSIT, I think. You know, the one you read out a few times.
So I'm like, you agree with the first half?
If you can post it, I'd be grateful. Because
I
got
you.
it apart before.
Well, that's obviously subjective.
And just be like, hey, this thing is X far away. It's saying it's X higher or lower. You have your 3D space right there.
Hey, real fast, I got to give props. So I'm scrolling up here. I got to give props to whoever put my face on that GIF with the dude, with the girl in the rain. It's actually pretty hysterical. I don't know who did that, but the baby one's not that funny, but that one's hilarious.
Saved it straight away. As soon as I saw it, I was like, that's fucking hilarious, bro.
No, I had to laugh react at it, dude. It actually is funny.
I was in stitches. I was like, I don't even care. I don't care. I was like, I'm saving that, mate. I was like, you'll get in trouble with that for years. You'll get in trouble with this for years, bro.
Thank you for at least keeping her teeth so my teeth don't look as messed up.
Where is that one? Let me see it.
It's so funny, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I was dying, dude. I don't know. I can't remember. Just say.
Also, after all this, remember I provided what I needed to provide at 9:25. Which was an hour and 6 minutes ago.
All right, there's that quote. It's where it's like a few sentences down, basing the computations on a previously known value of the Earth dimensions.
Right. It really sounded like they said they had to have it. Now I have heard the Glover, said that if they try to do it on the flat model, it doesn't work. I mean, so that does mean something to me, but it's just weird.
But plane surveying, everything under 12 kilometers is plane surveying. So when we map out, when we're gonna map out a town or something, bro, we do it in small increments with plane surveying, literally. And then we take the data of that, and then we go beyond 12 kilometers. That's when we do geodetic surveying. So it's important to understand, there is already data based on plane surveying, and then over 12 kilometers you do geodetic surveying. You have to apply that to a geoid model with supposed dimensions, then take the plane data and then compile it because it has to equal over 12 kilometers to whatever your dimensions are, and then you factor it into the ball. You know what I'm saying? So it's a shit show, dude. To say establish the radius is such a lie.
What it says
when
is
when we were talking about point A to point B, again, under 12 kilometers or what, 7.2 miles or 7.4 miles, something like that. It's planar geometry, and then from there, when they put them all together, somehow there's an arc involved.
Well, it's very simple. They also admit that. They admit that when you're doing geodetic surveying, that from point to point, once you go from point, you map out point to point, you actually have to impose an arc on there. And it's not like they're being dishonest, dude. They think the Earth's actually a ball. This is the only way that you could even try to do it. If the Earth was a ball, you'd have to do this. But it's important for us to all be honest here. I mean, they add the arc. They say that. I researched this for like 2 hours yesterday, because I never can get actual citations of geodetic surveys. It's like, I want to know the truth, so I researched it.
So to get back to this passage, what it says is, it says, but it is also evident that before these dimensions can be determined, it is necessary to carry out the geodetic trigonometrical survey.
Yes.
That's the end of that sentence. So that tells me determining those mentions, and I'll get to the next bit. So before you leap down my throat, but that sentence tells me that determining the dimensions is done with a geodetic trigonometrical survey. It then goes on to say, actually, the position is that geodetic surveys are carried out firstly to establish rigid coordinations of all surveys.
Yeah, they're very inaccurate. They're very inaccurate.
All surveys. We're now talking about non-geodetic surveys, right?
So known as plane survey.
Yeah, and probably geodetic surveys as well. It isn't specifying, but it is making a distinction between geodetic surveys and all surveys. So that
because you have to have data from plane, bro. That was my whole first claim y'all challenged.
So
you have to have plane data, bro.
Well, that doesn't say that.
Okay, well, what does that mean then? If it's making a specification between geodetic surveying, what other surveying is there except for plane?
It says in order to make your plane data work, you need to have a geoid to make it work.
There you go. You need a geoid to start to make it work.
But the geoid is derived from a geodetic trigonometrical survey. It says
which
that
accounts for plane data.
I'm sorry?
Which uses plane data. It just said that. It just said it. Someone said that's incorrect. It specifies that it's not geodetic data. So what other kind is there? If you're saying that that's a false binary, that's what you're claiming. It's a false dichotomy or a false binary. So what's the third option? What's the third type of surveying?
Well,
what Jim just said.
There isn't one. Hang on. But you're getting it all mixed up and raveled up. You've gone to the end of the sentence and made it the beginning of it.
The begin explains the one before.
The plane surveys that you are talking about come after you've done the geodetic trigonometrical survey.
But it's saying you can't do it.
It says you can't do the plane without the geodetic. It doesn't say you can't do the geodetic without the plane.
The bit that everyone's ignoring is the very last bit where it says, and further data becomes available for a check on the figure used. And if necessary, that the calculation of another figure that more closely matches the data surveyed.
That's my argument.
What they're saying there is that they can take measurements like, okay, you assume a particular model. I mean, a simpler example might be, okay, we look at a piece of wood and we assume that it's a square. But then we measure it and we find out that it's a little bit longer on one side than it is on another. And so we have to reformulate our notion of what it actually is by taking into account the data that we've just measured. Okay?
That is not
that's
what is happening.
That's what that
That's
last
no,
sentence.
let me respond.
That's what they're not finished. That's what that last sentence says. It says that we can make measurements using a model, and we can then compare those measurements to what the model actually is and see that it's different. And what we then do is we adjust our model to match those measurements, and that updates our model.
That's wrong. So you said that if you find out the triangle's bigger, that's not what's happening. We don't find out the Earth is bigger. What they do is they find out that the curvature rate that's presupposed on the geoid model on that surveying area didn't match. They don't change the model. They don't change the size of the model either. What they do is they update the data itself with the variance of factors. So what they do, listen, what they do is they'll make, oh my God, they'll make multiple measurements. They'll make
in my field of.
See, dude, whatever.
The way I hear this now, after Gemry explained it, is that they need the whole thing, right? Like you can do little parts, right? But unless you have the whole thing, you're not, it's kind of what you said before, WITSIT. Like if you don't have the whole thing, you're making assumptions. So they can do
Full
it.
spectrum.
But unless they have the whole thing, they don't know exactly that.
Right, but can I finish? Because this dude just blatantly misrepresented what that's saying. So it doesn't say. He just said we changed the model to update it. That isn't fucking true, man. They changed the data. They don't change the dimensions of the geoid model. They can't. Gravity fucking falls apart if the radius changes by 0.03%.
That's not
true. So it can't change.
If you only
okay,
have
so how much can the radius value change?
You don't know where to
wait,
put
how much? Wait,
yours,
time out. How much can the radius value change and the model still be correct?
Literally what the statement says. You're saying that I'm getting it wrong. I'm not getting it wrong.
You didn't let me finish either time.
I'm not finished. Why are you interrupting?
Because you interrupted me both times.
It literally says in there, necessary for the calculation of another figure.
What does that mean?
To more closely represent the territory being surveyed.
What's the other figure?
What they're saying there is that they're changing the model to fit what's actually being observed.
But not the size of the model, dude.
Yes.
No, you're an idiot. You're an actual idiot.
Well,
I explained it.
See,
I explained it. And he cut me off 3 times, and now.
Less than
So what am I?
1% or a small percent. This is not the most thing worth fighting over right here, I don't think.
No, you have to understand what I said. If the radius is off by 0.03%, then the model's fucked. Now, what he's saying is that if you find out, you measure a triangle and you find out it's bigger, well, you find out it's actually bigger, you change your model of the triangle. That isn't what goes on here. They change the actual data, and what they do, which is where I get cut off last time, they do multiple more measurements, right? So they're like, maybe we did it wrong or something because this isn't what it's supposed to be. They do multiple measurements on the same land terrain from different angles. I read through this shit.
I get it.
I don't know why y'all haven't.
I think
okay,
what
so
they're saying is if you measure
another factor, dude, another number. They said another factor, right? Another factor I told y'all earlier is if it's off, they'll say, well, actually the gravity vector messed with under the Earth, making the plug fluctuate. That's one of the factors. When it says factors, that means a number that you factor into your results. It's very open-ended for a reason because there's numerous examples. I just gave you 2. Measurements from various different angles across the same terrain and the application of the gravity vector swaying the plumb. That has nothing to do with changing the size of the Earth model, dude.
Do you fly in airplanes much?
I haven't flown them, but I've flown in them quite a bit, yeah.
Okay. Well, so if you're taking off out of, say, an airport, that has significant terrain around it, where do you think that model comes from?
Where the model of the globe Earth comes from?
Well, no, where the terrain comes from.
Cartesian coordinates that are then you add a z-axis.
Okay, so the first bit will be just from a straight surveyor off the end of the runway, right? But I mean, that will just only go out to 15 kilometers. Now, if there is terrain beyond that, then that information comes from STS-96, maybe?
Cartesian coordinates.
No.
It comes from Cartesian coordinates. Yes, it does.
No, this comes like the actual mapping.
Hey, okay, for example, what's an elliptoid? What's an ellipsoid? What's an elliptoid?
Right?
What's an elliptoid? It's the geoid flattened out, right?
Okay.
That's
good
how
for
they
you.
map things out.
Good-
so if
good-
you had to
good for
flatten
you,
it out
but they map things out, right?
on a flat map,
And
they have
where
to
does
flatten
that
the globe.
information come from?
Yeah.
Is my question.
The Cartesian coordinates, and then you add a z-axis.
No, it comes from
How is he using
STS 96, I think.
What is that?
It might not be 96, but it's from the shuttle when it radar mapped the globe.
Wait,
That
you
is
do
what
realize
we
that we
use.
had Cartesian coordinates long before that, and we navigated based on that. Also,
Yeah,
right?
but that okay, yeah, and you can get your map out and try and plot that.
I did.
Which is
we have.
really inaccurate.
No, it's not.
Okay, and it is it's pretty inaccurate. When
Did you use the key on
you're
the map?
plotting-
Did you use the map key?
When you are using the elevation lines on a map, it is really inaccurate.
Did you use the
and
map
it's
key?
usually over. No, I'm talking about a physical map. Right?
Yeah, it has a
And
key on it.
When you plot a curved departure in an airplane to avoid it, then you have issues. Okay, but with newer technology, and the biggest one being the fact that the space shuttle radar mapped the globe down to maybe 1 or 2 meters, then all of a sudden you can carry more than if you were just drawing lines on a map.
Oh, okay, so real quick, so down to within 2 meters or so. So how do you know within 2 meters of what? I thought you just said this is how they established it primarily. So how do you have a rate of comparison?
I never said that. I never said that.
Oh, okay, so they're comparing it to what?
No, what I was saying is
You said within 2 meters, bro. 2 meters of what?
When you just had like a terrestrial map which had lines of elevation, you would have to give 360 feet on top of each of those lines. Okay. And to plot a curve, to avoid the terrain.
Okay, but plotting a curve is just, bro, come on. That's the issue. That's what's in contention. You have to plot the curve. You have to take a Cartesian coordinate, because you just said it was within 2 meters. You have to have a standard of comparison to have an error rate.
Yeah,
the standard
and
of comparison is the model that was already
accuracy
existent.
The accuracy came from the space shuttle mission.
No, so did we know before that? Wait, what did? But I'm afraid I'm asking you. If they went into a space shuttle and they got down within the 2 meters, how do you know it's within 2 meters? That means that something predated that to give you a standard so that you have an error rate, right?
Well, it was,
or an accuracy rate.
It was within. It was in within. Well, depending on how far, it was kilometers.
They have a resolution to the scanning, basically.
But what I'm saying, what are you comparing it to? What are you comparing it to, bro? How do you know how accurate it is? You have to have a standard of comparison.
On a terrestrial map compared to what we can get now.
Okay, so a flat terrestrial map, and then they went to space.
No, not flat. Well,
okay.
Yes, the map is flat. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's an ellipsoid, which is a flattened globe and it's Cartesian coordinates, and then you add a z-axis.
Drawing a line on a map.
Elliptoid is a flattened geoid, dude.
It's not flat.
It's flattened.
Elliptical. Flattened by how much?
Dude, oh my god, someone save this guy.
You're very quiet,
Curve.
For this very fucking reason.
Get him, Curve. Get him.
Yeah, get me, bro.
Quiet,
Curve, you're going to lose your voice for good one day. Careful.
That means
Hey, Curve, your mic is bad, brother.
You're bad, Rakia.
You are really quiet.
Let's all cooperate together and just be quiet, and then we'll hear him. You know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah, let Curve talk.
Now, shut up.
That's better.
It is not flat because
Get him,
it
Curve.
used the word flattened. Shut the fuck up.
That's what I'm saying.
Because
Curve.
it uses faggot. Shut up. Because it uses the word flattened does not mean it is flat.
Well, good thing I said flattened then, huh?
Explain the way that you are imagining it, apparently.
Well, you're imagining what I'm imagining, but I said the word flattened, not flat.
You keep saying, yeah, it's flattened, it's flat.
I didn't say it's flattened, it's flat. I just said it's flattened.
Okay, then clarify.
I already
what
did.
Do you mean?
Yeah,
How
elliptoid is a flattened geoid. Pretty damn flat.
So
Hey,
what's
the point of saying flattened? What's the point of saying flattened then?
Because they had to flatten it out so that they could have a map projection.
So what?
So what sort of
Big deal.
are you talking about?
Big deal.
Well, what's the big? I didn't say it was a big deal. I didn't say it was a big
Don't say it.
It is relevant to the conversation, bro. Because he's
It is,
talking
really.
about
Yeah.
a
Well,
fucking
and
Cartesian
if you wanna
coordinate
bring-
mapping system.
Pause
Jesus,
a
y'all don't
second.
even
If you
ever
wanna
understand the
bring that up-
relevancy, yet you contend shit.
If you want to bring that up, what sort of map are you talking about?
No,
It's
no,
being
okay, yeah.
flattened.
Yeah,
What's
a
that?
elliptoid is a flattened surface. Now, the dude, I'm saying maps are Cartesian coordinate. Oh my god.
No, and I will cut you off because
Oh, we
I'm
know.
going to hold you to
WITSIT.
this. If you know about maps, what sort of map are you talking about?
What sort of map are we talking about?
Correct.
Azimuthal equidistant.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Like a polar one.
So a flattened elliptoid,
Okay,
azimuthal
which is
equidistant,
useless,
Cartesian coordinates.
which is absolutely useless.
Except we use it to
for
navigate.
navigation.
Well, we use it to navigate. We use the
No, we
elliptoid to navigate. So we don't use elliptoid to navigate?
No.
Okay, so what do we
I've
use to
never
navigate?
used No, you do not use that map, like an AE map, to navigate.
Okay, so what do we use to navigate then?
Well, on short distances, like a VTC, which is a Mercator, or a VNC, which is a conical map. And then in even larger distances, it's still conical.
Well, the military uses Gleason. What?
Oh, do they?
I didn't hear what you said.
No, I'm listening to what you're saying. So you're saying
Okay.
that the military uses a Gleason map?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
So you're saying the military doesn't use Gleason maps?
Gleason isn't technically a map.
Oh my god, dude, this is so desperate.
Really?
Gleason isn't
What?
technically a map. That's his
the
rebuttal.
The Gleason map is to show how there's time zones. Like,
Hey, does the military use the Gleason
like
map?
it's an AE map. Hey? I don't know. Tell me if I'm wrong.
I know. Okay, I will.
Sure they don't.
You don't know, but you're pretty sure they don't.
Mute.
No, it's either a Mercator or a conical form map.
I muted Reality because he had a hot mic.
He wants to be unmuted.
I've
so he'll
unmuted
mute
Yeah,
him.
himself.
my
I've
bad.
unmuted him.
My bad. But mute. I'm about to mute myself again. But I just want to say, WITSIT, I commend you for your
I know
patience.
you, Swan.
Hear me out. I commend WITSIT for his patience, which is
What do you mean? You commend WITSIT for his patience? What
yes,
about
his
everyone else?
listen.
Mr. Reality, isn't it?
Well, if you
It's
let me
saintly.
speak, if you shut up, let me
If you would
speak.
speak, we could listen.
Shut up, Curve. So
You shut up.
I commend WITSIT for his patiently listening to y'all and then responding, which is an opposition of the character described by you guys on here. So
He hasn't actually done that.
I can't judge much of what he says, but I can judge the character, which is in opposition of what y'all say about him. So
All right.
I'm going to sit
Well, you
aside.
haven't been here long
I'm going
enough.
to
You
sit.
haven't been
I'm
here for
going
8
to.
hours.
I'm going to
Mr.
sit
Reality,
aside. I'm
thank
going
you
to
for your
sit
frivolous
aside.
comments.
Please be quiet. I'm going to sit aside and
Mute him.
wait for Curved to do his destroying of WITSIT like
Mute
we've
him.
been waiting for.
Much love, bro. Curve will never debate me, though. He's scared.
He can.
Brock, I
He's
will
on
not
the
debate you. You don't debate anyway.
Yeah, I would
Curve,
dismantle
you need to be careful, mate. Honestly,
Do you remember the last time that it was about to be a 1v1 with Chris? Curve was like, look, Curve jumped in and he was like, 1v1! And he was talking about me and Zanuck, but everyone in the room interpreted that he was challenging me. And I said, yeah, I accept. Let's do it right now. And once he realized that it was 1v1v me, he literally left the room. Instantly.
I remember that was.
We all witnessed
At
it.
the end of the day, I've never used an AE map to navigate an airplane.
Save
point
Curve.
is-
I never run away from you.
Everyone
is
saw
an
it, dude. Okay, if you never run away from me, do you want to... Wait. If you never run away from me...
It's still based on the globe.
If you never run away from me, you want to debate right now?
Yeah,
already
right
told
now
you,
sounds
you
good.
don't
Go for it,
debate.
Curve. Use your spherical
One v one.
trigonometry on WITSIT.
A presumed debate.
Can you unmute OJ, please?
If you're scared,
You
just say
don't
you're
debate.
scared, Boomer.
Jim, make sure you record this.
You don't debate. You don't
So
debate.
you're scared.
You lie. You make up shit.
Okay, so you're scared.
You're a waste of time.
So you can't debate.
I just call you
That's
out when
all
you're
he has,
wrong.
Witsit.
That's
Yeah,
all
of
I
course.
need.
Personal
That's all I
attacks.
need.
Curve, just debate him. Just tell him about the spherical trigonometry.
Personal attack.
We'll just move on.
Pointing out your bad information is not a personal attack.
You should easily debate me then. If my information's bad, and that's your only if your only contention is that my information's bad and I'm wrong, then you should be able to easily debate me.
Okay.
Then you should be able to expose my intellectual dishonesty on spot.
Okay.
You don't debate.
He forfeits
Can
it. You win.
Move on.
Can WITSIT show me any map that's not based on a projection of a spherical surface?
Yeah, every map.
Yeah, Paul's the teacher, WITSIT. Don't worry about curved. Paul is the one who actually teaches children
No,
this nonsense.
Chemo, can you just answer the question? Can you show me a map that's not based on a projection from a spherical surface?
Yeah, like every map that ever existed until a couple hundred years ago.
That needs a citation.
Oh, so you're saying that flat maps didn't exist prior to the globe Earth model?
I'm saying you need a citation.
You mean the incomplete maps from hundreds of years ago?
Ooh. Oh, actually, what's the current map we use right now? Who came up with that
There's
map?
Australia on those maps hundreds and hundreds of years ago.
Bro, my friend, what's the current map?
Question,
my friend, what's the current map we use? What's it called?
It depends. You have that citation.
It's called the Mercator projection, right?
Which
That's
is
what we're
a
all
projection of a
I know, my friend, and of course it's inherently going to be skewed because if you put a fucking ball on a 2D surface, it's going to be skewed. Some flat earthers, I admit, give us a really bad look because they like try to map shit out on that, you know. But what I'm saying is like, well, you do realize that came after the fact, right? Like we already had maps like Mercator, for example, Mercator projector. Mercator was a fucking explorer, and he mapped it out flat. Now they took his information, removed the North Pole, and mapped it out onto a fucking globe Earth.
So he was incorrect.
That's a good point, Austin.
But a Mercator projection is really great for like short distances, and it has a specific point, like a datum, that it is based on.
Is it
right?
Is it the most accurate map we have?
A VN. What do you mean? Is it the map we have?
Is it the most accurate map that we have?
No.
So why is it used then? Why are we taught that in school?
Because on small scale,
someone unmute OJ.
You know, like whereas on a larger scale, you would use, say, a VNC map, which is a conical projection.
Okay, so what you're saying is, even though it's not the most accurate map, we teach it to children anyway, because on a smaller scale it's accurate, even though the more accurate maps, is it actually accurate? Well, that's what I was taught in school, the Mercator map. They pulled it down from the fucking chalkboard, and it was a big Mercator projection. And then they pointed the fucking things with a stick, and we were told to regurgitate and remember that we live on a magic spinning ball brought to us by Jesuit priests.
Well,
and then if I didn't fucking regurgitate it, I didn't get an A.
If you want to know more about, like maps, right? Then you will learn more about maps. What about
too bad I seem to know more about it.
Why isn't that?
Can we unmute OJ, please?
He is. I didn't see that he was muted.
What about the Waterman's butterfly
He's
map?
unmuted.
Sorry, I didn't look. What's
what
up?
about the Waterman's butterfly map?
What about it?
Well, that's a map.
Okay, what about it?
So if you know about maps, you would know what the Waterman's butterfly is.
Yeah, but why are you? What is the relevance of the discussion?
It's a particular projection of a geoid, right?
What's a geoid?
By the way, I asked WITSIT for his citations, and he still didn't bring it. So this is the last time I'm going to ask.
Shut up, Lori.
Wait, which citation didn't I bring?
About the maps being not globe projections.
Okay, but everyone in the room knows that's real, but I'll look it up in a second. Because I'm not going to rush for you, because last time Dr. Feelgood asked me, last time Dr. Feelgood challenged when I said that negative claims are assumed to be true until proven false. He challenged that. He said, I need a citation. I went and dug through a 3,000... I went and dug through a 3,000 comment thread on Facebook with McLooney Tunes just to get it for him, dude.
Instead of
went all the way,
about how long
I got it.
yeah.
See, I brought it all the way back to you, man, and then you
So-
never even addressed it, and you
Yeah.
whistled past it, and you never conceded, even though it said verbatim what I said.
What
and
are you
you
even talking about? You haven't even given me a citation here. So please go
Yeah,
ahead.
it was all recorded, dude. I gave you a citation to
Because, I
negative
mean,
claims.
To be honest, the Waterman's butterfly map is probably the closest thing you get to flat Earth.
No, every map is flat, dude.
So WITSIT, I'm going to go on mute, but just to
Thank
give you a
God.
last chance, are you going to provide a citation for that claim? That
At
doesn't
my
matter.
own
Every
pace.
map.
Last time I rushed to get it for you, you didn't even acknowledge it.
That's not even the point that we were talking about. So
My
you are now
point is,
talking
I don't
about a
run.
different
I don't
claim.
run little errands like a bitch for someone that's going to be intellectually dishonest
Okay,
and whistle past the graveyard.
so in terms of this question, that would be a no then, that you're not going to back your claims up.
I already said I would, but not on your timeline. So you can go on mute now.
Okay, so that's a no.
Wait, that's
then.
not
Thank
mute.
you.
Okay, yeah, no, go on mute. Now,
Speaking
can we talk
about-
about something?
Speaking about whistling past, wouldn't it be easy if the Earth was flat to make an accurate map by just measuring distances between cities and then constructing a map with those accurate distances between all the cities?
Only if you knew the entirety of the layout.
You'd be able to do that by measuring distances between places, shouldn't you? That's
Can we-
hard to do.
My friend, can we measure the distance from the tip of South America to Antarctica? Without, privately, can I do that? And then beyond it?
Do it
Oh,
privately.
actually,
You can't even do it for Australia.
Yeah,
You actually measure the Earth your entire self.
Can I map the North Pole out?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, okay, really? Because you're not allowed to go within 500 miles each direction.
That's
so
not true.
you can't fly
What, of
within.
the North
You can't
Pole?
fly within 500 miles of each direction.
What?
They
of
say
the
it's
North
too
Pole?
dangerous. And have you ever
Hey,
go to Google
Singapore
Earth and go
Airlines.
look at the North Pole? It's a compilation. It's a composite of bodies of water that looks like a cartoon. Have y'all ever researched that? Have y'all researched it, or y'all just don't look at any facts?
What you've
But
done is
they,
just whistle past my point that we can accurately determine distances between points, and we should then be able to plot those distances on a flat piece of paper.
Oh wait, I
But
whistled
when we
past
do
that, or
that-
did
do
I
that,
give you
you
a
can't do
rebuttal?
that. Work.
Time out.
You can't.
Did I whistle
you can't
past
do that
or
on a globe either, though. That's a, like,
But
what
did
the
I
hell are you
whistle
talking
past
about?
that? Because I rebutted that as soon as you said it. So what was my rebuttal?
Your rebuttal was a whole heap of nonsense about things that we apparently can't do, which we actually can do.
No. I said
No,
you need to
you
know the
haven't.
entirety of
No, you
the
haven't.
land
Why-
layout.
Singapore Airlines flies.
How is that whistling
Well,
past the
they used
graveyard?
to
You
fly
said
straight over
if the Earth was flat, couldn't we
North
measure it
Pole.
out based on known distances? And I said, not if you don't know the entire land layout. And then he said I whistled past it, and I directly responded. So anyway, Eli, what's up, bro?
You have whistled past it because you don't have to know the entire land. You don't have to know.
Prior
You don't-
to prior.
You don't have
your
to
name is
know
not
the-
Eli, and we
don't-
heard you.
you
You don't have to know the entire layout of the land. Are you going to say anything else?
Yes, I am going to say something else. You don't need to know the entire layout.
He said it again.
Right? I know, but you don't need to know that. All you need to know is a number of points. All right. And if we do know a number of points and the accurate distance between them, you should be able to plot that out on a flat
How do you
map.
plot out the angle of the landmass relative to the center?
You can just measure that. If the Earth was flat, you should be able to just measure the distances and arrange all of those points on a map so that all of those distances are correct.
So you'd have to literally
Shouldn't you?
measure every single outside, like the exterior rim of every single landmass, and then tilt it and measure the relative distances over vast bodies of ocean, so you can get the relative angle right. Correct?
No, that's not what I
The
said
fact-
at all.
No, but that's
not
subjective.
that is not what I said.
Can you
You're
respond to
straw-manning
it? That's
me.
my
Why
premise.
do you have to straw man me?
I didn't
That's
straw
not
man, bro.
that's
I'm
you
not
did
straw.
So that is
That's
not what I
my
said
response,
you had to do.
bro. I'm not.
No,
That's
well,
my
I don't
response.
care. That's not what I asked.
Well, it's not
For
straw man,
instance-
is it?
For instance, you could say measure the distance between, say, Johannesburg, London, New York, Sydney, San Diego. If you will measure the distance between all of those points to each other, you should then be able to plot it out on a flat piece of paper
That's
and
not
make
true.
make all of those distances work, shouldn't you?
What was my rebuttal to that?
Why you don't want to agree with that? Doesn't
No, because listen, this is why. I'm trying to explain it. I've already explained it.
He said
Because it's not
true,
just
Paul.
listen. It's not just the distances,
Why
bro.
is it not true?
Oh my! I'm trying to explain. It's not just the distances.
He
Like
has
if you have
to
the distance
explain
from.
why that's not true, doesn't he?
Okay, Curve, let him. He's
Like
trying
everyone
to
here
escape
knows, I'm
it.
trying to do
Right,
that,
Don,
Curve,
let
but
him
you just
escape.
keep interrupting. No, I'm trying to.
That what Paul said is not true.
And I'm trying to explain it, dumbass.
Go ahead.
Okay, so it's not just the distances between like a city and another city. Like if you have a city in South America and you map it out to a city in North America, well, like you need to know the relative angle of each landmass. So you can, in theory, do that measuring distances. Okay, but you'd have to measure fuck ton of them, right? Like you'd have to have them where on the southern part of the continent you got a measurement directly to the southern part of the next continent. Right. Then you have to go all the way around the exterior measuring relative angles to set up the angle perfectly based on the distances.
If you have a 3D coordinate system, right? It's gonna kind of give you the piece by piece, like right. You'll be a little skewed, but once you do the complete thing, WITSIT, you'll know where the angles are from the ground. Like a couple pieces can have angles, but you might not have it relative to the ground, right? But once you complete the whole map, you should have no qualms about anything.
Well, it's not relative to the ground; it's relative to the other landmass. So it would. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying it hasn't been done objectively, and it would take a whole lot of fucking data because to make the angle precisely correct, which we're talking about the layout. So say you got the right distances, but one's like at a 95-degree angle, and it should actually be at a 92. That has immense ramifications mapping, right?
I mean,
yeah,
right.
Yeah,
but again,
we
once
know
you
what
do
it
the whole
is,
thing, I
and
think
we
his
can
point
carry
stands.
enough
You have
fuel.
all the coordinates.
Yeah.
You know, you got 80% of them. You should be able to map them.
Once again, you're whistling past it. You do not need to know the angles. All you need to know,
oh my god!
All you need to know is the distances, and then you try to arrange those points so that all of the distances work.
Yes, dude, I
Right?
said that. I said you get the angles from the distances.
Irrelevant of what the angles are, you should be able to arrange those points somehow on a flat map so that all of those distances are correct.
I already conceded
that.
that.
You can't do that.
No, because, dude, you do realize that us flat earthers, you're right, we haven't gone and independently verified the land layout of Earth, costing us billions of dollars, or at least millions. So your excuse is since the flat earthers are a minority of society and there is no there you go. Yeah, actually I've flown a cockpit over 20 times. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. I've flown in a cockpit over 20 times.
So your excuse is the Earth is flat because we haven't got enough money to measure it.
That's funny. He just said I've never been in a plane and I've been in a cockpit 20 times in the last fucking calendar year.
He's also got a phone in his mouth right now.
Imagine being this much of a loser that you just have to constantly obfuscate.
He's not obfuscating.
I conceded, yes.
What you're saying is the Earth is flat because we haven't got enough money to measure it.
No, that's not what I said. You said, why don't we have a perfect map? I said, well, for one, we don't know the entire layout all the way past 67th parallel, which we would have to know.
Wait a minute. No one has a fucking perfect one world map. Why do we keep that should have been the first thing that was said, and I keep trying to say that.
Okay,
Nobody
where's your perfect
map.
Yeah, where's your perfect globe Earth world map?
I posted pictures past the south parallel, right?
No. Post the perfect model because you're shifting the burden of proof and telling me to map it out, even though falsification is independent of replacement. Give me your perfect map, because if the Earth's really a ball, shouldn't it be really easy to have the perfect map?
No,
you have the whole world on your side.
I'm just asking you to position 6 cities.
You got 7
not finished, so that all of the distances between them are correct on a flat map.
But that wouldn't be completely accurate. 6 is not enough. Because if you have 100 miles, I'll give you an example.
Do it with 6.
I'll give you an example.
Can you do it with those 6?
No, because if you have a certain, say, I don't know how far, I think it's like 1,000, more than 1,000, but you have, say, 2,000 miles from London to New York. I really don't know what it is. And then you go to South Carolina, and then you map it out to fucking Belgium. Now, if you don't have both of those, right, and then you just line up London and New York based on their distances, if you don't know the distances to the other two, the angle will be off objectively.
I'm telling you that we do know the distances to all of those cities from all of those cities. That's the whole point.
Right.
That
so
we do know the distances between all of those cities, and now you should be able to plot them on a flat piece of
it's
paper.
going to be way more than just 4 6.
No, the distances are plotted on a fucking flat piece of paper. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? It's not like you have a hold on. It's not like you have a picture of the actual man
they will
of
be
a land.
distorted.
It's just listen. It's what do you mean
you
it would be
listen, they'll
distorted?
distorted.
What do you mean it would be distorted?
Yeah,
You're
but that's
saying
why
you're
you have a
using
key.
curved pieces of
Distances
paper?
will be distorted.
Yeah, that's why you have a key.
Yeah, do it all at the same scale.
They're distorted on a globe earth map too.
No.
They're distorted on a. Well, then provide a globe earth map where. Wait.
It is scrambling.
No, Curve. Provide a globe earth map that's not distorted. Provide a globe earth map that's not distorted.
Because he knows why this cannot be done.
Provide a globe earth map that's not distorted.
This is a bit of a problem because this is a bit of, hold on, let me say this and let me be clear. All we have, regardless of the shape of the earth, all we have are maps with points, with known distances that we've already traveled. Period. You can't hijack that and say it's on a curve.
Wait, somebody show me a globe map with no distortion, please.
Point to another.
Someone show me a globe map with no distortion, please.
I will know. I will show that WITSIT as soon as.
Well,
you
he said
give
flat
your
Earth will be
own-
distorted. So what does that matter?
My claim was not that there are no globe maps without
No,
distortion.
he just said the flat map would be distorted.
My claim. Why are you
I'm not. I'm
strawmanning
talking
me?
back to Curve, you moron. He said that a flat map would be distorted.
Of the Earth would be distorted. Yes.
Okay, would a globe Earth map be distorted?
To what degree?
So your point is
What level
moot.
of precision?
Moving on.
What globe?
There's no such thing.
Which
The points that there's no such thing. The points that we're using when put together is distorted.
I like how
there's-
WITSIT demanded that I answer a question, and as I do, fat fucking mouth OG's got to run his.
All right, Curve, go ahead.
No, fuck you.
Yeah, you don't have an answer. So is there a globe Earth
I
map?
have an
without
answer. I
distortion?
gave the fucking answer.
You said no.
Everybody already knows the goddamn answer.
So which means your point is moot. Hey, Boomer, if you knew the answer.
Maps of the Earth are completely distorted.
So are globe Earth maps. Ha moot point. So are globe Earth maps.
Are you in kindergarten?
Yeah. See, your point is moot.
Child.
The fact you don't know your point is moot shows your competence level. Thank you.
My point is what?
Moot.
The reason why flat maps
Why?
are distorted.
Because you're saying a flat Earth map, it'll be distorted, and I said, well, will it be distorted on a globe Earth map? And you said, yeah.
Are distorted.
So are globe Earth maps. So your point's moot.
What do you mean? What? Show me the distortion of a globe Earth.
You just said it was.
No, I said to what level of precision? What are we talking about?
You showed me a globe Earth map that isn't distorted.
Something percent, whereas
This
the
is
flat
your
map
claim.
is off by whole percent.
No, this is your claim.
You can just pick up a globe off the shelf and it's going to be 100.00%.
No, it literally says not for educational purposes.
Distortion. No, hey, dipshit. You made the fucking claim that the globe is distorted. Quantify the distortion with specificity. You goddamn spastic.
Actually, I asked you. I didn't say anything. No, I didn't say anything. I asked you.
I'm saying something, mate. I'm saying something. Sorry. Flat Earth.
Can you guys shut up?
Map projection.
Why do you
working
let
flat
me
Earth
shut up?
misconception. Wait, this is actually from your scientist to help aid debunk the flat
Curve's
Earth.
got WITSIT on the ropes. Can you shut up?
No, he fucking doesn't.
Earth is a 3D sphere. We
Quantify
usually
the
work with 3D
distortion
media,
claim
paper
to
screens, etc.
So you're gonna let them think that they won on your
current
like, dude, okay.
Can I WITSIT,
Oh yeah, what's it? Clearly, it's your turn to revoke. Can I talk now?
Distortion you claim to the globe.
You strawmanned me. I didn't claim distortion. I said,
Yes,
do you
you
have a globe Earth map? I said, do you have a globe Earth map without distortion? And you said
you
no.
said so are globes.
After you said no.
You said so are globes.
After you said no.
They literally admit to it.
Yeah, you said it yourself. I asked you not to straw
He
man.
didn't actually say no. He said with what precision is what.
No, he said no, and then he changed it.
No,
It's
he
recorded.
didn't.
I have it
He
recorded.
didn't say the word.
Can you look at the debate chat box then, bro?
Yeah, but that's the thing that says that we use flat projections. So what?
Mate, they all have distortions. All maps have distortions.
All of
That's
them.
what I'm saying.
All
That's
of
what I'm
them.
saying.
That's true.
Everyone, they are projections, my friend. That's the
Yes,
problem.
and they
You're
are
not
all flat,
understanding.
and that is the argument that is being
Mate,
made.
no, even when wrapped around a ball, my friend.
Well, no, that doesn't say that, does it?
Okay, so we'll just go get the evidence for you guys, I guess, because you don't know your own religion.
Globe.
so one
WITSIT,
question.
a globe would be. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was
Richard.
just going to say, WITSIT, what?
How can it be accurate when it's an oblate spheroid and they make globes perfectly spherical?
Dude, you're just talking
honestly
over
are so
people.
silly.
Yeah,
I
he just made
gave
a
a
point.
speech and then someone else talk over it.
Dude,
anyway,
this is the guy that has said nothing worth of value. So you
yeah,
should be able to
WITSIT,
rump
I
his
can
crap.
actually answer. Yeah, WITSIT, I can actually answer a
Alright,
question.
let's
So
hear
a
it,
globe
let's hear it.
would be accurate.
So it wouldn't be
To a
distorted
much-
at all?
Yeah.
Provide evidence of a globe Earth map not distorted at all.
A globe would be accurate to a much, much, much more accurate degree.
Okay, provide
to a
evidence of
flat Earth
side
map.
by side and the
So,
differential rate.
I will
You're just
provide
making
evidence
baseless
as soon
assertions.
as I will provide evidence with it as soon as you provide evidence for your claim that all maps are flat Earth maps. I asked that question first from you, so it's just fair that you first go to look that up, and then I look up
points
what
from
your
point A to
what the
point
answer
B.
to your
What the
question
fuck?
is.
Okay, here's my citation, okay? And then we'll see if you'll keep your word and get yours. Earth's a 3D sphere, but we usually work in 2D media, and it's necessary to transform the curved surface to a planar form using a map projection. It is necessary. So now that I've provided that, and that's at 10 after the hour, now will you provide evidence of a globe Earth map that's not distorted?
Can you link the that
There's
in
a
the
reason
side
why
chat?
it's distorted.
But what does that? All that tells you is that the Earth's a globe.
Well, no, my friend, he asked me. No,
He
just asked me. He just
done is say that
no,
all the
you're
maps
not.
are distorted.
You are so
because
lost.
it's
Straw man me.
I have you cornered.
No,
I have
he
you
doesn't.
cornered with it. You just provided
That's why you have
us
to talk
with
over
globe
me?
Earth proof.
If you have me
Yes.
so cornered, you should just sit
You
quiet
have-
and watch
you
me
have
panic
globe-
and lie.
globe Earth proof.
You're afraid
Yeah.
to hear me respond.
Can we-
So you
can
said,
we-
Austin, you made a claim that
why
all
would I
maps.
be
You
afraid?
said,
You
you
are
said,
lying right
oh
now.
my fucking god! You said, WITSIT, you made a claim that all maps were flat. Prove it, cite it. So I just fucking
No,
did,
man.
and then Jim Panda jumps in
I
and
need-
says, "What's that proof?"
yeah, WITSIT,
Well, he asked me to substantiate that all maps were flat, dude.
That's fine. So
Okay,
can
now
actually
you
post
provide
the,
evidence of a globe Earth
sure.
map that isn't
Shout
distorted.
ahead, shouty man, shout ahead. So can
I
you
guarantee
provide
you he
the
doesn't
link
respond,
in,
and y'all are gonna let him do it.
Okay, WITSIT, shout ahead. Can you provide the link in the side chat now?
Yeah, I just said 10 after the hour.
Yeah, give me the side chat link then, so that we
10
can actually
after the
analyze.
hour.
Yeah. Okay, so that's again
debate
you
chat box, Laurie.
you not being able
Laurie.
to prove your shit up.
It's
You
right
didn't
there.
even fucking look at 10 after the hour. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about?
But all that says is that we use flat maps. So what?
Well, he asked me
Yeah.
to prove that, Jim.
But
he just challenged that, Jim.
Right, but we
Yeah,
know.
I don't get it.
I know,
challenge
Jim.
that.
Trust me, I know that it's a stupid ass fucking question. But these are your people. Now
didn't
it's his turn
challenge
to provide evidence for globe Earth distortion or a map void of globe Earth distortion. Please, come on.
But I try to explain that though.
Oh, it
this
does
is
have
my
distortion,
job.
right?
This is my job.
So does it have distortion?
What's your job? Do you have? a job?
I own a business.
Yeah, I actually looked at
Okay,
that
nice.
source now. I was actually unaware that Crack Villain already had posted this. So instead of shouting, you might have just wanted to point that out.
I already
This is a
did.
globe Earth.
I did
Yeah,
3 times.
I know. So you can stop shouting.
This is where you
globe Earth
apologize
proof.
and say you were wrong for
WITSIT.
once in your life.
No, really, because
Yeah,
I
of
wasn't
course
wrong.
not.
So WITSIT, this is a globe Earth proof. So do you have any flat Earth proofs?
You just asked me to substantiate that all maps were flat. Your own proponents admit that. So now you said, and I quote, if you provide it, this dude said, and I quote, if this dude said, and I quote, if you provide, wow, this dude
All
said, and I quote,
maps
if you
are
provide
not
the evidence
flat.
for your claim that all maps were flat, if you provide your evidence for your claim
They are.
that all maps were flat, then I'll
two
provide
dimensional
evidence. He said, then I'll provide evidence of the globe Earth map that isn't distorted. Now I literally did that 10 minutes ago now.
WITSIT,
A map
WITSIT,
No
I can
one's gonna hold him
actually,
accountable though, for sure.
So.
You haven't
Yeah,
shown
WITSIT,
that
I
all
actually-
maps are
yeah.
flat in any way. A
Oh,
globe
so y'all are
is-
disputing your own fucking proponents.
Well, that doesn't say that all maps are flat.
Okay, let me just go find it. Jesus. Hey, can you provide it? Wait,
you are going to find it now.
wait. Can you provide a fucking wait? A map that isn't flat?
Yes, a
so
globe.
WITSIT,
A globe.
A globe
Yes.
isn't used for navigation. It isn't a map. It says not for educational purposes. They say it's an ovate spheroid. They print perfect spheres. They say that dude, it's known that the fucking proportions on a globe are off.
You asked for a map.
No,
it's
it's
a
not.
map.
Okay.
So
Well, I'll
WITSIT,
be back in about 30 seconds, and y'all are gonna look so stupid.
I think I can clarify. I think I can
It's accurate.
clarify WITSIT's point here. I think
with the
WITSIT's
straw man,
point is
guaranteed.
not. Yeah. So
I can
you can actually
clarify his
correct me
point.
if I'm
That's
wrong.
fine
So
with
if I
me.
give you room to
You're
correct me,
wrong.
it's not a straw man. Okay, then you cannot say that right now because I didn't even say what I have to say. So you're being shit.
Well, you've been
shit
100% wrong
fucking
so far,
asshole.
so.
Well, that's actually just your biased opinions.
No, I just ran
so you can
logistics,
shut
and
the
I
hell
know
up.
that you're
WITSIT,
dishonest.
you can shut the hell up and get the fuck out.
How about
So,
you respond with the citation you promised? You've promised 6 citations now and forced me to go get them, and not one mod in this fucking server has held them accountable.
You are just talking over me so that I forget my point, and it's a childish tactic.
No,
If you
you
are
promised
afraid
to
of what I'm-
provide 5 citations, and you provided
if you
0.
are afraid of what I'm going to say,
Okay.
you can just say that you are afraid, and then we can console you.
No, I'm
Do you
just
need
not
consoling
interested.
for your
Let him
fear?
say what he said because his voice is fucking annoying shit out of me.
I think WITSIT's point is simply this. When we print a map on a 2D piece of paper, it's going to be flat because a 2D piece of paper is flat. So WITSIT is not saying that maps are based on the flat Earth. He's just saying a flat piece of paper is flat.
Right.
That's how stupid and ridiculous flat Earth
You're such an
arguments are
idiot.
now.
That is what
So I said, no,
So
no,
WITSIT,
no,
WITSIT
that
can-
wasn't even
I-
art. Here we
I
go,
can-
here we go.
I
Keep
can
talking,
give
please.
you-
Keep talking.
WITSIT,
You
I
have
can
less
give
than
you
100
room
IQ,
to
guaranteed.
correct me.
Or you
I
wouldn't
can
do
give
this
you
shit.
room to correct me. So how was
No,
I
you won't,
incorrect?
dude. As soon as you stop, I'll start talking and you'll interrupt
You
me.
have the floor.
Okay, so actually, our entire premise had nothing to do with that fact that all maps are flat. That was a rebuttal to your stupid ass claims about the accuracy of a globe map, which doesn't even fucking exist. We said globe map, accuracy of a globe map, that doesn't exist, bro. All maps are flat. And then you said provide citation that all maps are flat. We did that, and you said I promise I'll provide citation of a globe Earth map that isn't distorted, and yet you've not done so. You've made 5 promises of citation. You've presented 0 citations. I've made 5 promises of citations, and I've provided fucking 30.
Yeah, but why?
That was totally obfuscating the point and avoiding the question. WITSIT, I asked you
I'm
first.
not talking to this guy
I
anymore.
asked you
okay,
first.
so can we move on?
So
Can we
you
move on to
cannot
my
go
earlier
back
point?
to I didn't prove my shit.
Can
You
we
are
move
really
on to
disingenuous piece of
Look,
shit.
you two shouldn't talk to each other at all.
No. Can we move
Fellas,
on
I've
to
got a
my
quick
earlier
question.
point about the horizon? Because
No,
that
I've
was
got a-
never concluded.
I've got a quick question that's still on the point of maps.
Wait, do
I
you
just
have a
wanted
question
to
for the
ask-
person that's been obfuscating for 5 fucking minutes?
No, I
Because
got a
why don't
question.
we hold him accountable or put him on
Can-
mute?
Can you hang on for a sec, mate?
Yeah.
So, Rich, as a pilot, how do you work out how much fuel you need to get from one airport to another?
You go from one
Oh,
place to one place, and then you know the distance, whether
your
it's
name
crawling,
fucking
walking,
Rich? Is your name
swimming,
fucking Rich?
or flying.
Calm.
Is your name
Hey, bro, he's
fucking
not
Rich?
asking you. He's asking Rich, dude.
I'm asking Rich the Black, all right? So shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Bloody hell, man.
Well, the flight plan is worked on, right? And our flight planning software actually takes the curvature of the Earth into account based on the altitude. You know, and I put that in there as well. You know, and generally the quickest way to get from point A to point B is via a great circle track. Well, it is, you know, and most of the airways take that into account these days.
Man, this
so
is
you know, and
bullshit,
it's similar to the flight plans that I gave you from Melbourne to Perth and Auckland to Melbourne, right?
Yeah, fuck the plans. Verify it. Where's the evidence?
Hey, is Horizon
Where's
horizontal?
the evidence?
One simple flight.
So is it fair to say that the evidence is that you use the globe to work these things out and they
No, you
work
don't.
out?
Correct.
No, you don't.
Yeah, yeah.
No, you
Wrong.
don't.
like
no, you don't. They've been
Wrong.
they've been
You don't.
cross.
Why
they've
don't
been,
you? Do you work them out, Don?
Because they've been flying before GPS. They've been sailing before
Yeah,
there were
well, I
globes.
learned
From point A, hold on, continent to continent, from point A to point B in well,
Yeah, have them verify
following.
something. That's what's missing. They keep posting these little lines and here to here and here to here and saying it works out. There's no fucking verification. Oh well, it happens in the right time
No,
with the right amount of gas.
except when we
Are you fucking kidding me?
Waypoints, right? When we cross waypoints, at the moment we're plus minus 50 kilos of fuel. So, you know, it seems to be pretty accurate.
You have no other info. You're just pulling out your ass that you're minus kilos of fuel. Awesome.
Hey, is horizon horizontal?
Yeah, I want to get back to the horizon.
it
like
does look horizontal,
from 9:25, which is probably like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I've shown plenty of pictures.
Bro, I promise horizon and horizontal are completely non-related.
Why you need a celebrity to verify how simple a fight is? Get fucking real.
Is horizon horizontal?
Well, I've
just
shown
posted a
plenty
picture
of
of a
pictures
chicken
where
on
left
his,
to right.
No one can answer that?
Okay,
was weird.
3 words.
Talk?
Yeah, good.
Okay, so I've shown plenty of pictures where left to right horizon. And I'll say it myself, you know, I haven't seen curvature in that respect from left to right.
Right, yeah, of course not.
But, I mean, I've got photos and evidence that shows that the dip in the horizon actually comports to a spherical reality.
But that's just an apparent location, bro. But hey, I got a question for you. When we're talking about horizontal, right? So say that a ship goes out to where I can barely, like, where it's about to disappear. And if he goes like 300 meters further, he's going to disappear, right? And then I'm looking at him. I know his distance, and I'm looking at him. Now he goes to the left. He goes down the horizon. And he can go 3 miles in that direction. He can come all the way back to the center and go another 3 miles in the other direction. He does not disappear any. He's in full view. The boat does not angle any, and not part of it is obfuscated. But the Earth should be curving omnidirectional, right? So if I can go 300 meters further and the boat be obstructed, why can I go 3 to 4 to 5 miles in each direction horizontally with no tilt or obstruction?
Okay, so if it was disappeared completely, why can't you pull that back in?
I've done it before with binoculars.
Can I get back to the fucking Black Swan? Jesus Christ.
Well, yeah, but they don't have a response to this, but okay.
Yeah,
Well,
because
no,
I want to point.
Are you talking about the boat is making a circle around you, or it's just sailing away perpendicular?
Just forget it. Eli, go ahead. I've been talking.
I mean,
see it because
at 9:25, I pointed. I mean, I posted a picture of Platform Grace that is 18 point something miles away, and the horizon is behind it, and he's 1 foot. He's on the rocks at the shoreline, and you can see the whole platform, and it's only at most 200 feet when there should be 433 feet of curvature. So can we discuss that? Am I still there?
Oh yeah, you're here. You're coming through clear. Crystal clear. 10-4.
Yeah, the Black Swan, you can tell that it's being refracted because everything is distorted. Look at how the crane looks in the picture.
Yeah, that's one picture. I didn't fucking provide the bendy
okay.
crane
So which picture
photo,
are we
did I?
talking about?
9:25, which was how many hours ago? 2 hours ago.
I'm not
in
gonna
a minute.
well, repost it again because I'm not gonna shift back through 2 hours of
I'm playing
posts.
Call of Duty.
But
You
yeah,
can
but to
go
be fair,
2
Eli,
hours,
to be
bro.
fair, bro, that's like so much scrolling. I went up like 30 minutes ago and it took me.
All right. Yeah, all right. Hold on.
I'll post it for you. What do you want to post?
Jesus Christ.
Just search your name, repost it.
Where am I?
By the way, do we have a video that's showing the guy, showing him at the exact position that he is located when he takes that picture?
Yeah, just type in the video. It's
argument,
right there.
you don't know that, man.
They don't want to know the truth, my friend.
Right there. Right there.
Hey,
Look
Ricky,
at
what
the
is light?
Look at the video.
God is light.
If you want.
But I've posted heaps of videos where there's
Yo,
you know,
yo,
the
are we
sun
talking
is
about
below
videos
the
that you posted randomly, or are we talking about what the fuck you just asked me to go get? Come on, bro.
Calm down.
Well, stop being so disrespectful that you made him go get something and then you just fucking immediately ignore it.
Oh, okay, sorry. You know, like you've just been here for the last 10 hours.
You do realize
Well, yeah, and constantly citing things, constantly ignored, so I can feel his frustration.
Like, I've been waiting for like 2 hours, basically.
Yeah, I super feel your frustration. That's why I backed out. Because I've been going ham, we all know. I just go ham. Eli's got you all by the balls right now, it appears, because it's gotten super fucking quiet.
I'm still waiting on that
Waiting for
picture
shit
that
to
he's
get
supposed
to
to
you.
find.
It appears
Yo,
you're Honus.
yo, are you looking in the fucking? Are you trying to find it, bro? Because I just posted it.
Yeah, it's at
What
26
picture are we
after the.
looking at? Compression, refraction, uncut video. That one.
What about? Are you going to tell me that compression refraction is also looming? Are you going to tell me
I'm
that?
asking you.
That's
which
what it
thing
is.
did you
Yeah,
post?
that all three of those are together. He's on the rocks. There's the video. There's the Earth curve calculator. What's up? And the horizon is supposed to be 3.75 miles away or something like that.
They're trying to wrap their mind around the three pictures.
So not only do you have a horizon distance problem, but you have a problem where something that's supposed to be hidden by at least 200 feet of curvature just right there. Never mind the fact that 30 miles away you can see the whole fucking islands behind it. That also should be completely missing due to curvature. I didn't even mention
You're
that.
talking about the Channel Islands?
Look at Reckoners.
No, I'm not talking about the Channel Islands. I'm talking about the Anacapa Islands.
I don't see the Anacapa Islands in the picture. Which picture
Are
has the
you
Anacapa
looking at
Islands?
that, bro? I said that was a secondary point, and if you really want to know, look at the video.
Yeah, I think I'd just rather see the video. Where did I find the video?
You can type it in. Are you trying to be fucking annoying as fuck?
I wonder if you are. Why are we back on this?
Yeah, because you don't want to talk about the horizon.
We've talked about it endlessly.
Well,
It's
no, you
refraction.
No,
That's the answer.
no
Look,
one.
There's no
no
problem.
one-
There's
The
no
mere
problem for us.
The
It's
mere
refraction.
subject. The mere subject of the horizon makes Jim Panda spiral.
No, it's just that we're back on this stupid thing that we've already talked about endlessly for hours today and many, many, many hours previously.
Hang on,
hang on. And here we are again with a guy saying it's a problem.
Okay, so from less than, so from a
No, we
so
haven't
from a
got a
foot,
problem.
so
It's
from a foot or
refraction.
less, so from a foot or less, you're seeing a straight plane.
It's refraction.
Listen, I heard you. So
Okay?
you're telling me
But at the end of what you say, the answer will still be it's refraction. But
So let me get it out, Parrot. Okay? So you're telling me that I'm seeing straight 19 miles plus because of distortion in extra dirty air.
No, refraction.
What do you mean? What's refraction?
I said refraction. That's
What's
not
refraction? The distortion of light.
That's not distortion and extra dirty air. So
Is refraction distortion?
More atmosphere. You're seeing through 19 miles of atmosphere. You're telling me.
So you
I'm
claim.
supposed
I
to
don't know
see
whether that's been
further.
established.
Wait, come on. How enlightening,
Is
though?
the property of distortion, correct?
Yeah, refraction is distortion.
The answer is refraction. Still.
Wow.
Right.
So you didn't answer
Which
shit.
is distortion.
So the Earth, it looks specifically
it's
flat because it has
refraction.
very
What
specific
type of
curves.
refraction? Is it terrestrial
Right.
refraction?
It's refraction.
Is it terrestrial refraction?
Well, it's happening on
Through the terrain.
Earth.
Right.
So, yes.
Right. So that's 7/6R, begging the question of R, which is in contention, begging the question of fallacy. Welcome to Flat Earth.
That's just a rule
A
of thumb.
QE on you,
No.
That's just a rule
But
of-
here, but
All right.
but
We don't
you-
need me to respond.
Correct.
You go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
You have responded. You said it's refraction, and I'm saying How? Because you said that for something that was 9 miles in the distance with the horizon beyond it. Now we're looking at a platform that should be under 200 feet plus of curvature, but you see the whole thing in a compressed image.
Right.
And the horizon is behind it. So now you at the same elevation, which is still 1 foot, maybe less, because he's on the rocks, right? And you're still seeing a horizon that's fucking more than 10 times further than it mathematically should be. And you have no data to support that it's refraction whatsoever.
Well, that's because the data with this image is incomplete, right? I mean, because the data that we would need to to be able to actually
would be the radius.
Say, hang on, to say definitive. Damn. Can I speak, or is it absolutely essential that every word is punctuated by somebody interrupting?
Well, you already were refuted.
For fuck's sake!
You lost.
Who is? Right, you can be fucking muted.
You kind of lost when you said refraction, Jim.
Yeah, and you lost because you don't realize you need the R value.
Using a flat Earth trigger word doesn't mean that you necessarily lost.
Okay,
No,
you answer it. Hold on, you answer it. You answer it. You was talking a lot before. Why don't you answer
I maybe answer it. I've had to stop to mute a few people so I can get the fucking words out without someone hooting in the background.
All right, whistle past the R.
Right. So in order for us to say definitively that it's refraction, we would need more information.
Like the R value.
Hang on. Shut up!
All right.
But it's not my fault I don't have that more information. It's your fault. This is your evidence. WITSIT, shut the fuck up! That's 3 of you I've had to mute now just to say a few sentences. So if this is your evidence and you're saying that it's not refraction, then you would need to establish that in some way. However, the general principle of atmospheric refraction in the way that we're describing it, or the phenomena of looming, is known, is recorded many times, and is accounted for. We know what causes it, and we can make predictions on its cause based on atmospheric conditions. So, but I make the claim generally, accepting what you're telling me about the distances involved. And we know that the distances, well, I don't know if they're true. And I would also finally point out that all of these observations, where you do this very, very close to the level of the water, are designed to maximize the effects of refraction that you are claiming cannot be there. That's what you're doing.
You mean
You're
distortion? I didn't say there is no distortion.
You're deliberately maximizing the refractive effect.
Can we round out?
saying there is no refractive effect. Go ahead. I shall unmute people now.
Basically, what you're saying is, with the decrease in angle, because the lower you are to the ground, the smaller an angle you're going to have looking at that distance. Also, looking through all of that atmosphere, somehow you can see something that's that far. Well, that's not what you're saying, because what you said earlier was actually that the image is being loomed up at a greater angle. Which
Also, you
doesn't make sense.
strawmanned him and said that he said there was no refraction. He never said that.
I don't know what point's been made.
What do you mean there's no data? There's a calculator that basically says that, okay, you put in the terrestrial refraction and you get like a couple of point
right,
like
so where
2.3 extra.
So where's the data that accompanies this image? Where's the pressure and temperature data?
I didn't hear the end of his sentence. Jim cut in.
Why would I need that? It's your claim, right? It's your claim that it's beyond. I'm almost finished. It's your claim that we need something more than terrestrial refraction. So why should I go and substantiate that we need this other refraction that I'm saying is not possible. Because you're saying it's looming.
I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't said
you're saying it's looming.
Yes.
Okay. How do you substantiate that claim?
I can't.
I've given you.
I can't. The data isn't available.
So then why are you saying it's looming?
Because we can make that general claim based on our general knowledge of the world.
But you have no proof.
Well, but this is my 2 cents, though, bro.
In this case, obviously no, because you've delivered incomplete data doesn't make your data a killer blow.
It's not incomplete. I'm looking at something. I see something. Why would I assume it's incomplete?
Because look, the point is, every person you show it to who has any knowledge of these subjects is just going to say refraction.
Because they're not smart.
If you want to establish that it's not, you're going to have to do that. And that would require you to have the data to say, look, here's the temperatures, here's the air pressure, etc. How can you possibly tell me it's refraction?
Well, just to jump in as an arbitrator of truth, right? Jim Panda
the reason you can't do that is because this image has been specifically designed to maximize the effects of refraction. And it would be very telling if you did do that.
You're effectively committing a shifting the burden of proof fallacy because you're saying, well, if I'm saying it's refraction, you're going to have to prove to me that it's not, which I will once again cite that is not acceptable. So I understand your point. If I'm going to be honest, you're saying there's not enough information. I actually agree. We should have all the information so that we don't have to hear that shit. But what we're saying is if you come up with any conditions that you can even fucking make up, what would they be that could actually account for this? And again, you whistled right past if you invoke terrestrial fraction, which you have to because you're talking about the terrain moving, then it's 7/6R. So that means you have to have the R value. That's also a category error because you're fluctuating the size of the Earth that has nothing to do with an optical effect. So you're actually not you're not accounting for refractive optical effect. You're actually fluctuating the size of the Earth itself with 7/6R, which is a category error and a reification fallacy and a begging the question fallacy. And you're shifting the burden of proof to him, telling him to disprove refraction.
Which is what I've been saying, because I've been saying, so you're telling me refraction means that basically, apparently, I'm looking straight across a flat plane up into at least 19 miles because of looming.
Right.
That's what you're saying.
Right. Don't tell me what I'm saying. If
that
it's
is what you're saying.
If it's not the specific words I said.
Oh, I know what you're saying.
Because when you're saying that, what you're doing is creating some sort of straw man that I'm definitely not saying. And
well,
that's
you said
why you're having to say. So what you're saying is because that's not what I'm saying. Let me return to WITSIT's point. First of all, terrestrial refraction is not 7/6R.
Yes, it is.
It is.
That's a calculation for standard refraction. It's
terrestrial refraction.
Please let me finish.
I'll decide it while you lie.
It's a rule of thumb calculation that we use for terrestrial refraction. Yes, but that's all it is. It isn't an absolute, it's this, it can only be this, and it can't be anything but this. And pretending that it is silly.
We're not.
Secondly, because it's your list of fallacies.
Category error, yeah.
It's just a way of making an easy calculation about what we're seeing optically. And how that affects what we're seeing optically.
Is it a category error?
No, it's not any error, not any fallacy in any way.
Why is it not a category error?
Calculation.
Because if we're trying to determine optical effects, then why are you fluctuating the size of the Earth itself? That's a category
because
error.
The optical effects fluctuate.
But not the size of the Earth.
Right, but the how we observe it is effectively a change in the radius of the Earth.
No, it's not.
It effectively has the effect of flattening out the curve.
Category error.
Curving around it.
Okay, heard you. Jim, what about the picture that I just posted?
Of what?
Of not bending cranes, of still water. What about that
Okay.
same
Where's the
distance?
temperature and pressure data that goes with
So
this?
you're basically going to say, even though we have I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
Yeah.
So even though we have the same thing on different days, which means the refraction over that distance would have to be a different. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Yes, it changes
Okay,
all the time.
So why would the three pictures that I provided on three separate occasions still have the horizon 10 times further?
Well,
and in the case of Grace, more than 10 times further, double that.
Because refraction is a result of atmospheric conditions, and sometimes atmospheric conditions are similar. Sometimes the temperatures and pressures are about the same.
So it makes the horizon move?
So you're going to see about the same thing.
But does it make the horizon move?
Effectively, yes.
Oh, welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah, because as soon as fluctuation takes place, that falsifies
Welcome to
the
the
claim.
flat Earth where there would be no horizon.
As soon as fluctuation, that's such a stupid claim. As soon as fluctuation takes, as soon as fluctuation,
a sharp horizon so
yeah, you are
nearby
scared.
on Flat Earth.
As soon as fluctuation takes place, that falsifies the claim of physicality.
God, so what causes a sharp horizon so nearby on a Flat Earth?
As soon as fluctuation takes place, that falsifies the claim of physicality. You can't answer it. Y'all can't even respond to any of the points. This is awful.
Terrible.
This is the worst outing I've seen in a
Well, I
while.
have responded repeatedly with refraction.
Terrible.
Yeah, what type?
What's terrible?
Yeah.
What's terrible?
It's a category error and a begging the question fallacy, and it doesn't work.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's just
terrestrial refraction doesn't even explain the
one.
Terrestrial refraction doesn't even explain the observation. For one, it extends the geometric horizon to 1.32 miles from 1 foot from 1.2 miles, but you have to get all the way to 10.
Pretend that it's just 7/6 and nothing else. But as I pointed out, that's not true. You're just playing make-believe.
Okay, so are you... Wait, time out. I gotta say something. Are you claiming that the terrestrial...
You know, I've corrected him on that about 3 times now. It's ridiculous.
Are you claiming the terrestrial refraction... Wait, time out. Are you claiming the terrestrial refraction in the Black Swan would actually be 60/6? Because without at least 60/6,
I don't know. I would have to make the calculation.
Yeah, you can't. Well, it's simple, 10 times. So you can't explain it without at least 60/6.
I don't accept the 10 times at all. I think that's.
What's 1.2 times 10?
I don't accept. I don't accept that it's.
Well, 9.4 to 1.2. So we'll just say 50 miles. So or 50. So 50/6.
You know what has been done though.
No. Is the terrestrial refraction at least 50/6? Can y'all answer, please?
That's not how you calculate terrestrial refraction.
Oh, how do you calculate it?
What do you think the 7/6 refers to in standard refraction?
It's a category error in which you fluctuate the size of the Earth to account for observable phenomena and optical effects. Well,
exactly.
You're an idiot. It's a category error. You're fluctuating the size of the Earth while you're trying to... So you're physically you're fluctuating something physical while you're trying to explain something not physical, bruh.
It's actually
it's a category error.
It's not. It's actually the radius of curvature of the light. It's the path that the light rays take.
So what does R stand for?
It's the path that the light rays take. That's what the refraction coefficient.
What does R stand for? Wait, what does the R stand for? I just want to know what the R stands for.
What?
What does the R stand for?
John Nathan.
You are scared. What does the R stand for?
Radius.
Radius of what?
Radius of the Earth.
Right. So if radius over the Earth is 6/6R, and then I change it to 7/6R, then I'm changing the radius of the Earth, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not changing the angle of light. I'm actually fluctuating the R value, right?
It's because the light is
I understand
curving.
that, bro. You're
not physically changing the radius of the Earth.
Of course not, bro. Of course not, bro. Because you're just writing on a piece of paper. The radius value isn't even real.
That's what you think is being said.
No, it's not. I just said I didn't think that.
Right.
Right. But
WITSIT, what about 16 times? What about
Look, you
16
keep coming
times.
up with all these stupid numbers, but you will need
It's
to
not.
act-
It's not. It's
Hang
not.
on,
It's not.
hang on,
It's
I'm
not
still
stupid.
talking.
It's not stupid because
I'm still
actually that's the actual distance.
Right, you would need to establish that. Absolutely establish that.
It is established. What do you mean?
Well, not
You
to
do
me.
you have Google? Do you have Google Earth?
Do you disagree
wanna
with the
walk through
subject
it?
matter expert because he's very clear about what 706 are?
Just because the horizon is 10 times further away does not make the Earth 10 times the size.
16,
it is.
17 times further.
So that means that the refractive effect has to be effectively something in the ballpark of 50/6R, even though it's a
No.
category error.
No.
Okay, why not? Why not?
That's not how it works.
So what would it have to be?
I'll say it again. Just because the horizon is 10 times further away does not make the radius of the Earth 10 times greater.
All right, so listen to this. If you increase the radius by 15%, right, then that's going to move the geometric horizon only from 1 foot, only 0.1 miles. Right? From 15% increase, you get 0.1 miles. But that will obviously, right, it'll be relative to the height. So it'll go up. It's not going to go up like 1 by 1 by 1, right? Like as you increase the height, it'll be relative to that. But with 15% at 1 foot, you don't even get an increase of but 0.1. You need an increase of over 9.
Curved did the math, right, of those pictures that I tagged you in. Have you seen those?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
What time?
I don't know. I tagged you in them, so just scroll up.
Well, yeah, but this entire
So-
chat
so-
is tagging
so
me
Curve-
talking shit for 8 straight hours. You think I've been
Curve
reading all of
has-
that?
Curved has done the math, right, as to how far the horizon should be, and it comports.
Oh, yeah? So what's the rate of refraction then? What's the terrestrial refraction rate to make it comport?
At that altitude, it actually doesn't matter.
So terrestrial refraction doesn't matter?
No. That
Because of the altitude?
Yeah.
Explain.
Well, look at the pictures.
Okay, I'm looking at them.
You just laugh.
Yeah, because that's stupid. So what's the terrestrial
Because
refraction
it's
rate?
stupid because you say it's stupid.
Okay, Curve, since you did the math, what's the terrestrial refraction rate? Because he doesn't understand it.
No. I'm not talking about refraction. I'm talking about how far the horizon should be.
How did you get that?
Because I took a picture out the front and took a picture inside as I was approaching Cairo and the Suez Canal, and there's measurements there.
What does that have to do
is
with
an observation?
anything?
That is an observation, right? Which you want, correct?
No, I thought you just said he did the math for the black swan, and then he found out that it comports with reality.
I never said anything about the black swan.
Oh, okay. So you're just making shit up. So you're just making up something non sequitur.
No, you're making shit up.
You're making.
Well, we were talking about the black swan, and
But he didn't
likewise,
say what you think he said.
so he's obfuscating.
Your mistake, WITSIT.
Yeah, I didn't think he was obfuscating. I assumed him to be more intellectually honest than that, I guess.
Stop assuming things.
Okay, I will stop
Be
assuming
honest
intellectual honesty.
yourself.
Curve,
We're not assuming dishonest things.
Curve, what was the terrestrial refraction rate, bro?
For what?
For the
There
calculations
was
you just said you
barely
made
any
that.
refraction. In the
Okay,
pictures
so-
that I posted, there was barely any refraction. Like, I mean, the horizon was, like a little bit hazy. I mean, you can see it. Okay, so that's fine.
Okay.
But the thing is, on the MFD, you can work out roughly what the distance is.
Oh, man, every time y'all say
And
something,
it's
it's
pretty
roughly, I
freaking
feel
close.
like, I think, apparently, hopefully, maybe, kind of, sort of. Can we get some objectivity for
I
once?
kind of see this every day, though. That's
All
the
you do is say subjective, baseless assertions, and then you tout victory in the same breath.
No, I don't. No, not at all.
Okay, so why are you diverting away then?
I'm not.
Well, we were talking about how to explain the black swan, you have to invoke terrestrial refraction, which is 7/6R, a category error and a reification, and begging the question fallacy. And now you've invoked a red herring fallacy in response to that.
Oh, gee. Listen to
Come on,
the
it's,
workshop. Far
it's
out.
not 7
I'll
over 6, Alan.
define
It's not a
each
category
fallacy
error.
and explain how you're doing it.
What nonsense.
Yeah,
This
I'll
is
explain each
category error
fallacy and how you're
rubbish.
doing it. Okay, the category error is you, in fact, are making a physical claim of fluctuation to explain
of an actual observation that I made, right?
No, I'm talking about the 7 over 6R part. So he asked how it was a category error. But he asked me how it was a category error. Yeah, you're trying to obfuscate. Trust me, we know you're scared.
No, I'm
so
not.
He asked me how it's a category error because you're trying to prove an optical claim. You cannot use a physical fluctuation of an R value to substantiate an optical claim. It's a category error.
But you can do a little bit of math, right? And the two pictures that I've showed actually show the distance to be correct.
So again, you're going to obfuscate.
No, actually, hold on.
No, I'm not obfuscating at all.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Well, if we're talking,
you do a little bit of math,
dude. If we're talking,
shows that it should be here, and I have.
I just explained it, so you must not listen. So yeah, the reason it's a category error when you invoke terrestrial refraction is because you're supposed to be explaining. Look at that.
Rich, no, I didn't do that.
I didn't say you did. The other guy asked me, bro.
There is an altitude of an airplane and a fixed point on the ground, and then you can set the horizon.
Okay, that's what the other dude asked me. Why is it a category error? I'll explain it one more time, bro. So what we're trying to explain is why the hell is the horizon so much further away than we expect, right? Because it's like 10 miles away. So we're explaining that optical effect.
10 miles away? Maybe 140?
Yes, it's over 10 miles away. So if we are explaining the see what he's doing in my picture. If we're explaining the optical effect of it extending too far, a category error would be to then go fluctuate the R value, which is a physical claim, right? So if you are fluctuating physicality, you cannot say that has anything to do with optical explanation. That's a category error.
Wrong. Nobody fluctuated the R value.
What does 7 over 6R mean? Then that's not fluctuating the R value?
No, the R stays constant. What's fluctuating is the value of that equation at the end.
No, of the R.
R there, bro.
Yes, dude, okay, so if I have 6 over 6x, and then I change it to 7 over 6x, did I change the value of x?
No.
Wow, oh my God.
What you changed was the coefficient in front of the x.
Yeah, so the ultimate, so the outcome is different, right?
No, you using R in a calculation does not change R. It just simply says, oh, well, if there are other variables, then those variables might change.
But you didn't just use R, you put 7 over 6R. That's changing the R value, dude.
You increase it by a sixth of its value.
15%.
So you've made R bigger.
But 15% bigger.
Change R, you're using it in the calculation.
Can some Glover help this guy's drowning?
Yep. Lemon, can you tell me, Lemon, can you tell me if you're at 1 foot and the horizon is 19 plus miles away? Can you do the numbers on that?
If it's 1 foot and 19 miles away, you'd have to put it back under the equation. The general equation for the horizon is 2 times the radius of the Earth times your height above the Earth in feet. They derive it on Wikipedia. I have to look at it again. 2 times the radius, and you'd have to set it up. It'll take a bit. Give me a moment. You said for 1 foot, and it's out 19 miles?
Yep, thank you.
Let's see. You basically multiplied the 1.225 times the square root of your height in feet times 19. The 19 is going to have to go back under the square root. So you're going to have to take 19 squared, and you're going to have to multiply that times the radius of the Earth. So 19 squared times the radius, and then make Earth big.
Did R ever change in that calculation?
Hold on.
Did R ever change in that calculation? The answer is no. You never changed R.
Is any Glover going to help him?
He's right. We don't change it.
Well, okay, so if it's okay, time out. What is 6 over 6R? What does that mean?
It's an Earth of circumference 8,988 miles. 988,000 miles.
Right. So 6 over 6R is just R, right?
Never changed, no matter how you use
if you multiply a number by another number, does the number change?
The R does not change. But
Hey, listen, if you multiply a number by another number, like you can't answer. If you multiply a number by another number, does that number change?
If it's not one.
Multiplied it by, does it change? No.
Wait. So
the
wait.
outcome changes.
Right. Right.
Okay. So.
But the R never changes.
No, but the so the value changes, right?
The value of the result would change. but
Right. So is
doesn't-
R a number?
R isn't the result, is it?
If you
R-
multiply R by a number, you're changing
but
the R
is
number.
R the result if you're multiplying it by the number?
Yes.
Is the result of the multiplication the result?
Yes.
So all right.
Yes.
What you're
So
telling me
R
is
isn't
if
the
I
result
take-
of the multiplication, is it?
Yes, it is.
No.
Well,
R is
to be
part
fair,
of the
no. The result
multiplication.
is the refractive amount.
Which is by fluctuating
That's what the
which is
result.
fluctuating the radius
Now,
by
I'll agree
15%.
with you. I'll agree with you that the result is changing, but it's more or less the amount of refraction that's changing. It's not really.
But that's a category error, bro.
Crisscross each other. Yeah.
You're telling me if I take 5 times 3, which equals 15, that I am changing the number 5. That's what you're trying to tell me.
Conceptually, yes.
Oh my
gosh. Same R. It's the same R. Yes, let's make a concession. It's the same R, but you're representing an Earth with a bigger radius by putting that coefficient in front of the same R to represent a bigger R and a bigger Earth with a bigger radius.
He's trying to meet you in the middle ground. You need to calm down.
Lemon's right. When you apply it to a real world observation and then try to use that formula, that's where when you see it and you're making an assumption on the formula, but if the phenomenon is inconsistent with what the R actually is, it would make you think that your R is different at that point.
Well, the philosophical concept is preserved, that there is an Earth with a radius, and they make the Earth a bigger Earth with a bigger radius by putting that coefficient in front of there and effectively flattening it out, because now it's a bigger ball. The light can now, be seen further over the ball with the 7.6R sort of Earth with a slightly bigger radius.
And also, here's my question. If R is what's in contention, how can you use R to establish R?
R isn't what is in contention.
That's a becking. Yes, it is.
No,
we are contending the R value.
It's called an authentication, fellas.
Damn
Yeah, it's called a begging the question
We've mapped this
fallacy.
whole ball, and we've got verification of, circumnavigation in multiple directions. It's definitely in contention.
Imagine me. We're telling you that the R. Listen, dude, we're telling you the rate. We're telling you the radius value is wrong because it necessitates a rate of curvature that is absent. And so when the R value is in contention, your rebuttal is to fluctuate the very R value we're contending?
No, what's in contention is where's the horizon, the entire.
No, the R value is in contention.
You're trying to tell me that 5 times 3 equals 15 changes the value of 5.
Stop
You're
obfuscating.
insane.
I'm asking you,
that's what you're
if the R value is in contention, how can you invoke it?
5 times 3 equals 15 does not change the value of 5.
Hey, but my friend,
doesn't
is
change
where
the value of
is
pi,
where the
but-
listen, is where the geometric horizon is dependent on the R value? So if we're bringing up the horizon, isn't that inherently tied in with the R value? So if we're challenging the location of the geometric horizon, aren't we challenging the R value? So if we're challenging the R value, can you invoke the R value to respond to the contention of the R value? Y'all are getting dismantled at an unprecedented level.
You just lied. You're not challenging the geometric horizon.
Yes, we are.
No, you're trying to understand the location of the apparent horizon.
No, we're saying the physical one isn't there.
No one gives a fuck what you're saying.
Well,
You're
that's the
wrong,
whole.
and
So now
nobody-
you're saying your argument is that you don't care what our argument is.
Well, what's happening is the globe is doing damage control, and they're trying to absorb the apparent horizon and the globe horizon and make them one to go back and revise history. But they know full well that if it's a physical ball, they need some measure of a geometric horizon to even begin to defend the ball. But now they're trying to merge the apparent and globe horizon into one and revise history via, simulation theory, Mandela effect deception. And so, you just got to hold them to the fire.
Yeah, Lemon, I just like that. The reason that I asked you to do those numbers is because I pointed to an observation from BMLSB 69, and the distance to the horizon has to be more than 19 miles and he's 1 foot off the fucking rocks at the beach.
Yeah.
And with that, with the platform that's less than 200 feet,
how are you establishing that he's seeing 19?
There should be, anyway,
what's at 19 miles that you know the distance of?
The platform from where he's standing.
Right. Okay.
So now you have 433 feet of curvature, I think, something thereabouts, and the platform being at 200. That's 200 feet that it should be totally missing under. Not only that, but you see the horizon behind it.
It should be if you pretend there's no such thing as refraction, but why are you doing that? Why are you pretending that?
Well, I was talking lemon.
Okay. Okay, yeah, of course.
Hey, Jim, can you invoke R if that's what's in contention to prove that it's real? Or would that be a begging the question fallacy?
Well, we're not proving that it's real. What we're doing is we're discussing the way that we describe terrestrial, one of the ways that we describe terrestrial refraction. And that's all this is. It's just an easy rule of thumb description of what we're seeing. It's like an easy way to think about it.
All right, but I'm trying to honestly understand, bro. Like, you do understand that our argument is contending the R value, right?
Yes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So when the other dude said, "No, you're talking about the horizon," like, dude, that's what the geometric horizon is based on the R value. So if we challenge the geometric horizon location, we're inherently contending the R value inherently. So if we're contending the R value, you cannot invoke a fluctuation of the R value to prove the R value is accurate when it's in contention.
Of course you can.
Of course you can. You can beg the question.
Because in order to test something, you have to try to
reify it. You can't reify it to test it.
You have to try to use that thing in order to test.
That's what we're doing. We tried to use the R value to test it, and we falsified it. And then while it's in contention, you're invoking it.
And you did it in a multivariate situation where you can't, like, there are other factors involved. There are other variables involved, and you're saying, "No, I don't want to look at it."
Wait, what other variables are involved?
Refraction is a variable.
What type of refraction? Full circle. Yeah, it does matter. It's terrestrial refraction if you're making a claim about the terrain.
You can give it whatever name you like, but refraction is just refraction.
No, that's not true. There's different types.
Refraction is a variable.
Wait, is terrestrial refraction the same as refraction that isn't terrestrial?
Refraction is
refraction. All refraction works on the same principle.
That's not true.
No.
That is so true.
Well, what's the difference in looming and stooping?
There's no different mechanism that causes different types of refraction.
These guys,
So what I'm saying is terrestrial refraction the same as refraction that isn't terrestrial?
It's all caused by refraction.
But I know that, my friend.
Refraction is
different.
The natural phenomena that causes bending of light. Whether you call it terrestrial or whatever you call it, it's still refraction.
Well, when we say terrestrial refraction, does it have this R assumption of a Earth radius built in there, the very thing that we're trying to prove, which may lead to circular logic? We may even need new theories of refraction over a flat plane to really even grapple this. Let's see if we have curvature that even justifies the R value for a globe.
Go ahead and whip that up, Lemon.
Where our best minds are working on it curved?
Well, then you don't have a prayer.
Well, Rome wasn't built in a day. 500 years of Jesuit sophistry is hard to break. I mean, you guys are so mind controlled. We got to break the conditioning. We got to, open up our minds again. We have to love the truth again. That takes time.
Yeah, I mean, do y'all want to know the truth? If the Earth were flat, would y'all want to know?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Now, when the distant platform is obstructed, what is obstructing it?
The apparent horizon.
Why?
Because of atmospheric conditions.
Can imaginary things block?
What does that mean? How does atmospheric conditions make the flat water that is below you and the platform up above your
I'll answer that.
To the
I
platform?
already agreed that it does.
I'll answer that. Hold on. I'll answer that. It's refraction. aka distortion of the light through atmosphere,
But
which
he
is
knew
the
that. He knew that.
correct way.
Yeah, but
So-
Curve isn't stupid, dude. Curve is not stupid.
That it happened.
But because check this out, because what was it, National Geographic, they had a boat go out over the lake, right, Curve, and they had the boat have a flag to the back of it with different colors, red, white, and blue or something like that, and the bottom of the boat disappeared. But guess what? The horizon was behind the boat. So yes, refraction and other factors are going to cause things to disappear from the bottom up.
Also, so do waves, right?
It would be changing refractive conditions that caused a boat to go over the horizon.
Yes.
So what
And they're
causes
also
this
waves.
on a flat Earth?
Changing refractive conditions.
Yeah, of course.
Happened
So
first
on a
mile.
flat
Over the
Earth,
horizon.
The first
what
5 miles
causes
has
the
different
water
conditions
to
than the
bloom
next
up in
5.
front of?
Thank you, Jim.
Welcome to
On
Flat
a
Earth.
flat Earth, on a flat
That was a
Earth,
straw
what
man.
causes this flat water
That
to
was
bloom up?
That was a straw man, actually, because I said the boat disappeared bottom up with the horizon behind it.
On
Yeah,
a flat
our
Earth,
general
what
observation
causes
is that boats go
That's
over the horizon, disappear from the bottom up. And you're saying,
But they're on
you're
water
saying that
with
the
waves.
reason for this, you're saying the reason for this is refraction.
And
So
waves.
there must be-
No, that's a straw man. I
that
didn't
is
say that.
specifically what
I'm
you
saying,
said. You said
no, I'm
you were
saying
asked
because
and
of,
you said
no,
it's refraction. Yes, you did.
no, what I'm
Yes.
Then let him
saying,
clarify.
no.
Then he's disagreeing. If you got him on words, let him
Right,
clarify
but
the
don't say
message.
you didn't say that because you bloody
Fine,
well
let
did.
him clarify.
Well, let me
You
clarify
made a
then.
great big show of the fact that
Well,
you say
let
it's
me
refraction.
clarify then, Jim, or do you want to
Right,
have a
yes,
temper tantrum until you're
clarify.
done? Okay, things disappear from the bottom up. Your claim is that the horizon is the thing that causes that. No, it's refraction and other factors like waves in the foreground.
That's what.
Yeah, that's provable
And
because
so
we've seen
if it's
them
gonna be removed, if it's going to disappear before it gets to the horizon, it stands to reason that when it hits the horizon where things are obscured, it would still look that way. Because of the angle to the boat.
Wait, can we get an honest concession? Because this was on National Geographic. So they showed that the Earth curve was about to block the ship, and then when they showed that, actually the horizon was beyond it. Can we at least concede that
Yeah, that
that
was
isn't
crazy.
actually a proof of Earth curve, right?
Globebusters busted
Why
that
do you
shit
have to
up,
do this,
dude.
Don?
Okay, that's
Yeah,
stupid as
no,
fuck.
she's a
That's so
scientist. She's
stupid
not a
that please tell me
scientist.
we can all agree on that.
Right.
If the horizon was beyond the boat, you can't say the horizon was blocking the boat, right?
I think
Please,
I would-
please.
There's
Thank you.
only one final
And if it's not Earth curve
The
blocking
globe is
those
saying there are many
stripes,
horizons
then it's
there,
flat,
WITSIT.
right?
How do we know we don't have different refraction going on between A,
Oh,
B,
fuck
and C?
off.
Right.
Are you
it could be
suggesting that the surface of the Earth is like a wave that goes up and down, up and down?
It could,
So
it
the
could
surface of the
appear
Earth
that
is
way.
transverse?
It could appear that way.
Yeah,
Okay.
it could.
Okay, but we agree though
What
that
I'm
if
asking you though, and what you have deflected from constantly on a flat Earth, what causes this obstruction? And be clear.
refraction.
and detailed.
Refraction.
Okay, now explain how that works in
Well,
your
it's-
world.
Yeah, well, it's relative.
Not only can we explain it, we don't have to just explain it.
geez,
We can.
What are you talking?
Not only do we explain it, we can show that it's not the horizon because it
somebody
happens
mute this
before
guy,
that.
for fuck's
Okay,
sake?
okay. Listen,
Can
man.
we get
Light
some goddamn
bends.
order around here?
Light bends relative to the density of the medium, and how you perceive it will be relative to your height above the surface.
Well,
I'll say it again. Light bends relative to the density of the medium, and how you perceive it will be relative to your location or distance above the surface.
Right. That doesn't explain how things become obstructed.
Yeah, it literally does. So I'll say it again. Light bends
Say
because
it again,
of
but
the.
it still won't explain how things become obstructed. Even
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
say it 100 times, Witsy, it still won't do it.
Refraction, which is where light bends relative to the density of the medium, and how you perceive.
A picture might be worth 1,000 words here. Could you maybe whip up a diagram?
I just explained it, and I just this is what we're
Shut
talking
up!
about, though. You see what's it? Can you just repeat what I said then,
Shut
since he wants
your
to act like this
fucking
towards me for whatever reason?
mouth.
Yeah,
I thought
we can actually empirically demonstrate the certain rates of refraction with experimentation.
We are in Kyle's house, so he's
Can
just
you
like,
make a simple diagram with it?
I just want to say
you need a diagram to understand.
I'll talk
about the refraction because
y'all
I'm
being
I'm not about to go make a diagram for you, Curve. Be real.
I answered the
When
question
something
already.
goes from the denser medium to the less dense medium, is it gonna appear to raise or lower? If you're in the less dense medium and you're looking down at something into the thicker medium, is it gonna raise or lower?
That's going to depend on the density from you all the way there.
Right, let's let the Globers hang themselves. Globers, which one is it gonna do?
What's the question?
They're not going to be honest enough to come to conclusions that go against their cause. So, if you look at the diagram,
Oh well, Lemon's answer.
they're just going to be dishonest. They're not going to be honest enough to hang themselves. They'll just answer.
No point in being in the conversation, Mr. Lemon.
Lemon, I really don't mind you rumpusing me at all, Lemon. It's just I want to hang them real quick.
But
Dude, Lemon just went savage on you. I started freaking out.
Just be here all day. Just get to the point.
Thank you. So the dude pressed me. What? If the Earth is flat,
it would go down. So
if the Earth is flat, why does it make it look like things disappear? It's very simple. Refraction, or the bending of light, and that's relative to the density of the medium, and how you perceive that's relative to how high up off the ground you are and how far away it is that you're seeing something. Sometimes you can't see as far. You might go back in 2 hours, you won't be able to see even. If you come back in 2 hours, you won't be able to see 80% as far because the atmospheric conditions have changed, right?
People, there have been some Globers who've conceded fraction might drop some things, but not as much as
Scott.
We see.
Not your
But there have been
typical
Globers that will meet you halfway.
You don't understand what you're talking about.
Oh, is it aggressive refraction or a coefficient of 2 or more?
Hold on, WITSIT. Here's the difference between you guys and our guys' conversation. So when we asked you for proof of refraction, you said we don't have the extra data. When you're asking for us to prove it, we say it's refraction and we also have video demonstration. And you haven't even asked for it.
You asked for a diagram.
That isn't the extra data, though, is it?
Wait, why don't I get a diagram from y'all's explanation of the black swan refraction?
You need to show that what you're seeing in the video is a result of specific atmospheric condition.
Curve, honest to God.
Hold on a second, guys. Hold on. I have some big news for everybody. Real quick, time out. You want to know how we know, Jim Panda? Because the horizon, the thing that obscures things, right, from the bottom up because it's the curve, is actually behind the boat. That's obscured from the bottom up. That's how we know.
Hey, Curve, I got an idea.
What does that show you? What does that prove? That proves that National Geographic got it wrong.
Right, okay, as long as you're willing to admit that, thank you, dude. Curve, I think we can come to a middle ground where we can skip off into the sunset holding hands being best friends, bro. So, if you requested a diagram from me, dude, if you'll bring me a diagram of the refraction that would have to take place for the black swan to happen, then I will give you a diagram explaining refraction over a flat surface.
Any diagram that shows terrestrial refraction.
I've already asked you for a diagram to explain what you're contending. If you don't want to do it, man up and say you don't want to do it.
Okay, so I'm asking you.
In the globe. Hey, refraction on the globe is explained, diagrammed, calculated. It's all the equations are out there. Okay, you don't need any more. I can't make a diagram to give you anything that's not already there.
So can you decide?
You are positing something new and different, as far as I can tell, which is why I asked you, instead of the words, maybe you could just draw a simple diagram.
I'll listen, and I swear, dude,
you can't do it. Say so.
But we're obviously not going to skip off into the sunset. But yeah, dude, I'll do that. If you're saying it's already been done, then that's even easier for you, right? Because that means you don't have to do it. If you'll just cite a diagram explaining the refraction of the black swan, I'll go make a diagram.
There you go. There's one in the chat there.
Hey guys, I have some news for everybody.
Yeah, we have done the refraction on this black swan.
You guys remember how we busted open Rakia's boat by looking at the Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
I can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
You remember how we busted open Rakia's boat picture by looking at the field of view of the P900?
Right.
These platforms are not 20 miles out. He's looking at a closer set of platforms. There's no way that the math works out for him because it's filling too much of his field of view for the when you look at what the field of view of a P900 at maximum zoom is.
Okay.
He's claimed to the distance to the oil platform pictures, including the Black Swan.
Grace. Oh, you can Google Earth it and Google where he's standing. You can do that. What do you mean?
You can see where he's standing.
There's an array of oil platforms out there, and he's looking at the closer ones.
Y'all lie about everything.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
You lie about everything. It's pathetic. You can actually correlate the angle of view with Google Earth and map out the platforms.
You can do the math yourself. You can do the trigonometry yourself. These oil platforms are 150 feet in square.
Okay.
The field of view on a P900 at maximum zoom is 1.2 degrees.
Okay.
So if you work that out, at maximum zoom, at what did they purport, 18 miles? Right? The claim is 18 miles.
But are you factoring the refractive
That would
angle?
that would only fill out a field of, at 18 miles, that would only fill out a field of view of 0.09 degrees.
Are you accounting for refraction? Wait, time out. Are you accounting for the refractive angle?
The refraction is not going to magnify the object.
Wait, are you accounting for the refractive angle? Yes or no?
Well, hold on. How do they establish? How does he establish his viewing location in this?
Let's make sure we
observation?
change the subject.
His view. I found his location. He's at Miramar Beach in Montecito. I found the exact spot he's standing, the stairway and everything. And I'm looking at the line lining up the
he's
islands.
Not at the stairway
I'm
this
looking
time
at the
because
islands that.
Unlike, no, I'm sorry, you're incorrect because unlike with the original Black Swan, you can see a heap of fucking rocks. So unless they put those rocks there for show and decor, you're wrong. It's a different spot.
Oh, well, okay, maybe on the Black Swan it is, but for the video that you showed me that he is claiming is the Grace platform, it cannot be the Grace platform because it's filling out more than half of his field of view, which is not possible at 18 miles.
Yes, it is if you account for refraction.
Or 150 mile platform. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
These platforms that he's filming are more like the one that I think that he's filming is
Did you account for refraction? Because if not, your deduction's faulty.
The ones he's looking at are 7 miles out.
Did you account for refraction?
You know what? I don't agree, but I would like to look into that. I don't think that's true.
I'll show you the data on calculating the field of view on a P900. A guy did it.
That's fair, but look,
he zoomed in all the way.
You know what also is in the field of view? The Anacappas. The islands that are behind that should also be completely submerged under or beyond the curvature. You can see those.
Should they though?
Well, no, because in your fairy tale world, if it looks flat, we promise it's not.
How does
30 miles away?
How does he establish his location in the video?
Because you can, if you look at the video,
Island has a 930-foot peak.
So are y'all admitting that if it's real, then y'all can't respond?
Absolutely.
Because I'll go replicate it my fucking self. Are you admitting that it's not? If it's real, you can't respond?
No, I don't even think
I will.
it's real.
I will.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I said I didn't think it was real from the start, and now I think even.
All right,
But if it's real,
we got
does
this. We got this recorded, right? Because we got to do this again.
Yeah.
I've been itching to go to California,
dude. I think I can get us a couple of free flights, bro. So let's do it.
I'm there.
By the way, WITSIT,
I also have a free place we can stay.
I'm posting some atmospheric profiles on the side chat, just showing you that we have done.
Well, the diagram is one thing, but did you demonstrate the potentiality of the diagram?
Well, we were
yes, we have done that as well.
Okay, please show me the demonstration where you showed that rate of refraction is real with an experiment.
The deal was you now have to provide a diagram.
Yeah, I said I would. I didn't. I'll go get it on my iPad, pencil out. In a little
by
bit,
the
dude.
way, yes. You are
I actually
moving the
keep my
goalpost
word,
because
you know,
are
unlike
asking
you
the
little
different things.
Well,
again.
not when you say you're going to get a citation, you don't.
I provided the 3 citations.
I want the one that says TV satellite dishes pointed out.
Okay, so just a second. Scott, have you provided any of the documents I asked for?
I have, every single one.
Oh, yeah? You provided the evidence in which they applied the plumb to the spherical assumption of geodetic surveying, or they don't? You brought up geodetic surveying and asked for a citation, and you never gave it.
I never claimed I had evidence of that. I never claimed it.
You claimed geodetic surveying.
Everything I claimed I had evidence of, you got.
That's not... Wait. What was the citation whenever you said that NASA went to space and they measured the radius from space?
I didn't claim I had a citation for that.
Yeah, you did. You said you'd go get it if I brought mine.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
You're on recording saying it.
Well, then why don't you play the recording? Because I didn't say it.
Okay, I'll go play it right now, and then you're gonna look like a dumbass.
Well, but first get the citation that you've been promising for 2 days.
Oh, see, he doesn't want me to do it because he's scared. He knows he said it.
You can do that after. You can do that after if you want. But just serious.
Okay, well, Scott. Okay, Scott, are you willing to admit then that you don't have the evidence for your claim that they went to space and measured the radius?
Yeah, I don't have any kind of citation that says.
So how do you know that's true then? Why did you make that? Why did you make that claim then?
I told you that I don't know anything is true for absolute certainty, but I'm pretty sure that's true.
How do you pretty sure that's true if you don't even know where you read it?
Because I learned at some point. I just don't have a citation for it. Like, do you have a citation for every single thing you know? Is that the way it is with you?
I provided like 50 in the last like 8 hours.
No, but do you have a citation for every single thing? When you say a thing that you know from learning and from school or from wherever, from experiments, do you have a citation for it? Of course not.
Yeah. If I'm doing mental gymnastics to try to explain I live on a ball and someone asks me to substantiate the radius claim and I say I go to space. Oh my God.
If I promise you a citation, if I say I have one, then you can call me out. But just because you want one doesn't mean that you're going to get one because I may not have one.
Okay, but
when I say yes, I'll go get it, and then I don't. That's what you did. You said yes, I'll go get it, and then you won't.
No, every time I try to talk, y'all just screaming, so I just left. That's what happened. But dude, actually, very simply, I asked you, can you stand?
Whoa! Cut out. Are we go? Scott, me and WITSIT and Eli were coming to Cali.
All right, come on down.
Yeah, I'll let you know. So look, he said we could determine the radius with a pendulum, and then he said we determined the radius by going to space. And when we went to space, we looked at the Earth based on the land masses. We knew what the radius was. So I said you had to ensure the perfect angle, right?
Why do you keep saying that? Why do you keep saying that?
That's still my favorite.
It's not based on land masses. It's based on the radius that we see. By the way, while we were talking,
based on the radius we see.
Hold on. While we were talking, I don't know if you know this. Oh, let me finish what I'm saying. While we were talking, I don't know if you know this, but Dan Fessler grabbed a picture taken from the Epic Discovery satellite and did the actual work to figure out what the diameter was. So it's doable.
That's not what your claim was.
While we were talking.
That's not what your claim was.
That's the claim. You look at the distance we are from the thing, whatever it is, then we use angular size to figure out what the actual size is, and from that we can get the radius.
Okay, well, I have Scott recorded. He's lying. So what Scott's actually said was he knows.
Did you just misremember?
Well, then let me prove. No, I'm about to prove it. I have it recorded.
Okay.
So
play it.
Okay, and I'm gonna cut you up right now, and I'm gonna put it side by side, and I'm gonna post it on YouTube because you won't show. You're making it worse, so you're pissing me off.
I will wait.
Okay, so what you actually said, I said, can you please? That's why you have to keep interrupting me. I said, can you please substantiate the radius claim? You said the pendulum does it because of latitude. I told you that's arbitrary, and you're presupposing causation, axial rotation to even make that claim. You didn't understand that, and then you said You said specifically NASA went to space in the 80s or the 90s and measured the radius.
That's right.
Nothing to do with Dan Fessler. So where the fuck is the evidence, or would you like to retract your claim?
I don't have a citation except for the fact that while we were talking, Dan Fessler did it.
So that can be dismissed on its face, right?
You don't understand. No, it's obviously trivial to do. And in fact, someone did it while we were talking. So it can't be dismissed. You have to actually take it seriously.
Okay, what was then let me talk to Dan then. What was the angle that you took into account for your perception? Let me see there. What?
As long as you have the whole Earth in image, as long as you're getting the full hemisphere, you don't need to worry about the angle. Because it's the same angle in all directions.
So the land masses don't matter.
The land masses have nothing to do with it. You keep bringing them up for no apparent reason.
So then you have to know that you said it earlier. I still have it recorded, but that's why I'm asking you these questions. I have a good memory, Scott. I have a good memory. Scott, I have a really good memory. Okay, what do I not?
You probably think you do, but you're wrong.
I literally do.
I'm telling you, you're just
It's like provable. You know, it's like provable, right?
Then prove it, because you always talk like this and then you never come back and prove it.
Are
you know what? You go and you listen and you find out that you're wrong.
No, I don't go and listen to hours and hours of your obfuscation typically, but I'm going to chop this up. It's going to be awesome. Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
I'll bet you $100 that you do not do that, because when you go and listen,
I bet you I do. Oh wait, $100. Did everyone hear it? Are you sure you want to take? You want to take it back? I'll let you take it back. Because I understand. I say stuff like that sometimes.
What's the
Wait, I say stuff like that sometimes too. Real fast. Okay. Am I going to go and prove that? Yeah. Am I going to go and prove that you said that NASA from 80s to the 90s went and proved the radius by looking at the Earth from space, and that you were going to go get the citation because you knew it was a fact?
You're not going to find me saying, wait, I'm going to go get the citation. You're not going to find me saying it. They proved it.
I know. Okay. Wait. Do you remember saying that if I bring the citation, you'll go get the citation for that?
Yeah. But then I
thought you just said you didn't say you'd get the citation. But I'll go get it right now.
You got to bring that one first. You've got to bring that one first. When you do that, then you'll have me over a barrel because I'll go get it. But until
okay,
then,
well, I'll be back in about 2 minutes.
So does that mean you're going to give me $100 too?
No, why? What are you talking about?
You're starting to remember now what was actually said. So you're remembering now that you're wrong about this proof that you were about to post.
No, I just said you said you'd bring the citation. You didn't. And you also brought up land masses, and this is all going to be in the recording. Hey, this is what I brought. Hey, I remember the specific conversation. I was standing in my kitchen, and I was waiting on my pizza to finish. And I asked you very specifically, well, then how did you deduce the radius by looking at it from space? You said, well, we know the distance, and we use land masses. I said, well, if you're using the relative land mass, this is recorded. Okay, I know that you're just, dude, we know you're continuing. We know that's what the bet is.
Okay.
Oh my God! Listen. So, do you remember me saying back to you?
Let's move on.
But they won't let me say anything. So you remember when you remember my response was, but dude, didn't y'all tell us that when the proportions of the land are misconstrued on some of these pictures, it's because of the angle? So if the angle isn't exactly correct, why is he interrupting me? Because I'm fucking exposing
I didn't say land masses, you idiot.
Okay,
you're being
so do you
ridiculous. I didn't say it. Prove it first, and then you can vote. Then you can vote. Until then, just
Scott,
up because you're wrong.
Scott, do you remember my rebuttal?
WITSIT.
He's scared. Scott, do you remember my rebuttal where I said that you have to have the right angle?
Hold on, Scott. And it's so boring to listen to you claim something that's not true. So either go prove it, and then if you prove it,
Scott, you're saying it's not true.
Until you prove it, though, hold on. Until you prove it, though, it's so boring to listen to you be wrong.
No, you don't even know when I'm supposed to prove it because you won't let me make my claim.
Time out. Right, WITSIT.
No one here is bored.
Hold on. Let WITSIT get out the parameters of the bet. I know that your contention is that that's not what you said. He's saying you did say something. So let him clarify it on tape so that we can then go back to yes.
Okay. So do you remember when my rebuttal was, but dude, wouldn't you have to have the right angle for the land masses? Because they say that they're disproportionate sometimes because of the land mass. And you said no, because then you then walked it back and said no, because you would just have to have the distance. That's exactly what happened.
I said as long as you have the hemisphere in full view, it doesn't matter what angle you're at. They're all the same.
That was after you walked back the land masses comment, and I know for a fact you said it. I never made a claim about land masses. Then why did I rebut? Why did I rebut with the angle?
Because you misheard or something, but finally saying
you're starting to remember. I can tell. You want to disagree on the bet? We can.
I promise you $100 bet right now. I'll do it. I promise. And if I lose, you can have the 100. I'll pay. But you have to find that thing. And you.
So if you said if you talked about the land, then I get $100.
If I said that we use the land masses to figure out the radius, then you get $100. But you're not going to find it.
No, you have to use it. You said that. So.
I did not, dude. I told you. God.
All right.
So boring.
So Scott is saying he did not say use the land masses to figure out the radius, and WITSIT, you're saying he did say use the land masses to figure out the radius?
I know for a fact that when he brought it up and he said he went to space, I was like so confused. I was like, what the fuck? You went to space and measured the radius? And I laughed. And then he said, yeah, when we went to space, by looking at the land masses or looking at the land or said something about the land, because my rebuttal was, whoa, wouldn't you have to have the right angle because perception of the land is altered?
You're the one walking back now.
How?
Yeah.
Something about the land.
That you misheard me.
Yeah,
and then when you go back and you listen, you'll hear that you misheard me. And I think that's okay. I don't know why you make such a big deal about it, but I bet you misheard me because when you said something about the land, I remember being confused by that because I didn't say anything about land.
No, once it refuted your nonsense, you said it doesn't matter because we just have to know our distance.
My nonsense, dude.
In the 80s, Banana Man proved the globe Earth in the 80s. So
yeah, that's true. So anyway, yeah, find it if you want to. If you want to spend time finding it,
I will.
$100 you can find it.
And hey, so when I go get the citation, also Scott.
Sounds like we got
and Scott, when I get the citation that you're asking for, are you going to bring the citation for that, like you said you would?
Yeah, you have to. I think of a citation you're supposed to bring for something else.
I know. I'm going to go find it, and dude, it's going to take me a little bit because it's been months.
Okay, listen. Okay,
Scott, I need your word, bro, because I haven't read this in a few months, and so it's going to take me time to find.
Talking, I'm just going to stop talking if you won't let me talk to you. You got to stop talking when it's my turn. The answer to your question that you asked me is yes. If you bring the citation, I'll go get you one about the radius and deducing it from looking at it from space.
That NASA did it in the 80s.
Yeah, well, a little bit of the 80s, 70s, 80s, 90s. That's what I said before.
Okay, then NASA did it. You said 80s or 90s.
Yeah, so the NASA astronauts, the NASA Yes, a space. Yes, I'm sure it'll be them. But the point is that you go into space, you turn around, you look at the Earth, and you can figure out the radius. That was the point.
By knowing your distance.
Scott, did WITSIT ever bring that citation that says you have to start
he
with?
never has.
Okay, I didn't think so.
Wait, where it
is
says
that,
what?
Beach, is that from surveying, by the way? For the last time we talked about surveying, that you're saying that NASA's the one that did that, and you can do that from space? Are you claiming that now?
That's what he said. Yep, you can figure out the radius from space.
Normal survey.
Here's the claim. If you know how far away you are from the Earth, then you can figure out what the diameter of the Earth is, and from that you can get the radius. That's the claim.
But I'll agree with Stacey's claim. That's true. We in STS-99, they radar scanned most of the Earth's landmass, and that's when we look in Google Earth and we get elevation. That's where they come from.
Wait. By the way, the whole
STS-99.
claim was Stacy's claim. Stacy didn't make any claim besides ask what he was claiming. So let's make that very clear.
I just said I'd
Stacey's
agree
claim?
with Stacey. I didn't say your claim at all.
Yeah, but hey, isn't it crazy that when I said, dude, how do we substantiate the fucking radius, bro? Because that's like what we're trying to figure out, right? And he said he didn't bring up Al-Rooney, but he said the pendulum. So we're talking about going to space. That's nonsense. We'll talk about that in a second. But what's up with the pendulum? Does any other glober here? Oh my God, I'm not allowed to talk.
WITSIT, if you're gonna say what I said and you get it wrong,
I
then
can
you're
quote
gonna
it
have-
verbatim.
You're just begging for me
I can
to
quote it verbatim.
Well, you're wrong. How about I'll do it because I remember. So what I said was that you have a bunch of different methods you can get the radius from. And the fact that when we do these independent methods, and they're all independent, when we do them, we get basically roughly the same answer every single time. I said that that's very compelling evidence that we're onto something. That's very compelling evidence that this is probably the right answer.
Yeah, and one of those examples was Foucault's pendulum.
That's right. One of Foucault's pendulum.
Yeah, exactly. And what you said specifically about it was, and I think you even could use the pendulum. I'm not sure, but I think so. That's what you said, verbatim.
That's right. And the more I thought about it, the more I decided, yeah, you can definitely do this.
Okay, and so does all the other
by the way,
Globers here agree with
It's
Scott
not
that you can
inconceivable
look
that
at this?
I'm wrong, but I think you can.
Do all the other Globers here agree with Scott that you can substantiate the radius value with Foucault's pendulum?
Yeah, I think you could.
Sure. Why
How
not?
so?
Why not?
What do you mean, why not?
Because
it has nothing to do with that shit, probably.
Time to actually create their conclusion. Therefore, by measuring the distances between your different observations, you could come out with a rough calculation of the north to south circumference of the Earth.
Okay, so you have to look at the latitudes and the longitude lines mapped out on a spherical assumption. And then you have to assume axial rotation as the wait, listen. Oh, you are scared.
You're
You have
incorrect.
to assume
You're incorrect, dude.
The thought.
Just say correct stuff and that'd be fine. So it doesn't matter whether you assume it's a sphere or a flat plane. The latitude and the longitude coordinates, you just use them.
Okay.
Actually,
You
I
just
don't
go
think
to
you even
latitude,
need
whatever
to
it
use
is.
them. You can
and you don't have
derive.
to-
This is why you had to cut me off because that wasn't my
Sure,
full
you could
premise. Haha.
But it was
So you have
but
to
you said that you have to assume a
assume.
sphere and you don't have to.
No, you have to assume causation of axial rotation of the pendulum, right? Because if the Earth's spin isn't causing the pendulum precession, then you can't map it out for anything, right?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay, so it requires the axial rotation assumption of causation.
Which is why we can go back to a three-point
mechanics to be
Aristophanes.
Imagine, no, it's not
We
basic
can look at the
mechanics, dumbass, because you have to
observations
start. It doesn't have
of
independent frame of
Look at the
reference.
conclusions.
That has nothing to do with basic mechanics.
surveying, and that gives us a reasonable value for the radius of the Earth. That's what we employ when we go to
It's true. It's true that you are
So it's all
in
based
standard
on
science
prior
deductions.
It requires your
So
assumption be
we're-
true.
Yes, we're right, because it could be that angels are doing it or something. We don't know, right? There's always
No,
a
no,
chance.
it could
So,
be
yes,
that
just
fucking
listen,
you didn't
just
account for the ether.
Wait
Why
a
does
second.
he
Can I
have to overput every single sentence?
It could be
someone
Because he
whatever is my
fucking said
point. It could be
angels, dude.
It could be you don't understand. If you just stop and listen, you'd understand. It could be angels, it could be ether, it could be all kinds of things that we just didn't think of that we're wrong about, right? That's possible. So you can't say for sure this is evidence that it's a globe that's rotating. That's a mistake. That would be somebody who's being overconfident.
Okay.
But given that we can't think of any other better reason than it's a sphere that's rotating currently, it's our best guess right now, and it corroborates other methods, it's pretty compelling.
Okay, so you contended the spherical
I'm gonna
assumption
jump
part.
out
Wait,
of-
let me say this last part and I'll back up. You contended the spherical assumption part also, but if you're assuming axial rotation, doesn't that require a sphere?
Yes, what I'm saying. You're assuming
Okay, so it's a spherical assumption and axial rotation assumption, and you were wrong yet again. You said you said spherical, dude. When I said spherical assumption, you said no, that's not true. You don't have to have a spherical assumption
for the latitude longitude lines.
But it does require spherical assumption, right?
Yes, it's a scientific.
So how can you prove the spherical assumption in contention with another spherical assumption?
Prove it. That's the whole point. I've been telling you this.
So you're not substantiating the R value then. You're begging the question.
It is standard science. You listen. It is standard scientific induction. That's right.
You're begging the question.
When you can't think of a better answer for when you can't think of a better answer for this one, and it corroborates the other independent methods, it becomes compelling evidence. Now, it's not proof. You're right about that. That's what
it doesn't corroborate it if they were all built upon that assumption, Scott.
Well, it's not corroboration. When you go to space, turn around and look at the.
All right. Someone else jump in. I got a headache. Scott gives me a headache. Someone else.
It's just simple, straightforward. You're the one that's being dishonest. And go get that citation.
Someone else, please.
Scott, we got to meet at a coffee house so we can swap what are those scripts?
What?
I got some interesting
stories. Yeah. I'm all for it.
It's all right. We know you're on script.
Are you in LA?
Oh, fuck you, Jim. That was good.
I know,
but dude, Jim, don't you think it's weird that I get that all the time? They're like, "Oh, I was just practicing script. You must be reading off of some document." Like, what the fuck, bro? No, like we just researched this shit, dude, because we really want to know the truth. I mean, can't you concede that maybe that's the possible scenario?
Yes,
we researched it as well.
I don't think you're reading scripts. I think you've memorized your catchphrases.
Did you get that citation though?
My catchphrases.
It's when it becomes catchphrases that.
But whenever y'all say it's just a catchphrase and I don't understand it, and then I explain every single word with totally different wording, y'all still double down on that. Y'all never are honest.
Half the time,
y'all didn't say I'm stupid. Here's my final question.
That people go back and you guys get all the citations that I actually heard that was supposed to be happening from the globe end. Because Veach, I know you're pretty good at, right, being honest. At least I know from you with me. So I'm hoping that you come with that citation from NASA that you could figure out the radius from Earth.
After WITSIT does his. After WITSIT does his.
Yeah, I already messaged the guy. I know that's a compilation.
Well, hold on. No, that's the bet. That's the bet.
What are you talking about?
That's the bet.
That's the whole deal from the beginning. You missed it if you don't know that.
Well, that's independent of the bet, but yeah, that was the agreement. Yeah.
But I can't bet
the guy who has the
you can't
compilation
come up
of
with it for me. I bet you can.
Look, if you really want to see it independently, of course I'll get it. It's not that big a deal. But what I really would like
you don't even know it exists.
I would.
WITSIT has been promising for days now, and he won't go get.
You mean one day?
I'm not with it.
And I left because y'all wouldn't let me talk.
If you really want it, I'll get it for you, Stacey. It's not that big a deal.
Still not letting you talk.
Thank you.
By the way, I provided in the side chat two Black Swan citations that I bet no one has looked at, and also a video showing that Looming can do that. And also, I have, by the way, proven that it was a logically weak and inconsistent argument to begin with.
Oh, you showed evidence of refraction moving the horizon 10 times further than it needs to be?
Yep.
So you have evidence that Looming will move the horizon 10 times further away?
Yep.
Okay, provide that evidence.
First of all, that's not. Hold on, that's not even in the description of the definition. Number 2, no, that's just number 1. End of. That's not in the fucking definition.
Okay, I can actually address that. So, if the evidence actually shows that Looming can do that, then you actually rewrite the description. So here's how it works: you don't move from principles to discarding evidence. You move from evidence to reframing your descriptions and principles.
So KIMO muted me and took away all my roles.
I don't whine,
my
mate.
roles.
You're back now.
KIMO, how do you do this?
I'm fed up for getting fucking muted for someone else over talking me. I mean, this is ridiculous.
All right. It's fair. It's a fair
I
point.
think Judge deserves a little more respect.
Yeah, no mod. Come on, mods. Don't do the mod wars.
I think that if y'all weren't scared of the truth, y'all would go look and see if you could substantiate the art value without
KIMO's
bias.
just an anti-Semitic piece of fucking shit who's a homophobe.
What does anti-Semitic mean? That's wait. I'm confused. What does anti-Semitic mean? That's a
don't bite on.
Dude. But wait, all I'm saying is Semitic is a meditative. Well, listen. Let me say something.
You're not
Wait, all I'm
helping.
saying is Semitic, bro. Why can't I just say three
He's
words?
talking
Semitic
about someone
is a
else. He was
Mediterranean.
talking about someone else.
I'm just saying something for everyone to know here. That's a nonsense term
We all know
regurgitated
what
by
the
the
word
news
anti-Semitic
because
actually
Semitic
means.
is a Mediterranean language. Who the fuck is anti-language? Jesus.
Who said
that they posted? Who said? Who
By
said
the way,
about
as a studier of language, that's false etymology.
Yeah, you.
Oh, so
where's
wait,
your site?
Semitic
Hold
isn't
on,
language?
Was that
listen,
what I
leave
said?
that alone. I
No.
want to. Where the fuck did he prove that looming means? No, you're gonna have to use another term.
I'm gonna
because looming
naive man
is
that.
already
I'm thinking
defined.
they'll say because
We should
looming
maybe
like
define looming.
changes it up or down that it would appear to be farther is
He
probably the
should
simple
have to
way.
define looming.
Oh yeah, you balloon man that
well,
one.
I did define
you want to
looming
balloon
earlier a
man them
million
though,
times.
Jeremy.
No,
Come
the
on.
other guy,
Science
the
is
guy
a
who's
team,
claiming
guys,
that it's
and I want to
looming.
commend everybody. The anger level has dropped significantly in here. The guys, WITSIT and Eli coming over here, man, and that show, dude. That's what's up, dude. Y'all attacking the real argument, not in your little echo check, dude. That's awesome. It's awesome.
I've been in here for over a year now. Come on. I've been coming here for
We
a while.
love
I haven't
you
been here
too,
in a few
Curve.
months, but still.
Curve, if you want to come to the Flat Earth Party,
And the stronger the opponent, the worthier the cause.
All right,
Curve, if you want to come to our
Waz,
Flat Earth Party,
man, your
Not
argument
Waz.
real quick.
Curve, I'll
Curve
get you a free
hated me
VIP
from
pass.
day one.
Curve, I'll get you a VIP
hates
pass.
everyone equally.
I'll get you a VIP pass at Flattoberfest if you want it,
That's
Curve.
true.
Curve, you want a VIP pass at Flattoberfest, October 24th?
Oh my god.
Do what?
Please give him one.
A VIP pass at Flattoberfest.
Listen, Dr. Feelgood, come on. Where is this at that you're talking about? What were you talking about? Where is that?
What I'm talking. Okay, so now I need to paste it again because you dumbasses were too lazy to actually.
Do you have the minute mark? That's all the fuck I'm asking. Jeez, relax, bro. Where's the minute mark?
I'm mad. People, pop.
Okay, I'll look for it for you.
And can you define looming, please, that you're using it as?
How about we just start headbutting each other?
Can I say one thing real quick? I don't know. Somebody complained about
morning,
like being
Stace.
rude and not being rude. I'm gonna be real honest. When I go over here alone most of the time, and they're not here, Elijah and WITSIT and everybody, I get treated like shit from y'all. So it's really nice that since they're here, you guys have just sat back and been really nice to me. Just
Oh
saying,
yeah, but
sweetheart.
but we've been
Party
fucking
ain't over
ripping
yet,
their religion
sweetie.
away from their dying, crying hands for fucking 8
For
hours.
like 15 hours. Yeah,
That's the
15
only
more
reason
like.
we're losing steam, Stacy. So you know.
Stacey, Stacey's
So weird.
modded.
You guys are
Mate,
so
we're
weird.
running your whole channel right
This
now,
ain't
you
going
idiot.
away.
Stacy, let me
This ain't
talk.
going away.
Stacy,
This is our
Stacy,
Flat Earth
I
channel,
mean,
bitch.
You're not getting this place
Yeah.
back
We're gonna
either.
turn
This is
into a
our
Flat Earth
place.
channel.
This is ours
Stacey,
now. We
guys-
created a rotor and
guys
everything.
are so
New
weird.
members
Come on,
come over.
guys.
You don't realize this. You're never
Guys,
getting any
come on.
quiet.
Get a citation.
You are all obfuscating.
What's
You are all obfuscating the actual purpose of being here, which is the information. I keep trying to butt in with it, and you guys
Doesn't
just keep
even
saying
make
retarded shit. Probably because we're all tired. Check this out,
Go ahead.
Stacy. I've also provided Black Swan Part 2. You know, the one that I love, with Platform Grace 19 miles away almost, with the horizon behind it in the same video. The islands are also fucking 30 miles away, and you can see them all the way down to the base.
You're
And
exactly
they're
30 miles away.
completely
And
gone.
Anacapa Island is
Except
900 feet.
You seem to have
900 feet.
conveniently forgotten that we've shown that
Well,
what you're
Oh,
seeing
10
can't be 19 miles away.
The new
No,
nobody
nobody
the
said
one
that.
You've
that's
just
9
forgotten
miles. That
about
one is
that.
accurate.
Nobody
That
said
one
that.
is
About
9
that.
miles
Other
out.
than Jake from
Go
State
right
Farm.
back to pretending it's real. But go ahead.
Other than Jake
Panda,
from
one
State Farm.
person said it couldn't
Are those
happen because
pictures
of focal
fake?
length.
The New Horizons one
video.
that's 9 miles out. That one is accurately 9 miles out. But this claim that that platform is 18 miles out is not accurate.
You don't know that.
You can tell because you can compare how much that platform fills out the field of view compared to the New Horizons one, which
How
is
far out is it then? How far out
half
is
the
it then?
distance away.
How
So
far out
nine
is
What do you
it?
mean?
miles?
No, it's
So
not.
9 miles?
Not on Google Earth. It's not. Not
It's
on
hard to
Google
know
Earth.
what
it's not.
exactly that is. I don't even think that's an oil platform. I don't know what that is out there.
Oh my god, this dude's so desperate.
Excuse me for over talking, but I just pasted the
No.
videos again, so you guys can go and look at it.
Okay, go back on mute, please.
Yeah. WITSIT, if you get triggered, I might just as well talk and
Well,
make
he's
you
supposed to
get
bring me
more
10
and more
citations,
butthurt.
and he's brought 0, and I
I
brought
brought
all
you the
of them.
citations, so you might as
you can't even do
well
that.
look at them.
I've brought 50, Scott. I'm
Well,
waiting for like.
on the
I'm
one about the
getting
dishes.
butthurt.
Wait,
I'm waiting
Scott,
on the one about the
you
dishes.
Alright, whatever. Fuck it. I'm just not
Fine.
talking anymore. You are joking.
I have the one for you, Stacey, and it's
Oh,
not.
right.
Look, you don't get it before WITSIT brings me his.
I'm actually waiting. I texted the person
But
I know that has the cop. But look,
I
I
know,
texted.
but I'm waiting on it.
But look, I texted the
being
person.
held hostage, Stacey.
Okay, but look, Scott, listen so you know. What's taking a second? I texted the person that I know has a compilation of them. So it's like dish direct and the supplying of the towers from up above them.
Okay.
So I want to give the
understand.
full fuck. Okay.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's all you had to say.
I'm gonna turn the server in for holding me hostage. This is wrong. I'm just playing.
Wait. You low-key like that shit, don't you?
Be quiet.
I think that probably is wrong, actually, thinking about it. But, you know, who cares?
It's wrong, but who cares?
Yes.
In
this case.
It's wrong. Who cares? The Jesuit said it was true.
Time out. For what that guy just posted with the horizon and refraction experiment, what he hasn't seen is that actually the line is in the image before he puts the magnifier there, so you can see it. You can obviously see it. It's right there.
Look at Kit's at 45 minutes after the hour. Look at the distortion in that thumbnail that Kit posted. Like, that's just shameful. At 46 minutes after the hour, I posted some wise words from a genius. See which side you relate to.
I think this is the closest you guys have come to a flat Earth so far. This is really good, WITSIT. Good stuff, man.
Hey guys, do y'all think this picture is a real picture of Earth?
I think someone was addressing the video that I posted.
Wait,
What did
real
you
fast.
say about it?
Can either Globers tell me if that's a real picture of Earth?
It's impossible to tell.
If you were to guess, would you say it's a real picture of
I
Earth?
told you how far all rig was, and you're looking at that picture and say you can't tell how big the Earth is? Come on, man. How big of a ball you live on? A basketball?
Is it real or not was the question. Jesus.
Well, no, it's not. It's a Bitmoji cartoon. you people are so brainwashed. You can't tell blatantly obvious cartoons away from what NASA tells you.
It's hard.
NASA showed you such shitty CGI that I showed you a Bitmoji cartoon and you were scared.
People are overconfident in their ability to tell the difference, I think.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, they've warped our minds so much from what we can tell, because sometimes, like, you're like, that looks kind of fake, or they may admit the CGI, so y'all were afraid to, you were afraid to answer. You were afraid to answer.
Look, WITSIT. It's entirely possible to completely fake a picture of the Earth. It's absolutely possible to do that. To do it accurately, to do it not accurately. You could do it any way you wanted, but it's absolutely entirely possible.
Right. And they actually admit they do it sometimes, right? So we'd have to agree that's not like empirical, which is pretty much what you just said, right?
That's why uncut. You know, man,
that's not true at all.
Like, who wants
okay, so it is empirical.
Something that was
too much
something that's produced in that way wouldn't be empirical evidence of the shape of the Earth. But not everything is produced in that way.
But I mean, Chairman, the problem goes back even further than that. I mean, it goes back to just the categorization in science of the natural that we can test and the supernatural that we can't test. And they still have a problem with this concept.
Wait, hey, I got a question about that. What's
I didn't even talk.
Hey guys, wait. Hey, is the antonym for natural man-made?
Well, it's the WITSIT
show. It depends in what context you're using it.
No, is the opposite of natural man-made?
No,
it depends. It depends on what context.
So what's the antonym? What's the antonym for synthetic?
This is a problem.
That's a
we have a false premise.
What's the antonym? No, synthetic and man-made are synonyms. It's the same question.
No, organic is the antonym for synthetic.
The problem is the word "the." He is asking for the antonym as if there is only one.
But we clarify.
Yeah, there is.
In the context of science, the antonym is supernatural for natural, and for synthetic, it's organic.
Okay, so what's a synonym of organic? Is natural not the same as organic?
No, they're not the same thing.
So whenever I go to the grocery store and the food is labeled organic.
In the context of science, In the context of science, natural is an opposite of supernatural.
In the context of science,
the real world, the physical world.
So in the
supernatural
context
means ghosts and spirits. Organic means life-based, carbon-based. Synthetic means not that. So these are all fundamentally different ideas.
Where's your definition of each? That.
Yeah, that's stupid. So synthetic's a synonym with man-made. The opposite of that's natural or organic.
I have a question for WITSIT when we get a chance.
Sorry,
I have a question for you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, that's right. I was just basically saying it's not something that's hard. We go back to Francis Bacon, where the concept first was really put into place, and then you go all the way forward to Karl Popper in the 1950s, 30s, who then started to go with the problem of verificationism versus falsification.
Okay, well, the opposite of synthetic is organic or natural.
But many words in the English language have several meanings. Natural is one of them, obviously. Sometimes we might describe someone as a natural. Clearly, that doesn't mean the same as when we say, this ice lolly is all natural.
Okay. Synthetic, the same.
And that clearly doesn't mean the same as when we use the term natural science.
Is synthetic the same thing as natural?
These are all different uses of the word natural.
Is synthetic?
So if you want to know, what the opposite of one of them is, you need to say which one of them.
Okay, so if you say synthetic and natural are both the same thing, and there's only supernatural and natural, but synthetic's part of natural, that doesn't work, because that means you're having to say that synthetic and natural are the same thing. Is that your claim?
No.
Okay, so are
They're
they
different
opposites? But they're different things, but they're both natural.
Geez.
I just want to know, like, if
cares?
Okay, they're different. One of them is natural. One of them is synthetic. It's a different thing.
With your truth.
Well, if you say there's only natural and supernatural, and you say synthetic and natural are encompassed in natural, you're saying synthetic is natural. You lose. I'm out.
But then you're using the word in a different way. And
no, that's what you're doing.
I said
we got a non-sequitur to address.
Single words in the English language often have several meanings, and I gave you a few of them. So you need to say which meaning you're using, and only use that meaning. You can't switch halfway through to another one.
But if you say there's only supernatural and natural, then that means you have to say that synthetic and natural are both under the umbrella of natural.
They are, because now you're talking about something else.
Okay, so you're saying synthetic is the same thing as natural.
In one context,
that's a different use of the word natural.
They're literally opposites.
No, you're using the first meaning.
I'm just going to Google what's the opposite.
Its use in the second meaning.
I'll Google what's the opposite.
You can hold this. This is not difficult.
It's really not.
No shit, I've already dismantled it.
One word.
You should agree with this.
Synthetic is man-made. Natural is organic, naturally occurring, void of the implementation of synthetic introduction. So synthetic and naturally occurring cannot be synonymous.
Right, but now when you talk about natural science, that doesn't use any of those definitions. That just means anything, bro. Anything.
Well, actually, I'll just go.
That's what natural science means. Anything.
That's actually not what
You're trying to pretend it only has one meaning. It doesn't. It has several.
Hey,
like
WITSIT,
most
can I ask you
words in the English language.
Can't wait for the
Can you
debate.
give us a list of the concession by the Globers on this last couple hours?
I haven't gotten one.
There won't be any. It's a great agreement with
Won't be any
it's a communication agreement.
Ever.
Dude, they wouldn't even concede that passports can't fly out of explosions.
Okay.
They wouldn't even concede that Operation Mockingbird is real.
Categorizations of science. I mean, come on, you can make disagreements. It doesn't change anything.
No, it does, because this way you can conflate synthetic alterations as if it was naturally occurring phenomena, so that you can explain
bullshit, bro.
No, bro, it's important.
Things that don't
It's important.
follow natural laws of science.
Okay, but what I'm saying is the reason that this is so important of argument for the Globers is
came from nature.
Nature
made man made the synthetic thing
that does not follow the laws of nature.
You know what though? We did have them concede.
asked
I
a
don't
question.
want
Hang
to
on a
say
second.
concede.
Hang
Okay,
on
go
a
ahead.
second.
So glad.
Nothing.
Can you answer the question? Can you
Nothing.
show me or talk about one
Nothing.
thing that doesn't follow the law of nature?
Nothing.
Okay, good. So everything, even synthetic, follows the laws
We
of
don't
nature.
know yet. All
No,
laws
even
of understanding God.
Well, actually,
No, stop
it would be pretty. It would be pretty foolish to assume that what's up above us.
That's why we call it supernatural. Don't you guys love the word tangible? Is God tangible?
You're the one
I'm talking about
complaining and not
synthetic.
debating.
Do synthetic items.
I'm sorry I brought this up, dude. Let's just move on.
Yeah, what synthetic item doesn't abide the laws of nature?
Exactly.
I already said nothing. So what the fuck? You just loop like dumb shit over and over.
So then
That's what
we
y'all
can do
do.
science on it then.
Y'all loop the
Right.
same dumb shit after it's been refuted
So
over
what
and
does it
over.
matter if an item
Just
is
relax.
synthetic or not?
But dude, did I just address that? Yes or no?
What's
4
that?
times.
Yo, me and this other Dr. Feelgood is fucking reduced to typing in the chat because you guys are fucking talking about nothing.
All right, yo, kill the doctor.
The right to hold my
yo,
attention.
Feelgood, you're gonna get killed, bro. You want some bullshit?
Chance after chance after chance.
Who's mumbling drunkenly to themselves?
It's our good buddy E.T.
Okay, ET, you got either sober up or get muted because you are just making weird noises.
Or he has a point he wants to make.
Isn't that what the glow people do? They
Maybe
make a
that
bunch
he's
of
trying to
weird
make a
noises.
point there, Beach.
Probably, but please, if we ever hear us doing that, mute us because that is crazy.
Oh my god, I had no idea. I was
my
live.
decrepit
Y'all don't dare venture out of your echo chamber.
Oh, you didn't know you were. You didn't know you had mic. No problem. No problem. That's funny. That's just funny. No problem. No problem.
E.T., I need to ask you an
is
important
so
question.
embarrassing.
So you guys don't want to talk about flat Earth anymore? I mean, come on. Are we just tired?
Let's talk about what we want to know here, E.T. What we want to know is, did you make a video calling the surveying company in, I believe it was Oregon?
No,
no. Did you do
the
that?
answer is no. The answer is no. And by the way, that I seriously thought I was muted.
No problem.
I literally was not trying to participate. I've been listening for like 8 hours since this whole conversation began. I would have never. If I had something to say, I would have just like said it purposefully.
Yeah. That's so funny that his honest response off the mic was like, "Oh my god, they've gotten chance after chance after."
How long ago did you make
that? Was his honest response. He thought he was in private. He was
reading my comment. He was just reading my words actually.
How long?
Not near as funny. That ruined it.
Apologies again.
Can we address the non sequitur? Jesus, ET, what are you saying right now?
I just said it. I'm really sorry. I didn't know that was
no one
happening.
cares if you're sorry. Type that shit in the chat, bro.
Thank you,
Anybody want to get back to
It's
the...
fine.
Come on.
I love you, ET.
Let's get back to it. I think it's funny.
Curve loves you too. He told me. He DM'd me.
Oh sure.
Everyone be nice. Can we just stop the insulting and the over talking and
Yeah,
just try to be
I really don't want to insult.
That wasn't an
Remember,
insult.
I wanted to ask a question.
I'm not talking about you. I'm not saying
Yeah, let's get to Stacey's question.
There was a statement said when I was over here alone before about because I know WITSIT, you don't believe that they don't actually will never concede to anything of like about 9/11 or any of that, but they will. Correct?
Somebody's roboting.
Doing something.
Hey, Rakia, fix your mic. You
Oh,
dope.
Rakia, you're roboting, yeah.
Yeah, it was bothering me.
Don't call him adult. Hey, now that you guys feel like you brought myself to attention, I don't mind joining the battle here. Idiocy versus intellectuals.
I think Stacey was partway through something there. If you
Yeah, what I was just
and
trying
then
to
you're
say is I
welcome
talked to Jim one day and a couple other people, and we were talking about food. And one of the things that they at least admitted then that they can't verify, there hasn't been enough testing on synthetic when we're talking about them messing with their actual seeds and stuff. What's going to happen to that? Like, what was it, the rice that they're adding more vitamins to because people are not getting that?
Now we're talking about rice and
In
this,
certain
that,
countries.
and the third.
No, wait. I'm just mentioning one thing that was said earlier that I couldn't say when Elijah and when WITSIT was talking about it. And I had to get off sidetrack. They do honestly concede on certain things, but only when a woman brings it up. That's all.
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead, Eli.
Yeah, bullshit.
I think golden rice is a pretty good idea.
Dude, I gave y'all Operation
Yeah,
Mockingbird
too bad
document,
it
and y'all
didn't
said it
work.
didn't exist. Dude.
Y'all have ADD. Y'all say go ahead, and then y'all did that 5 times, and then y'all just kept talking.
It doesn't make it not a good idea though, even if it didn't work.
All right, what up, Eli?
Do we know it didn't work?
I'm trying to address Dr. Feelgood's non sequitur.
Okay.
Both of them.
Fuck Dr. Feelgood, man. That guy wasted everyone's time with the stupidest ideas. Fuck that guy.
But still.
I respect
You're
him
being
because I
far
respect
too
every
modest.
human being. Like,
Expose him! Expose him!
Ideas.
So number one, he used a magnifying glass in that video. First of all, that's non sequitur to the atmosphere. Number two, he's using butane as an example, which is also non sequitur.
That's two.
The end. Y'all can go back to talking about whatever the fuck y'all was talking about.
Not only being like incredibly dishonest the whole time.
Do you have a
skipped
rebuttal
away for,
on the
like, an
microphone?
hour, and then he came back and he kept with the same bullshit. Like,
Yeah, I want to know if he has a
does anyone
rebuttal on the
actually really
microphone.
respect him?
ET,
Like, come on.
it's being recorded. You're fucking up the recording. Jesus Christ. Do you have a rebuttal of how it's not non sequitur?
Calm down, bro.
Damn it.
I don't come in here often. I'm just trying to shine, man. That's all.
I can see why.
Shine, brother, shine.
This is my second time in here, actually.
Let's just, guys, let's
Been
just
here
defend
more
him.
than once before.
Can someone make a point or ask a question?
Yeah, we fucking falsified the fairy tale religion brought to us by
I'm
Jesuit
out.
priests.
Danik is here.